Welcome along, folks. It's Thebarton Oval and it's the SAAS Blockbuster. 3 magnificent games today. My name is Tony Neal and I'm joined by Jack Moore. First of all, welcome, Jack, on a glorious day.
Oh, couldn't have asked so much better, Tony. It's going to be a sensational deck and great conditions for 3 blockbuster matches as we edge closer to the end of the SAAS season.
So the first game we're looking at 3:15 is Rostrevor College versus Westminster School. Then at 5:30, Jack, who have we got?
We've got the mighty boys from Prince Alfred taking on St Michael's. That one should be a close contest, hopefully.
Yes, and then the last game at 7:45, so late into the evening.
The nightcap session, as some would call it, Sacred Heart up against St Peter's. Sacred Heart have had a pretty good season so far, but St Peter's looking to close their season on a high with a real challenge against the boys from Sacred Heart. Well,
Jack, we've had a bit of a walk around, mate. It is absolutely beautiful out there. As you said, the deck is just like carpet as we speak. I can tell you, folks, the weather is west to northwest, so it's coming across our left shoulder, going probably down towards the scoreboard as we speak. It's currently 15 degrees, expected 16. So rug up, get the coffee and bickies out, and you're in for a great day of footy. Of course, we can't do it without the help of our magnificent sponsors. So, Jack, who have we got first of all?
Exactly. So our streaming sponsor, of course, is always Filming Footy, and Archie's, and Dartfish as well for the stream.
And I'll tell you what, the canteen's up there looking pretty hungry, and our producer will be heading up there in a minute by the looks of things. So the rest of it, well, we've got SAAS TV. It's always magnificent to present these games for SAAS TV. Sportal, of course, looking after the scoreboard. And the broadcast sponsor, once again, is Sports Interactive. It is all set for a huge day and evening, folks. We will take a short break. Well, welcome along to Thebarton Oval. As we said, Jack, just a magnificent day out here. There's no rain. That wind is coming across. There's a few clouds up in the skies there, and, well, beautiful conditions. And I can tell you, a little bit like Western Australia, they're going to play with a yellow ball in the daytime. They've been out, the assistant coaches and the umpires, and Leo, of course, had a bit of a chat and have decided on the yellow ball. And always love watching this. When the teams come out, they have their own little chant. And, well, Rostrevor have taken the field already.
Yeah, the camaraderie of these groups is something to watch, not only on the field during the games, but in the huddles. You know, these boys, it's their probably last season of playing as a majority of a group. Some might be there for the next phase of their footy careers, but school football has a finite time period, and a lot of these guys will be on 16s lists at sample clubs, 18s lists, might go back to their hometown in the country and play some footy there. But this group, it's a special few years, and majority of these teams have come through together, playing from primary school, I imagine, even early years of their high school education, and this is one of the last opportunities to play as a group. So they should give it 100%, and they will, I imagine, across all three games today.
It's a very good point you make there, Jack. A lot of these kids go from, maybe 5 or 6 year olds starting out with their junior schools, and they come through. So they may have been playing, sometimes 8, 10, 12 years together. And Rostrevor, of course, coached by Scott Uppington. I was chatting with Scott earlier out there. They've got an expectation that they'll win. I think they've lost their last 3 and won 1 in this. There's a second round, of course. And, Tim Weatherald, I haven't caught up with him today, but I did catch up with him Saturday night prior to the Sacred Heart game because they got pumped there, and also the week before. So, Tim, great coach himself. So, be interesting here. It'll be a great battle, and they've got some very good players. Of course, joining us today, myself, Tony Neal and Jack Moore in commentary, but we may have some guests along as well. And I'm just coming back to that Westminster team. Watch out for Max Robertson, number 2. He's the captain. Very strong. He's already got the man's body there. The 2 Elver brothers, Tim, number 4, is very industrious around that ball there. And number 28, Jack, plays his own game as well. Very good players, the Elver brothers. We go through. Cam Quolman is another outstanding player. He's only very light, number 8, but he stood up well Saturday night in the last couple of games we've seen. Ethan Steckel, number 11 from Kangaroo Island. I think his uncle was David that played at South Adelaide, and he's a really good one. He just had a couple of moments the other night where you can just see it coming on. Took a really good grab, kicked the goal, and you can see what he's capable of. He does get used in the ruck as well. And then, as we said, Nick Foster, Aidan Nixon Burns, number 25. Watch out for him. He's one of those socks down. He's got a little bit of a mop hair and stands out. A bit of what you might call a cult type player. I love watching him play. He runs in straight lines, and he's a clever user of the ball. And, of course, they've got Charlie Bradford and Joey Otto Crossing, which you touched on earlier with under 16s and under 18s. Well, they're both year 10s. Playing in Year 12 football, and fantastic, both young players. And watch out for Mitch Dickinson in ruck, number 38. I think he won the ruck taps on Saturday night and around the field as they're coming out now, Westminster. So he's a really good one to watch, Mitch Dickinson. I'm a bit excited to see him go around again and whether he can repeat that performance. So the big day, Jack, we've got 3 games. What have we got coming up?
Yeah, so following this one, Prince Alfred, who currently sit on top of the second half of this first 18 season, 4 and zip. They take on St Michael's, who are in 5th spot with 1 win to their name, but should be a pretty fair contest. And under lights, the nightcap, we've got Sacred Heart College, who are 3 and 1 up against St Peter's, also 3 and 1. So 3 very entertaining fixtures. This one, you mentioned Rostrevor and Westminster. Perhaps not up the top of the charts in regards to the second half of this first 18 season, but they are quite evenly matched. Westminster yet to win in the back half of this season, and their losses have been quite heavy, but they've been in a couple of those games up until half-time, barring St Peter's and Sacred Heart, who are 2 strong schools, obviously. And they were in a match against Prince Alfred up until about half-time before kicking clear. While for Rostrevor, coach, as you mentioned, Scott Uppington, will be hoping to get a second win. They come in with 1 win and 3 losses. As we say, both captains, Rostrevor's captain Ned McCarthy and Westminster's captain Max Robinson, meet the umpires in the middle of the ground for the coin toss. And it goes up and it comes down, and for a second there I thought nobody made a call, but Ned McCarthy just assessing the conditions. He'll kick to the left of your filming footy screen. We're here, of course, thanks to SAAS TV on YouTube. Lots of different sports, including footy and all the independent school sports on the YouTube channel. Filming Footy, our footy stats, they'll bring you the goal of the day in every match. Archie's Thongs, elite comfort for your feet. Best on ground will be awarded thanks to Archie's. Get yourself some Archie's today. Google Archie's Thongs. Dartfish mark of the day. Google Dartfish for all your video streaming solutions. Sports Interactive, and of course our beautiful scoreboard. Sponsor the scoreboard here at Thebarton Oval, brought to you by Sportal. And Tony, we're just about ready for a start. The umpires look to amalgamate in the middle of the ground. I'm looking forward to a pretty close contest in this opening fixture of Blockbuster Day.
Well, the other side of it too, Jack, is it's a great brand of football. A lot of these lads, as you alluded to, are in sample teams. Some have played reserves and some have even played league, and a lot of these lads will be under 18s and some under 16s. What I will say is if they're not playing here, a lot of these lads, especially the country lads, will go home. They'll play senior football, and they'll probably play senior colts and seniors on the one day. So really great standard of football. We know we get a lot of the AFL recruiters watching and observing these games as well, but it's not about that. It's it's the lads that might be going back to their local level as well, and they have moments. And these days, the school days, they go by quite quickly. A lot of these lads will be quite happy. Clay Shadforth just on the bench there next to the coach. Just got an injury the other night there, running along at Glenelg Oval. A couple of ex-Sturt greats there. A lot of premiership players in amongst there. Andrew Whiteman up there and a few others there helping out. So all in readiness in the centre of the ground. You are with Jack Moore for the first bounce of the first game. Rostrevor versus Westminster, the Blockbuster.
Blockbuster Day. These two teams come in with records that they would have hoped to be better, but we've seen in recent AFL drafts that it's don't have to come from a prestigious, high-profile school. It's the footy skills that do the talking for recruiters everywhere at SANFL level, AFL level, and away we go. So Piero takes it, first clearance, he's buffeted down by Will Thomas, and the umpire will have a secondary throw up in the middle of Thebarton Oval. If you're anywhere in the vicinity in Adelaide, come on down. If you're watching from interstate or around the world, welcome in. Filming footy on this Tuesday afternoon. First clearance and a snap on goal will just drift across. Opening score on Blockbuster Day comes 30 seconds in, going the way of the men, well, the boys in red and black, I should say, and they're one behind. Westminster yet to get off the mark. Should be a fantastic afternoon. Prince Alfred and St Michael's to come, then the nightcap, St Peter's and Sacred Heart. Come on down to Thebarton Oval, or keep it right here on SAAS TV for all the action as Westminster bring it out of their back half into the middle of the ground. Just running past it momentarily, that was Daniel Will. He goes back in. Strong tackle laid by Best, but it comes out. This is Jackson. Long, deep kick to about 30 out. Puts it in the avenue for Will. He's drifted forward. He's held up about 10 metres out. Umpire should call for a ball up in a very dangerous area.
Gee, I'll tell you what, it was a quick transition as well, and you can see Tim Alva there, number 4 on screen there, coming in. He'll be a hard one to watch there. It's the migrating wildebeest, I call it, because so many of them come in around the ball, but they're out here, Rostrevor, and they've got a free. That was well set up. You could see him set up early, and that is Charlie Best doing his best. So they come out wide towards the boundary, a little bit wary of that at times. A nice mark. Captain Ned McCarthy, long way up the ground. Just surveying the area, looking at the 45 degree. If it's the clunk kick down the ground, Westminster would be happy with that, but he just shortens it a touch. 2 on 1, keeps the hands free, does Jules Piero. Comes around now, close to that boundary in again. Goes McCarthy, racking up the possessions. They come inside the middle of the ground and then back into traffic. Rostrevor player very deft on that left foot, and this is Piero again, taking a mark on the centre wing.
So Jules Piero in the number 3. Late change for Westminster, number 3 for them. Ian Thompson coming in with a late injury to Fitzgerald, who won't take his place. Hopefully recovers in quick time as the ball goes out of bounds on the fall, right in front of our boundary camera down there. The filming footy crew giving you every possible angle of this one. The kick came from Mitch Dickinson and the intercept mark by Balin O'Brien there, just on the back edge of the centre square. Nice and tall in the orange boots. Wants to use it pretty well when you wear those. His target was Smith. He couldn't take it. Went back in for it. Marshall got it to O'Brien and cut off nicely. That's Otto crossing out there with a fist, but it's going to come back the other way. You can't trust the bounce of that Sharon, unfortunately. It takes about 3 bounces Moves it towards Rust, and the kick, oh, that's a little bit rusty. Goes to 2-on-2 in the end, coming in to fight the fight. Here's Brodie moving it through hands. Handball came back. It's all under pressure. O'Brien tried to bust the way through, and the umpire having none of that.
As we so often see, that ball gets down in deep inside the 50 and then it's turned over by the opposition, and they've been quick. Westminster, good skills, but unable to take that was Charlie Bradford, young year 10 as we spoke about, but he'll take the free kick out there. Just pops it up over the top. Looks like Alva. Keep an eye on Tim Alva, very industrious player. Comes inside on the 45. It's a high long kick inside 50. Gee. Contending high there was the Rostrevor player. They give it back now, Westminster. 1-2 handball, straight into traffic, and, well, almost a mirror image of both ends, Jack, where they just get it down inside the 50 easily, and then that last piece of play. So is it good defence work by the opposition? Perhaps it is. They just need a little bit of work in that forward line, maybe spreading a little bit wider. They go backwards to go forward here, Westminster, and go around the corner, and they do, and a nice goal there. And we'll get an idea who that was in a moment.
Yeah, some great pressure from Rostrevor, just letting it out the back, a couple of hard tackles and just some free space to run into. And you'll see here on the back edge of the stoppage, it's the number 12 for Westminster, Jackson, who just takes its weights out, doesn't get sucked in as a lot of the other players do into that stoppage. And when you've got a little bit of space on the edge and you can take a couple of steps, snapped it from about 35, just on his distance, and that'll go down as an early contender for our filming footy stats goal of the day, alongside our other sponsors, of course, Archie's Sporto on that scoreboard. 1 goal, 6 Westminster. First goal of the day going the way of Brad Jackson.
So keep an eye on number 38 here, Mitch Dickinson. He's just going to run straight in, wins the tap. The opposition rove it though. As a great AFL coach said, it's not who wins the tap, it's what happens next. Gliding by, just caught there once again was Jonty Thompson. Tried to go a bit further than what he thought he could. Geez, extracting that. Had to hurry with the kick though, not able to get it down the ground.
This is Michelani, brother of the Adelaide Crows player, who was also drafted from Rostrevor. This is Jack.
Nice kick in too. Ned McCarthy with the grab. So Ned McCarthy, the captain, we've seen him on the half-back line on the wing and now up forward. And I'll actually talk about this in the final game, Sacred Heart. Ned Atkinson does this a bit too. He plays on the ball, but when he rests, he's the captain, so he rests up forward. He doesn't have to go off the ground. So maybe McCarthy's doing that as well, as he just gets that a little bit of a hook, or it's through. No, it's through. Nice goal, captain's goal, and just see where he goes back to line up now. He's a good size lad too in that forward line, so that'll really straighten them up, Jack, and it's a good reward when you get that ball into the forward line. It just doesn't come straight back out again. So nice kick in the end. I thought he might have hooked it a touch, but nice kick in the end.
Made the umpire bend the back. Got it right under that goalpost, just drifted towards the left. Bit of a hint of a small, short breeze we mentioned in the opener coming towards our commentary position. Nothing too much, though, and the kick was fine. The entrance kick from Jack Michelani, though, you can definitely tell he's got some skills. Look for his name in upcoming drafts if he continues to use it well, as Thomas fights off the tackle for Westminster. On the outside, the run from Zokas. He's ignored. The kick goes to about 20 out. 101 battle, and that's strength from Domenico Zappia at fullback. Just assesses the options, decides a short kick is worth his while, finds Boffa. Another short option for Rostrevor. So a goal apiece in the early stages. Here's Fanning. Has it on the edge of 50. Umpire calls the player on the mark just to stand. Now he goes, and he kicks it straight to that player on the mark. Daniel Will, that was an interesting option. Had a player about 5 metres further of Will and just kicked it straight to the player on the mark. Bizarre.
So he'll line up. Yeah, dangerous position, isn't it? It's going to be a fair way out. He's got a good run up on him.
This will be an action replay of our opening goal for Rostrevor. McCarthy down the other end. Barely a minute and a half ago to cancel it back out. Will hasn't been Westminster season yet. Haven't won a game in the back end, but this will be just on the cusp of his range. It'll fall short. Oh, nice strong hands. But he couldn't take it. It's at ground level now, and can someone just edge out the back of this stoppage to pick it up and snap it like their first goal scorer, Jackson? No on this occasion. Wrapped up. Umpire will do some work. 20 out. Dangerous for Rostrevor. The two ruckmans, a bit of a height advantage in that one, going the way of Westminster, and he just reached over the shoulder, gave away the free kick, and it looks like it'll be Zapier again to bring it out of fullback, and the short option has to stretch up, and Balin O'Brien took the mark.
Geez, I tell you what, he did have to stretch up there, but he's had a good start as well, Zapier, repelling a few. This is the kick, though. It comes down the line, and if it's a 50-50, a Rostrevor player playing in front, and that's a nice mark out there on that far side. He doesn't realise he's got that, and that's a really good grab. Jack Michaeloni, very close to that boundary out there. Comes inside now because the stand rule is in vogue, and good grab here. McCarthy plays on. Gee, just pops that down into vacant space. It wasn't a real kick with purpose, so able to cut it off. They've got to switch if they want, but they elect to go down the ground to Westminster, and guess what? It's straight back to McCarthy. He's got a bit of leather, yellow leather poisoning as we speak, as he flicks that back to the boundary umpire. And, well, pretty classy looking boundary umpire too. He's got the sunnies on a day like this. Wanders in, throws that ball up. I always watch for what's happening behind, but that one just dropped short. So Dickinson it was. Probably get a second ball up here. We will. And, well, you can see someone over there in the background. That's probably a recruiter looking for his notepad there. They tend to hide. Having done that job, Jack, we go and find some inconspicuous places and sniff around and write our notes. And, well, he's all out there on his own. And they're playing out that side of the ground, so why wouldn't you? And there's the great man, Alejandro Piantadosi, on camera there. He, one of our employees here at Filming Footy and Dartfish, and also doing great work with SAAS down there and helping out with team sheets and player numbers and names and so on. So ball goes, a bit of a stacks on the mill there. 3 players there, all went up, and the Rostrevor was the player underneath. Fergus Mile was caught under that sandwich of humans, Jack.
So a couple of free kicks in the ruck contest for Mile in the past few minutes. One at full back, this on the outer wing, finds Michelani with the kick and moves it through hands. Oh, it's a lovely little short option. Needed to work, otherwise Westminster were probably away. But a pretty tepid start. 1 goal apiece, 10.5 gone. Filming Footy Blockbuster Day of SAAS. He camped in front and paid the mark. It's another intercept mark. This time to Westminster, and Joey Otto crossing. He crosses it back, lives up to his name. This is Foster. Outer side of the ground has Zokas, but he goes a bit shorter to find Andre Lim. Coming up to meet it with those blonde locks. They've got to decide who wants it. Kick was in between both of them. And Rostrevor now, all of a sudden, they're inside 50 with Piro. Oh, a nice early bump. Umpire sees nothing wrong with it, and so he should. It was in the side, but held on a little bit too long in the tackle that followed. And a free kick going the way of the black and red, about 35 out, just outside a range. But Ned McCarthy kicked the first goal of this match for Rostrevor in the 6th minute. They've got 1 to their name, as do the men in green. He'll line up for his second. He'll kick from about 40. Umpires put the man on the mark at about 38. So if anyone can kick a goal from medium to long distance, the captain McCarthy can. He learned from his first one. McCarthy made the umpire do absolutely nothing as the ball sailed over his head. Second goal on the board for Rostrevor, and a sprightly start. And if you're going to take advantage of your inside 50s on a day like this, you're going to put yourself well ahead. On the Dartfish replay, we can see a strong kick, a straight kick, and a kick that gives Rostrevor the lead.
So that, yeah, nice kick there. Just have a look at the fence there in the background. We had an incident here a couple of years ago, one of these games, and, well, the Sacred Heart, I think they'd won the grand final it was, and, well, the whole fence went over. Just keep an eye out later on in the day as school finishes. A lot of the school children come down, or young adults, and you end up getting some of them following from end to end, their teams, and that it'll become quite vocal as well. So it's a fantastic day down here, the Blockbuster Day. Hope you're enjoying it on TV there as the umpire comes in. Ball up. So the wings you'll see on this side have come in quite close to this ball up, and on the other side it's out into that space, and there's a free kick here against Dickinson. He's not really having his own way, but we are just over 12 and a half minutes in, and just a very low scoring affair as we speak, but gliding by there. Gee, had the Jets on the Rostrevor player.
Michelani.
Yeah, just nice Yeah, nice into the forward line. Speed of movement, Jack, was what got that ball there. And like you said, Michael Annie was running off the back line, I reckon, and came through. They share the ball around. And nice grab in the forward line as Charlie Brodie.
Charlie Brodie here. You see the wings had pushed into that last mid-stoppage, but the defensive 101, it's pretty much see ball, get ball at this stage.
So Brodie it is. Wanders in. A little bit of a stutter there. Hooks that leg right around. He really brought the leg across the body there and didn't really kick through that ball. And just offside. So we've got 4 scoreboards here. The one that's working is the automatic one up the top. There's an old one up on the hill. We've got one on our vision, of course, and there's another old one around here to the right on this side of the ground. So keep your eyes open. Anything could happen. There's a nice mark there, James Young. Just pushes off. Has a look at Elva short. Elva's on the wing, no. You'd need to be inside, son. This is the player I was talking about, Aidan Nixon Burns. Very good player, good user of the ball. Off he goes. He missed on Saturday night, but he's back in today. Long kick. And you see a lot of the players on this side of the ground trying to stream down to get that ball down there as that's coming around now. That's a high kick in, and that's where the pack is. Gee, 2-on-1. He's done it again, has he? That looks like Zapier. Having a really good game down there, and he clears to centre half back position.
Zapier's taken a few Dartfish mark of the day contenders in the early stages. Free kick to the captain, McCarthy. He got it from Rust, and it was an infringement after the mark, so he'll be March 25. McCarthy looks to get on with it, but
covering a lot of ground.
Great tactics from Westminster just to push up on their opponent, and there's another example of that. When they get possession, not afraid to bite off that inside kick on the 45. We saw it moments ago coming out of half back with Young, and you called it well with Nixon Burns. Took that kick inside, made it work.
So that's Ethan Stokel now, number 11 there, getting the tap back towards a lot of green and white jumpers. Gliding by there was Nixon Burns. So I was just pointing out, Steckel's now come into the ruck. So Dickinson, keep an eye out. He's gone down forward, and Steckel's come into the ruck.
Great coaching move from Andrew Whiteman there, because Mile was just getting on top, and we saw a relieving ruck contest on that occasion, but Miles just gone through. And for Tim Weatherald, of course the head coach, Andrew Whiteman, providing support on the boundary for Westminster, just mixing things up to try to get a bit of equalisation. So there is Stokel going up against Mile. Mile won that again. He's been strong in the ruck, just knows how to use the bodies. Outsized is Fergus Mile, even against Stokel, but it's not so much about his size as it is your craft on occasion, Tony, and he's doing it well in the early stages here. So
up it goes. They both hit the one-way now, Rostrevor's way, and Tim Elva, as good as he is, cannot get past 2 players and brought the ground. So it's been a physical game already, winding around to 16 minutes in to this first quarter. No team, apart from that one bit of play by Rostrevor where they really streaked through the ground, no one's really broken free or taken on. Elva held then, played for it, not given. Now they're in the middle of the ground. Kick around the corner by Thomas. Up it goes. Oh, big pack forms. Couldn't take it was O'Brien. The recovery's good though, and that is through Will Marshall. Bombs that down. Good one-on-one battle out there, and I think it's hit the players in the chest just about. Now the support comes. Dodging this way, that way was Majua Ackland. Gee, put it up high, made it hard work for Hockley. Right on that 50-metre line. Player free here, Thomas Griffiths, if they can get it out. He's free square of this ball. So ball up on the 50. Different set of ruckman there. Big push comes. Goes inwards into the corridor for Rostrevor. Just a hack kick out. And well set up by Rostrevor. This is Will Marshall, ball in hand. Yeah, well, great job at ground level by Coleman Nolis to get it out and set it up. Came straight back over his head and moving inside to about 10 out from the defensive goal. Picked up. That's a cookie cutter scrum. Beautiful. Just picked it up and put it straight through. No thinking required. And a third goal on the board now for Rostrevor as Jack Michelani, he's having some first quarter. Gets it off half back. Pushes forward. And we'll see on the Dartfish replay, he was just hovering down. No one tracked him. And he picked it up and he got the crumb. And he just snapped it. Beautiful goal. It's what we call front and centre. He's a tall player there too, but anyone can get them, Jack. Doesn't matter who gets them. You've still got to kick them. And, well, there's a little one, the Qantas. That'll be the 332 coming into Adelaide, and I love me plane. So
no Rex anymore, is there?
Out. No, well, sick of Rex. So
there was a point
low
there about 5 minutes ago where the defensive efforts, the one-on-one, just non-existent right now, and they're just playing, as you'd imagine, school football last round just to play for the footy, whereas Michelani summed it up in the first 18 minutes, pushed down without an opponent, right place, right time.
And you've got to have the fitness to do that. As we said, we're playing with the yellow footy today in a day game, but that's not unusual interstate, and they've decided to do it today here. But yeah, so free-flowing football, Jack. Not a lot defensively if you can set it up and get it in the forward half. I know a lot of coaches talk about this. Get the ball in the forward half and play our ball there. It's no good having 15 forward entries and it comes out 13. You've got to do something with the ball. Tim Wetherill just on the bench there with his assistants, and turnover there. Michelani also having a great game.
And just on Michelani, he's played 12 games at under 18 level this year for Norwood.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. And up it goes. Nice grab there. That looks like Ian Thompson on the ground. Just tries to chip that neat and short out wide. That looks like it could be Jack Alver out there as that kick comes in. It could be Tim. And quick turnover. Gee, they're taking risks inside and just holding it up now as we're winding around to 19 and a half minutes. The left foot comes because the run came off the back line. That's very good play there. William Fanning kicks it back from where it comes. Costly though. And turnover there. That might have been Fraser Watts on the bottom. It was. You see all the players spread, so very, very well structured in this game. As we said, the wings, so there's no one either side of this. They're all behind the ball. And coming from behind on the other way is Westminster player. Gets it to Kristen Gould's just come off the bench and straight into the play. Rostrevor now, there's a nest of black and red jumpers there. Gets it up, flying high. Couldn't quite take it, was Cam Qualman. Handball across, Rostrevor player in trouble. Keeps his hands free. They go out to the boundary. Nice, neat left-footed kick. That's what happens when you play with a left-footed football. And that was Harvey Pearce getting that beautiful left-foot kick across unselfishly. And it looks like it could be Rust. Might be Hockley.
That kick from Pearce, though, he's played 6 games under 16s for the Redlegs, and you can see what they see in him with that incisive effort.
So Hockley, he likes it off the boot. And, well, McCarthy's 2, Michelani 1, and Hockley now with 1. And just starting to stretch that lead, Jack. 4 goals, 2, 26, plays 1 goal straight. So a nice lead of 20 points as we're winding around. Probably still another 5 minutes. It looks like they're going to be 25-minute quarters in the game today. All games, 4 25-minute quarters, 5-minute break at 1 3/4 time, 15 minutes at half time, and 10 minutes between the games. So what a great day it is. I wouldn't be anywhere else, Jack. And when that final siren goes at 10 o'clock tonight, I get a bit sad because we want another quarter. But 3 great games on today, and, well, they've started off quite good of Rostrevor early in this first quarter.
Yeah, you can't ask for much more than this. 3 games on SAAS TV. If you're thinking about coming down, it's a beautiful day. Should be a crisp night as well. That nightcap game is pretty tempting as well to keep tuned in for Sacred Heart and St. Peter's.
I did notice the quick shot of the scoreboard there. There's no Port Adelaide or Crows teams on that. It's got the Sandful badges and all the 8 other teams. And, well, we won't go down that path.
No, but you can kind of take the hint from the Sandful there. But it might be a few more years until they're rid of those 2. Strong tackle, Foster. He was in the right place in the right time. But, yeah, the captain, Ned McCarthy, played some footy for Glenelg in the under-18s. As we mentioned pre-game, plenty of these players will find themselves at Sandful level, at least over the next couple of years. Handball one under pressure. Bruno had to kick it quickly and taken down, had his head just stripped from his body almost there. But the umpire's pointed in the opposite direction. So we'll see if the umpire's made an error or he's just... No, the free kick's going the way of Rostrevor, but the injured player on the ground for Westminster looks in a bad way, had the head taken down. Not sure if we can get a dartfish replay on that, but it's Will Young.
Will Young. I think he went up vertical. Yeah, he went up vertical and landed horizontal, and you jump down from a height of maybe 4 feet and land on your back like that, it can take the wind right out of you.
Yeah, there were 2 Rostrevor players in the contest, and I think Young's gone up to take one of them out, and unfortunately in his efforts to try to spoil, he's lost control of his body and he's come down at right angles, perpendicular to the ground. But good to see his teammates getting around him, and good to see all levels of football just taking head injuries or anything that looks like it might be head related very seriously these days. 23.5 gone on Blockbuster Day. I'll give us a chance to thank our sponsors on SAAS TV.
Yeah, so Filming Footy, of course, fantastic broadcast we do through Filming Footy. And the footy stats, well, if you'd like your footy stats taken, there's over 1,500 events in a game, folks. And, well, you can get any one of those done. All your stats taken, individual and team stats, depending on what type of coach you are. And it can also have vision put to it. So fantastic what Filming Footy's doing out there, leading the way with the footy stats, sponsoring our goal of the day today. Archie's Thongs, well, our best player on the ground. It's become a bit of a cult thing now that... and we'll be interviewing the players today, whoever that player is that wins the pair of thongs, the Archie's Thongs. They're so comfortable you sleep in them. Of course, Dartfish, SAAS TV, where you can watch all these games. Sportal, sponsoring the scoreboard, and Sports Interactive, our broadcast sponsor. So fantastic to get all the sponsors on board. And we see Rostrevor now will, well, probably a bit far out to have a shot on goal.
So puts it up to the top of the edge of the goal square, but it's away to the left-hand side of that. Intercept mark. Bit of a stoppage. Gee, stretched, had the Inspector Gadget arms out for that. Looks like Green on the far outer side wing at half forward, and that kick's going to the worms rather than a teammate. Rostrevor pick it up, move. Oh, lovely fist over the top from the late inclusion, Ian Thompson. That's measured. He knew exactly what he was looking for, and Gould made the kick look a little bit better than it perhaps was, and he'll kick after the siren for what will be a pretty comprehensive lead at quarter time to the Black and Reds. He'll kick from about 40 out.
So you can see that was a right-footed kicking on his left foot, and he kicked it actually to the advantage of his teammate. So well done there, and like you said, Jack, shot after the siren.
Saw the mismatch in the air in terms of height, so it'll be Gould from about 45. Man of the mark, does his best to put him off. He lines up, uses the wind, and that is as good as gold. 5th goal of the quarter for Rostrevor.
Reckon that was that Lachlan Smith, was it, with ball in hand?
Beautiful effort, and looks like moving in, and a beautiful kick for Gould.
Oh, Gould,
He
sorry.
kicks the 5th. No, you're, those numbers are a little bit... The font on the back of those jerseys for Rostrevor, the ones aren't exactly straight. They've got the old school kind of figuring compared to what we see on most jerseys, but they're very politely respectful anyway. So a quarter time, Rostrevor lead 5-2-32, Westminster 1 straight 6 on SAAS TV. This is Blockbuster Day. Second quarter's coming up. On SAAS TV, thanks to Archie's Thongs, filming footy stats, Dartfish, Sportal and Sports Interactive. It's Jack Moore welcoming you back to Thebarton Oval alongside Tony Neal, as we see the coach of Westminster address the troops. Timmy Weatherall, who used to commentate some Sandford football when I was on the ABC back in the day, and Scott Uppington in the Rostrevor huddle as well, I'm sure, addressing his troops. A pretty comprehensive first quarter. First half of that first quarter, Tony, was a bit of an arm wrestle, but goals to McCarthy, 2 for him, the first 2 of Rostrevor's day. Jackson kicked the first of the day, actually, for Westminster. And then it was Michelani, Hockley and Gould to give Rostrevor a 5-2, 32 to 1 goal 6, 26-point lead at quarter time.
Yes, and we spoke about that, Jack, their entries, which you noted the quick entries in. We had Michelani running off the back line there, McCarthy very industrious around the ground as well as giving a focal point up forward. They need 2 of them, and he's playing like they've got 2 of them out there, and they'd be very happy with that start, Scott Uppington. And, well, here it is. Have a look at that ground there, just bathed in sunshine. It's still winter as we speak, but just perfect. There's no cricket pitch here, so you would not get a better deck just at the minute, or maybe Adelaide Oval, but just beautiful for these lads to come out and play on these ovals. It's a very big oval. Hope they're well hydrated, and well, Westminster are first away from the break, and they need to just get a couple of more scores on the board to get themselves going. Better players. Ethan Steckel at times, haven't minded him. Will Thomas, James Young and Aidan Nixon-Burns. Real charger off the back line, but uses the ball well. Tim Elver I haven't seen a lot of. He's been held today, or maybe second to the ball. And, well, for Rostrevor, Jules Pirro at times on that left foot. We've had Ned McCarthy, of course, playing a great game. Domenico Zappia, I've liked him down back. He just seems to stand and backs himself in, Jack, when he has to take a mark or punch, and does a great job with it. Michelani, we said, running off half back there at times, and we can see him in the middle of the ground as we speak. And Fergus Mile up in ruck as umpire holds the ball aloft. So we're underway, second quarter. A little bit of push and shove. All players matched up. Elver it is. Ball goes under 2 sets of legs. They're taken out of it, Michelani, and he will receive the free kick. And the wings on the far side have come in, which creates space. Oh, just slipping over the Rostrevor player. Oh, looks like Qualman, it is. Could have played on there. Very good user of the ball. Puts it out, and that's how you take a mark. In the hands, not on the chest when the player's right next to you. So far wing for Westminster, loading up.
Could be a Dartfish mark of the day contender. Early second quarter, it's a pack mark almost. Got about 60% of the footy, but it comes out on this near side to best, on the far side, I should say, at Thebarton Oval. It's a wide expanse, as you mentioned, Tony. But a challenge for a lot of these players playing a lot of their football at Sandford underage level, back with their school footy, to perhaps be a bit more expansive, play a few different roles, just to enjoy playing with their mates, especially at school level. So it looks like Dickinson's back in the ruck as the wings push to the right-hand side, and the umpire says the wind just caught that, so we'll throw it in again. Looks like Dickinson will go up against Mile in the ruck. Just
a lot of players setting up to the right of this, you can see, and hardly anyone on the left.
Bit more one-on-one to start this quarter. Perhaps, I think, an instruction coming from Westminster just to not let their opponent run off the back of stoppage, and taken high and heavy, he's going to pick himself up and has won the free kick. Might be Alva.
Yeah, Tim Alva it is.
On that far side, playing with his brother Jack in this Westminster lineup, who have had a pretty unsuccessful past 4 games, has to be said. Haven't won any of them. There's Watts coming at the footy, but it's fisted out of his hands, and another strong tackle. So their offensive game is on point. The defensive side of their footy is matching up in terms of the tackles. So see if the boundary umpire can get an adequate throw this time. Same 2 names go in the ruck. Dickinson's broken even in the early stages, trying to bust his way through a tackle. Thomas, one out by Rostrevor, just spun out of an Alva tackle. Alva goes back in for seconds, and just a bit high over the shoulder of Harvey Pearce. 25-metre penalty will go his way. The man on the mark was never set.
Very fortunate to get away with that. That's one of the most dangerous kicks. I'll say it all day long. That coming into that centre-half back position.
He went very quick, didn't he? He backed himself.
Hit the ground.
So Pearce takes it as he moves it towards the target, and just over the head of the intercept marker. Looks like he's kicked to his ruckman.
That looks like it could be McCarthy, is it? So, anyway, loads up.
Pushed up the ground, indeed.
Yep. Comes in, long kick inside the 50. Oh, players charging in. Late there was a Rostrevor player. It's anyone's ball here. It's bobbling around this way, that way. That is Max Robertson. Watch for him. He's got a man's body out there, and that's a nice mark out that far side. Looks like Charlie Best. Oh, just a little bit of indecision.
Take a mark like that
nice
within
mark.
35. I think you're well entitled to go back and have a shot for goal, aren't you, Tony? Definitely a dartfish mark of the day, early stage, second quarter. Here for Best.
So, lines up. Looks like a left footer, so it's going to be not the easiest of kicks. Very high post here, because Sample ground at times. Women's games. Gee, just pokes at it. Doesn't quite make the distance, and the big dukes go up and just off the fingers there. Just kicked, just played with a little bit. Didn't really have a lot of conviction, and sometimes I talk about that sun in the eyes can play with the optics as well and distances, so they'll get a kick in here, Westminster. I'm interested to see whether they do go long.
And just on Best, played 8 games at under 16 level for Norwood, averaging 20 disposals in those games. So definitely one to keep an eye on, Tony.
So Robertson just kicking that ball in, but it's gone straight to Rostrevor. I can tell you it's going to be 2 kicks to get that back to have a shot at goal. They go up, down, well roved again. Michael Laney, does he run in and score? He does. He's having a very good game, and I'll tell you what, he's crumbed twice for a midfielder. He's a very tall midfielder, probably the Patrick Cripps type, I'll say, because you can see his height out there. And just have a look at this. As this comes in, see where he starts from here, because he just took the ball at the front centre there and went to his left, but kicked with his right. So very clever player there, and well finished off. And there's the crowd there. Gavin Pinnington, of course, Sacred Heart. Helps us out a lot with the games down there, enjoying and getting set for the next game.
No goals at under 18 level. He's played 12 of those matches, Michelani for Norwood, but he's filling his boots back at school level. Just a bit of a step down, a class above, as they try to take it inside their forward half. Westminster need an answer. This one's getting out of hand, and getting out of hand pretty quickly. Ball up.
Maybe Norwood need to, maybe young Jack needs to take this tape to Norwood and say, listen, I wouldn't mind a spell in the forward line because this is what I can do.
There is an article up earlier this season. He's in the top 35 AFL draft prospects. Brother of the Crows, Max Michelani, of course. His father, a talented player. You would probably remember watching him, Tony.
I'm not that old, mate. But yes. No,
it wasn't that long ago, back in the early noughties.
Big Jim, is it?
I imagine. Yeah, we see what Max has done for the Crows. Proves that even though with a slight build, you can still have a massive impact if you play your role well, and that's exactly what Jack's doing this afternoon here at school level as it's locked up again. We'll have a repeat stoppage.
And interesting you've said that, Jack, because that is a very strong point. You see these teams are very well structured. It's not about just coming out and playing your own game and hoping to get a touch here and there. You've got to play a structured game. They're very, very well coached, all of these teams. The 6 teams we see today, really well structured, and they need to play their role. Otherwise, the coach will say, well, off you come, son. So, and that's where you get the better football. Remembering a lot of these players are still developing.
Strong tackle from Thompson was a bit over the top. Gave away the dangerous tackle to Westminster. They're trying to get themselves out of quicksand by running out of it. Probably best just to get the footy to your teammate who's not stuck in that sand. Handball from Quellman, just didn't get inside 50 in the tackle pressure mile.
He's gone down off the back of the pack there, Quellman. I don't know whether he might have done a hand or something when he went to punch that ball. I don't think it's his... Not sure if it's a knee or not. I'll keep an eye on that. You watch the footy, I'll watch the injury.
Umpire not too sympathetic, gets it moving straight away, and lucky didn't come back out of defensive side. Otherwise it would have been an interesting point. Perhaps holding the hand in the bottom of the jersey there, so we'll see him jog off. That's good signs. Boundary throw in 25 around. Westminster in desperate need of a goal. Looking to match in the ruck contest. Looks like Zapier will take this one opposed to Stokel. Just switching out those rucks. Michelani around the footy, he's everywhere, and that kick was a clearing kick from his teammate, but it was touched off hands. So a ball up on the edge of 50, but plenty of players as we see Zokas come on to replace the injured player for Westminster.
I think it might be just a little bit lower down the injury, so private area, and he's just checking things there. Might have become a farmer starting out with 2 acres, but hopefully the young man is okay. And, well, Westminster into attack. He's up and about on his feet, so that's a good sign. So the ball comes in now. Gee, high. Good towering grab, is it? No, it's not. Play on is the call. Out it comes. Rostrevor very close to the line here. Westminster, a touchdown, and it's through for a point. And, well, to say they need a goal while the ball's down here is an understatement. They've had the ball down here for a lot of the time, Jack, and they just can't quite get it through as Rostrevor, allowed to run a long way out. That
Lewis
kick goes up. Sorry.
Lewis Green was the flyer there. Very unlucky not to get paid that mark, but good follow-up from Nick Foster. And as you called, he was allowed to run a long way out of the goal square, wasn't he? You didn't see the umpires pay frees for that very often these days.
It looks like Mitch Dickinson was just going down the race, so maybe he's the one with the injury. We'll keep an eye on that, but hope the young man's okay. As Rostrevor now, they need the relieving one here, and then it needs to get 2 or 3 to go forward for the pattern of play. That's Bruno around the corner and another cut-off mark by Westminster.
That started with Charlie Brodie's kick inside, but the follow-up kick inside 50 wasn't as good as Brodie's first one, and that's a strong tackle. Did he have the footy? Umpire said, yep, Zapier.
A lot of interchanges. We're 8 minutes in. A lot of interchanges for Rostrevor at the moment.
Just trying to rotate some bodies through. They've got a pretty handy gap here, 32 points the margin. Looking to push up on the table. This will take him to 2 wins and 3 losses with around the 2 to go. Out of the back end of the stoppage, Otto Crossing. Haven't seen too much of him, but he's an important cog to the way Westminster can move the footy. It was 2-on-1. Free kick given away. This is Zokas on the mark. Balin O'Brien, he gave away the free, told to stand. Kick didn't go to the advantage of Foster, but he does well to get it back to a teammate. He's wrapped up, and the kick will go about 8 metres. Coming into it, needs the ball to behave. Oh, the kick went up nice and high. It'll travel long and wide from Will. The pressure from Rostrevor in their back half of the ground equally as good as their frontal attack.
Just Westminster there. It's very hard. They come in really wide to the pocket there. They couldn't straighten themselves up, so that made it difficult. Gee, they've got the players around this side of the ground set up for Rostrevor. They go out the other side, and Robertson's really started to come into it this quarter. Watch for this kick. Beautiful kick into the middle, and nice grab there by Will Young. They've got another one floating out wide here. That looked like Elver. Jack Elver it was, but not used. Short one's on if he wants it. Nick Foster it was. So the big pack forms up high there. Griffiths couldn't quite. They're going to clear this. So I was going to say easily, but that is what you call forward line pressure. Players a little bit slower to get up. Up and down it goes. Well, around the corner. And good attempt there by the Westminster team. Of course, they've only had 3 days rest, if you count Sunday, Monday. Well, 2 days rest, really. They played Saturday, and Westminster played Saturday night. And, 2 days rest, and then you've got to come out and freshen up and play again. So we'll look for a little bit of fatigue later on as the game wears on. We're 11 minutes in, and we'll see where Rostrevor go this time. Will they go out the same side? Gee, tries to pick a player off and does so. That looks like Michael Laney. It is again. Racking up possession. So he's on the back line. They run. Look at him stream forward now, almost like choreography.
O'Brien, who laid some great pressure on that last set for goal, made the Westminster player miss. He took the mark coming out of D50, and this has been Rostrevor DNA. That 45-degree kick opens up the ground, especially a large ground here at Thebarton Oval. Mark by Gould. He got the goal after the siren first quarter. Oh, dropped effort. Now he's dived on it. Umpire very lenient, but it'll be a ball up. 40 out, directly in front. Dangerous area of the ground, but Rostrevor streaming from end to end. Just tapped out, nobody in particular. Lim jumped up, knocked it out. Bit of a raffle in there. Who pulls out the winning ticket? Oh, the pressure. Great tackle from Bruno. He made Qualman think twice. Can Rostrevor get their hands on it quickly? Pressure from Westminster is good. Running into a dead end after dead end. Umpire might need to sort it out. No, the ball's come out. McCarthy was in there. And now the kick. It's all under pressure, and best. That was the best he could do. Thompson waits for it. He's taken down by Jack Alva, and perhaps this was required about a minute ago as the umpire needed to come in to sort it all out.
So Ethan Natali's just come on. There's 3 players for Rostrevor waiting to come on. As that quick snap comes out, has that gone right across? The umpire has a look. It is 1 point on the board.
Coleman Olis there.
to Rostrevor, and I can tell you that Mitch Dickinson's back on the bench here, so that's good signs. I hope the young man can come on quite quickly, so overcome the knock that he received earlier. And Robertson, most teams will give you the short. He's got a short on this side of the ground in the pocket, and he goes there. That was the player who went back to retrieve the ball, so very sneaky there. Jumped the fence and came back on the ground. Robertson comes the boundary side. They come down the wing now. Oh, players let that one go. That was Ethan Natali. Let them go if they're too hard. We used to say at training, and that's what happens. It bounces off. So Westminster trying to surge that ball forward. There hasn't been another kick. It's just through handball. Taken high. Has to be there. And this is Nick Foster. Very good player in the games I've seen as a player out here on his own if he wants him.
It's a mismatch in height. McCarthy laid a pretty good tackle, but he was about half a foot taller, so it went above his shoulders.
Gee, a lot of activity up here. Lewis Green was free here. Didn't get used. Went over the top, and Michelini again playing a great game. Not really standing anyone, but he's allowed to... Oh,
it's his first mistake of the day.
Not the best kick there. Do we take him off, Jack? I don't think so. So Nixon Burns just pumbles that ball out. Oh, streaming through. That was Brad Jackson. Showed some strength. Michelini, he's in a whole world of trouble out there. It's anyone's ball. It's this way, that way. A hack kick forward. Natali, get under that one. It's 80 metres, 40 up and 40 down. Running onto it, the Westminster player tries to paddle it. It's a battle of the paddlers. It's anyone's ball, and coming out with it, Balin O'Brien, and the game just went up a touch there, Jack, and got a bit exciting as Westminster were in front of goals, but it's McCarthy again. Ball in hand, they're releasing quickly.
A defensive exhibition from both teams in this second quarter. Only one goal in our 15 minutes. The boys in white and green needed to lift, and McCarthy's popped himself in a hole. He had the ball. There. He kicked it to Best, and he returned the favour. This is Harvey Pearce, middle of the ground. Looking for the run, and coming off the back of it would have been Fanning, but Rostrevor couldn't pick it up. And now Dickinson just puts it out to open pastures. Here's Bradford, Charlie Bradford. Just kicks it a bit short, and Balin O'Brien's just picking off a few possessions in the back half because Westminster have made the ball live, and this man's just doing suicides up and back. Ned McCarthy, it's a bit of a beep test out there for him. He's extremely fit. That's why he's the captain. That's why Glenelg rate him highly, and another example of why they rate him highly. That kick is executed and carved out to the far side.
And he's sprinting past here to lead for this next ball. They can't keep up with him out there. He's going to be under this pack again.
You mentioned Cripps in the opening quarter. He's got that kind of Cripps and Bontempelli kind of engine just roving, and they pop up and you look down and you look up and there he is again. But Westminster have affected the turnover. Here's Qualman, Cam Qualman. Slight build. Uses the ball well. And it looks like Westminster just trying to execute some short options in this second quarter and build the confidence through there. This is Andre Lim off half-back. Has another short option, Qualman, if he wants to give it back to him, but he goes further back. This is Max Robertson, the captain. He'll use it well. We'll get the sword out and try to bite it off. Just fell short by about a metre. Ned McCarthy again picked it up, handed it off. Moving now through the gears. Rostrevor pick it up. Hockley on the edge of 50 and running into an open goal. Oh, that's unselfish footy. Here's Brody. He's got a point to his name. He's got a point to prove, though. He'll go back from directly in front to add Rostrevor's 7th of the game. I mentioned Westminster trying to play some possession footy. You make one mistake and Rostrevor will make you pay.
And that was the kick, wasn't it? Max Robertson, that diagonally across the ground. It was captain to captain and turned it around McCarthy, and, well, here they are.
And good luck, Charlie. Charlie Brody adds his first of the afternoon and he jogs off for a well-earned rest. Westminster have done well to level it up. Bit of an arm wrestle in this second quarter after Michelini's 4th-minute goal. But on the Dartfish replay, pretty easy finish. But the ball movement from Rostrevor crisp down the wing. Set up a nice uncontested mark. And Charlie Brody on the board.
Well, it was interesting. I've been watching the game and then you check the score. The Rostrevor kicked 5-2 in the first quarter, but they've only kicked the 2-2 this quarter. Thought they've had more of the ball, but just not getting it through the goal. So they've kicked 2-2. Westminster have kicked the 2 points, of course, so they are going ahead on the scoreboard, just slowly going about it. 38 points in front. Lots of pointing as we speak because there is the 6-6-6 and the stand rule. However, the boundary umpires do throw the ball in. There's no last touch out of bounds as we're just waiting for the Water Boys on the far side to get across. There's 5 players in. No, there's not. There's 4. So a player coming off the back of the square to come in, and a player went out of the square to go forward to get the 6-6-6 matchup. So
and good on the umpires just to wait to sort it out. We're not here for little itty picky. We're here to get the best contest, and he did so by waiting for the players to man up.
This is what Alva can do. Extracts the ball out of the middle. They just continuously go out to this pocket for some reason, trying to get it to Nick Foster. Can they load up? But I tell you what, Rostrevor are up to it. They're almost reading the play out there. Look at the numbers they've got. Extracting his way through the players there. On the ground now, they held up. They're in front of their opponents out there. Player puts the hand on the ground and runs around to stay free. That's great balance. 1-2. Look at them running now. Oh, beautiful play by Rostrevor. And this is Pearce just getting that ball over. And they'll line up for another shot on goal here. Very quick play out of that back line, but very good use. Holding on with one hand.
There's nothing more that drains the energy batteries than playing defensive footy at the level that Westminster have this quarter, and it just looks like as we tick towards the last 6 minutes of this quarter, they've run out a bit of juice.
So we'll see who this looks like. Jules Pirro, actually. Just have a look if he's a left footer. Comes in. Gee, nice looking kick off the boot, just offline, and they're just loading up a little bit in this back end. And Pirro couldn't quite get the job done there. So let's have a look now. There's no short for Westminster this time. So they look down the wing on this side of the ground. They then look out the other side of the ground. And they're going to go long down that wing. Is McCarthy lurking out there somewhere? Watch out for the number 8. I reckon there's 5 of them out there. And that ball just bundles out of bounds. We're still only 19.5 minutes. So 5.5 minutes still to go in this quarter, so just watch the throw-ins. Little nuances, I say, start to watch what the boundary umpire does. Does he drop it short? Does he throw it long? This one a little bit shorter, so Dickinson couldn't get across because they do tend to throw towards the centre of the ground. Is that right, Jack? You're an ex-umpire. The old days it was just throw it in a straight line. Now they throw towards the middle of the ground.
Yeah, it needs to be directed to the centre circle from wherever the point is on the ground they throw it in from.
Well, maybe they direct it Westminster's way because they need a bit of help here. They're hanging on, not able to give the extract the free kick, but a good, haven't minded at times. I keep saying it, third game in a row I've seen of Westminster, they have moments. When their moments are put together, that's okay, but if they can put 4 or 5 together, they'll get this ball down the other end of the ground. I haven't seen a lot of Steckel. He was used in the ruck earlier today, but they use him a lot in the ruck and then he goes forward, and at the moment they haven't got a tall structure down forward. In fact, I think he's almost last man. Well, that might be Robertson in defence there, so I'll keep an eye out for him. That's a nice kick in by Westminster.
It's a Dartfish Mark of the Day contender.
Charlie Bradford just looked down at that and say, oh, I caught that. 25.
Oh, we've got a whistle in the forward 50, 25 out. I was watching that and there was holding as Ethan Stoker was trying to make a lead for the footy, and this will be just rewards for his efforts. He's been in the top 3 or 5 players for Westminster. Slight angle, no real breeze. Chance to add their second of the day as we tick towards half-time.
So just as I mentioned, we were looking for him, and there he was. Pops up in the forward line. So Steckel will wander in. From
about 30 out, man of the mark, not too interested in doing much to put him off, and he doubles the goal tally for Westminster with 1 kick. They've got 2 on the board now. Played some footy at South in the under-18s and has a country background. And on the Dartfish replay, 2-2 Westminster 14. Still quite a long way behind Rostrevor 7-5. 47. The lead's cut back to 33 as Stokel sticks it through.
I think he Kangaroo Island product.
Dudley United.
Yep, so well done to the young man, and hello to all those people out there watching today, especially on Kangaroo Island. I hope you're enjoying the game.
Wouldn't it be a beautiful day on that lodge on the coast of Kangaroo Island out there?
Anywhere over there, mate, would be beautiful. So
great part of the world.
Just closed it up a little bit. 14 plays 47, 20 minutes in. Westminster going forward again. This will be Elva taking the free kick in the middle of the ground. Just has a look down the ground, pops it high in the air, and just wheeling around there, Zokas, and gives it straight back to Balin O'Brien as if O'Brien was leading for that ball. So unfortunate there by Westminster. all that good play, and gee, it makes it hard work. Jack, you've worked all the way down to get that ball there, and it comes out so quickly. Can they make amends? 3-1 here. Umpire says, I'll ball it up, and well done by Rostrevor to hold that ball up and get a ball up on that far side.
Yeah, the two Rostrevor goals have been more from a counter-attack, a mistake from Westminster. They've been pretty good in this second quarter. Don't let the scoreboard fool you too much. Now it's 2-1. They've played some good defensive football, and the instruction coming from Tim Weatherald to lower their eyes, short kicks, find some targets. They've probably found more targets and short kicks than Rostrevor in this second quarter, but with a couple of minutes left, only one goal of scoreboard nourishment to show for their efforts. Otto Crossing, he cut it off nicely, put his hand up and Inspector Gadget style. It's inside 50 now. No prior. Strong tackle inside. Nixon Burns was so unlucky. He put a couple of metres on his opponent the last inside 50 and the kick went over his head.
And they're all coming in, but running out to that one was Domenico Zappia. I saw him just sprint out from full-back to tuck that tap. Rostrevor now inside-outside. Couldn't quite get it across. Westminster have just picked up the tempo a little bit here. Through traffic again. They do it well to get it out the back. They set up again Robertson. This will be a good kick. Normally heads towards Elva. Jack tight and just beating both players across the line here.
And they've been good to hold on to possession in those short kicks. There's been a couple where they've just gone for a little bit more risk. They've turned it over, and Rostrevor have made them pay on the counter-attack as they try to do it now, but it's cut off.
Yeah, good grab there. Looks like it could be Robertson again. They spread, but only half spread out this side of the ground, so it's going to be down the ground. Just a kick to a 50-50, which gives the opposition a chance. Talk about a chance. That's a mark and a half out there. That's a great grab. We'll see who that is when he turns around. 38, and that was Charlie Best. Great grab in the second quarter. Ball comes back in this direction again. Can he do it 2 times in a row? No, he can't. So, free kick again to Best. Lining up. They do spread out this side, Rostrevor, but they're just half doing it. They're very well structured, but fatigue takes place, or the players just select to go down the ground, and haven't called him a lot in this second half of this quarter. It was Michael Laney. Pops it down, does Ned McCarthy. He won't be happy with himself, and the score at half-time, 7 goals, 5-47. Rostrevor with a 33-point lead, 2-2-14 to Westminster, and we will take a short break. Welcome back to Thebarton Oval, half-time of the first game in the Blockbuster Round. Rostrevor College versus Westminster College. My name is Tony Neal, and joining me in commentary is Jack Moore. We might give you a break this quarter, Jack, if our guests arrive, but just looking at that, 5 goals 2 in the first quarter Rostrevor kicked, and then they kicked the 2 goals 3, so not so good in the second quarter, and Westminster held up well down back. A lot of that toing and froing between the 50s.
Yeah, you called it beautifully. That first quarter was a domination from Rostrevor after Westminster actually kicked the first goal of the game at the 5th minute mark. And then McCarthy, the captain, kicked a couple, and Michelani added his first before Hockley and Gould after the siren. And the first goal of that second quarter going the way of Michelani for his second. He's been pretty clear in the top 3 on ground, and Brodie added a second of that quarter at the 17-minute mark before Ethan Stokel got some reward for effort and converted after he won a free kick in the 22nd minute. But it's been Rostrevor's day, and based on the results so far this season, it's one you would have picked in terms of result coming in. I think Westminster were a lot better in that second quarter. They equalised it well, and your guest, who's going to replace me in a matter of moments, will hopefully talk through exactly what Westminster look to gain for the rest of this match and their pathway forward as a first 18 SAAS team.
Yeah, and the shadow's just getting longer out here as we speak, as it's 4:22, so we've probably got another hour and a bit of daylight coming in, so we'll get some insight. So joining us once again, Stephen, welcome along.
It's a regular meeting, Tony, isn't it?
Yeah, so Stephen Schwert joining us. So Stephen, of course, former Crows and Centrals player, and then went on, and what was your actual title at the Crows, mate? 15 years there with the fitness?
Yeah, that's what it's called. They gave us nice fancy titles. High performance manager, they called us.
Yeah, that's it. And, you were there. You were at Gold Coast as well. You were also with the Saka.
Yeah.
And now at Westminster. Your title at Westminster, what do they call it?
I'm head of activities. So
head of activities.
That's everything co-curricular it basically takes in.
Yep, fantastic. So very broad knowledge, mate, and we'll talk a little bit about this game because Rostrevor came out of the blocks. They kicked the 5-2 in that first quarter, and, well, they quelled the tide a bit, Westminster. Rostrevor only kicked the 2 goals 3. It was a bit of a backwards and forwards second quarter, if you like, and a couple of goals there to Rostrevor, but Westminster got it down there 3 or 4 times and just couldn't capitalise.
Yeah, we're definitely very scratchy in that first quarter, but we got our act together there. The game was back on even terms for that second quarter, so it's got us back into the contest. We're not out of it yet, but Rostrevor got some strong marking players, and that'll be our challenge to quell them.
So we see Clay Shadforth down there injured at the moment. I saw him Saturday night, went down. Luckily, he said it's only a strain of the hamstring. He didn't look too good when he came off. But so getting him back, Darby Fitzgerald as well. So you've got a couple out. There's a third player out as well. So, it gives opportunity, doesn't it? You've got some year 10s in there, Charlie Bradford, Joe Otto crossing.
Yeah.
So opportunities pop up.
Yeah, Charlie Bradford's had a couple of good moments, and you're right about Joey Otto crossing. He's had a brilliant year. We mentioned him on Saturday night, and he continues his good form. So, we have got a few of our key players out, which is going to hurt us. We haven't got as much depth as some of the other schools, but that's a challenge in front of us. Cam
Qualman's the other one. He's a young player too, is he, Cam?
Yeah, I think he's year 11.
Yeah,
I'll stand corrected there. He's had a terrific game, I thought. I think he's been one of our better players, probably one of our better players all year. He's very composed. He doesn't go to ground.
Just going to say that, composure.
And he doesn't. He's very good one-on-one. He wins a lot of one-on-one contests.
Well, I think the better players at the moment, Max Robertson down back has a lot to do down there. They rely on him a lot. Cam Qualman, Brad Jackson at times, Will Thomas, James Young, and Aidan Nixon Burns at times. I was a bit excited about coming to see him play. Hopefully he can inject himself. He's just that rough and rugged looking young man, but he can use the ball so well when he does get it, and he has got that bit of a burst of speed that we talk about to get away from opponents.
Yeah, he loves the contest. He's you wouldn't want to run into him on a 50-50 ball. He'd probably come off second best, I reckon.
So ball in hand now, umpire. Just going to ball her up here. Sun is shining down here at Thebarton Oval. Dickinson just needs to do a little bit more in the game. I know he went off injured and came back on, so he has done well to get himself back out there. This way, that way for Westminster. A little bit of trouble down there, and playing on from a
Free kick
free kick.
advantage.
I reckon it
Yeah.
was Fanning got the free, but boy, oh boy,
He's got
3
some
or
toe.
4 runs, yeah. And gee, just that straight across Major Ackland, just ran straight across it wasn't even a diagonal, it was a lateral lead, floated across in front, and you picked it, Stephen. Just very quick run out of the back line, and that's how quickly that transition can happen.
Yeah, well, if you've got speed, haven't you, Tony, it makes a huge difference. And that young lad took 3 or 4 bounces, and it's not always easy to compose yourself and hit a target, and he's done it brilliantly there.
So you're correct, sometimes the legs are going quicker
Yes.
than the brain, sometimes vice versa. So Major
nice
Ackland, yeah, big strong leg on him too. So you can put that down to that player running through the back line there. So good start to Rostrevor as we're just winding around to 1 minute into the quarter. Mate, you might have your work cut out. I was just sitting in here at half time, and we're right next to the canteen, and well, I won't say what school it was, but there was a young lad in a green jacket, let's say, going past a big pie. I'll tell you what, it looked good too, Stephen. Looked really good. So
Everything in moderation, Tony, I always say.
that's what we like. Yeah. So beautiful day down here, and the boys get away with the first game. We keep talking about the yellow football in a day game, and quite an anomaly over here in South Australia, but they do it in Western Australia week in, week out. And well, Rostrevor go forward again through Bruno. It's this ground ball, if they can get running, and that's Coleman again, one of the players we mentioned, playing in front, couldn't quite take it. Might have been a bit of sun in that one for Robertson.
Yeah,
So he's up the ground a bit.
He's moved forward this in the second half just to give us another target.
Steckel couldn't quite there. Had a couple of moments today. Tim Alva's been quiet, but, when there's days like that, as that ball pops up there, shot goes in. Other players, there's 17 other players that got to step up, don't they?
Yeah, this young lad, Daniel Will, he's had a pretty good game so far. He went away on a cricket tour with the school team for 3 or 4 weeks. They've been in the UK, so they're just getting back into the swing of playing footy again. So he's a good footballer, and he's had a pretty good first half.
Yeah, so that's good to hear. They play a few different sports. There's an opportunity to chop it off. 3 on to 3. Good battle out there. Player ducks under. That's Michael Oney having a very good game. He goes back to receive the handball, but not required. And just that kick on that far side, and we speak about that. You start that 1 metre behind, you're going to stay that 1 metre behind. Good fist in there by Brad Jackson. Michelini now gets it out.
Good pressure from Westminster.
Yep, they turn it over again. A couple of players a little bit slow to get off the ground. We mentioned that. They've only really had 2 days to recover and get up and go again as that ball comes in.
Floater, but he's taken the mark.
That big Steckel up there.
Yes, it is.
Yep, so Ethan Steckel. So this is where that sun, it's probably going to be a little bit to the right. I talk about this, I know it's the little things, but the optics, you get that sun in your eyes, and your eyes play tricks with distance and perception. So let's just see how young Ethan goes. Not an easy kick from this angle. It's on the right side for right foot. A big high post, we talk about that, so vision shouldn't be too bad. Gets close, the man on the mark.
He hit it pretty well.
He's done well there. All that practice over on KI, and he can come over here to the big smoke and kick a goal like that, so well done.
He's looked threatening today, Tony, hasn't he, up forward? He gives a presence.
I like him,
Yeah.
Stephen. I spoke about him Saturday night as well, and I just think that little bit of self-belief, he can take a good mark. He's an excellent kick of the ball, and they did use him in the ruck again today, I noticed, and they put Mitch Dickinson down forward, so they've been swapping him around, but I think he's got a great future ahead of him if he can just get that self-belief up, and gets to know the players around him too, because there's a lot of that sort of side of it where is that bloke going to be a long kick, short kick, left, right foot or whatever. 0-0 in the middle now. Rostrevor, they just handball it back to a panic kick. It's where Westminster have...
oh, no, he didn't pay it.
Yeah, geez, off again.
Is this the same lad from before?
Player here, I'll have a look as that kick comes in. Oh, scrambling on the ground and rushed through. We'll see who that is, because he's got the nice...
I think Westminster dodged a bullet there. That was an opportunity for Rostrevor.
Thomas Griffiths, I reckon that might be, that runs and carries. So let's have a look at Westminster's kick in. They do tend to go long. It does go out there. The only trouble with that is it becomes a 50-50, gives the opposition a chance, unless you get numbers around it and you've actually trained for it. That's anyone's ball here. Just goes backward here. Michelini comes back again. Short kick now. In. Oh, he's tripped over his own feet. They've gone too quick. That was Griffiths.
On the ball.
been caught holding the ball. Unfortunate for the lad.
He's a bit stiff. He's complaining now. I'm not sure what he's complaining about. He's
might have a bit of fatigue after that run, but well done by Westminster. I keep saying it. I think the three times I've seen them this year, Stephen, there's moments in Westminster's games, you call them winning moments, but they just need to put those moments together.
Yes.
Like this, 2 or 3 patterns of play, get that ball down the other end. There's a player leading here, Elver out wide. If they can get it across to him, Steckel with the one hand.
I think he's being held, Tony. His other hand was being held. Yeah. He's presented well. You love it when a big guy leads out and then launches at the ball. It's a good sight. Well,
that gives the players down the field something to aim at too, doesn't it? And they go, oh, how good's this?
100%.
Get a finish.
You want someone who gets in your vision and demands the ball.
So Ethan Steckel now lining up for his third. Every now and then, Stephen, you see these players and they'll have maybe a quarter or maybe even a game, and it's that breakout game where they go, gee, I fit in here, I belong here, I can play at this level. He's kicked that one up very high. Oh.
Opportunity missed.
Yeah, could have been Nick Foster there. May have been. So let's see what Rostrevor... If Westminster can get another one in quickly, that'll be handy. Michaeloni having a great game. The other one is Ned McCarthy, number 8 for Rostrevor, also having a good game. So they persist in going out that far side, 2-on-2 battle, and Westminster win that. So well done there by the Westminster team. The player in support there, the ball is held to him. So we get another ball up.
It's a great oval, Tony, isn't it, for footy? Look how good's the surface.
Massive, yeah. We spoke about that. There's no cricket pitch, and the surface is fantastic. Bathed in sunshine. Westminster getting they're starting to win the 50-50s, and they're winning the clearances over the back.
Oh, he's dropped.
Gee, Aidan Burns.
That was your man, Tony.
Nixon Burns it was. That was it. Give a player a rap, but sometimes you stand there thinking, surely it's not going to come through all those
Here he goes again.
Geez, fast, isn't he? This looks like Thomas Griffiths. Geez, had 3 bounces. He's taken the ground. Downfield, is it? Yes, it is. And Kristen Gould. So he's done that not once but 3 times as Griffiths. So that's something that a lot of people will be watching. This is the player also to watch, Ned McCarthy.
It's a good leg. Beautiful leg.
Great leg in. And that looks like Jonty Thompson down there.
Not sure where he's come from, whether he's drifted down from the wing or he's a high half. I'm not sure where he's playing, but it was a great leg.
Might be the small pocket, perhaps, but McCarthy's played a great game, the captain of Rostrevor, Jonty Thompson. Gee, doesn't kick that one very high, but you don't have to. It's still gone through, and they have their second on the board. They only kicked the 2 goals in the second. They've kicked 2 for this quarter, stretching that lead out, and Westminster have kicked 1 every quarter. 1 goal, 1 goal 2, 1 goal 1 so far. And we're 8.5 minutes in. Tony Neal here, joined by Stephen Schwert. Great knowledge, and Stephen, always love having our chats, mate, because there's so much here to talk about. The patterns of play, there hasn't been a lot of switch of play today, has there? There's been
a lot of play on the outer side.
Yeah, they tend to go from centre half back across. So it looks like, is that Max Robertson down there just receiving, might have a cut, blood nose or
I think you're right, yeah, he might have a bit of a blood coming out.
Get me back out there type of bloke. He sort of comes across
he's got
that.
Got a cut above the eye, it looks like. Or below the eye. He is a tough unit, no doubt about that.
So penetrating kick in, that's what you call snatching the ball out of the air that in its path. It would have gone maybe 10 or 15 metres behind there. So that's a strong pair of ground hands. Where's Staples? There he is. Fantastic, beautiful. He did a diagonal lead from half forward flank. But, backs himself and brought the ball in front of his chest. And I can remember hearing Dermot Brereton say, Alan Jeans used to say, imagine there's a box and you've got to get your shoulders into that box so you square up. Yep. And Hudson was good at that, protecting the ball drop. But Steckel,
he's a big boy, and if he can get the ball in front of his body, it makes it hard to spoil, no matter how good you are from behind.
Well, he's put the ball on the ground. He's half pulled up that sock there, so because they don't want to pull him up, and it's dropped down again. So let's see what Steckel can do with this kick. I hope he kicks through this one a bit more.
Well, he's hit that well.
He does. Yeah, well done to the young man. He's kicked 3, could have had 4, and nice goal. And I just think at this point, Westminster perhaps winning those one-on-one battles out there. Rostrevor have got Thomas Griffiths, who's really showed us a pair of jets, but Westminster starting to get on top around those packs and running the ball well, and Ethan Steckel just really straightens them up, doesn't he?
He does. He's he's presenting well, and you're right. Even that second quarter, feel like Westminster, got the game back on even terms, and that gives your forwards a chance if you're winning a few 50-50s around the midfield, which they've started to do.
Well, it was 12 shots to 4 at half-time. It's now 15 shots to 8. So getting a few more shots on goal now, Westminster, and reward for effort, because they're not giving up on effort. That's all you can ask for.
No, that's been the hallmark of the team all year. They've had an unbelievable crack, and you can't ever fault their effort or the intensity and the commitment they show. Terrific.
So Dickinson in the middle, goes up, takes it out almost. Elver said having the quieter game, but the way he's played the last 2 games, fatigue would have to come into it a little bit. Just pushes back on his opponent, though. He's just a competitive beast. Rostrevor go backwards. They're in trouble again here. A lot of numbers, but they're trying to go backwards and not getting it out.
Great pressure again.
You've got Charlie Bradford and also Nick Foster set up at the back of this pack.
Yeah, there's Wingman just coming around the defensive side.
Don't mind that. There's just some structural things happening there. So you're correct. There's no wing on this side of the ground. Yeah. So see whether the opposition become accountable to Bradford there, or if he's lucky enough, he can run diagonally either side of this pack, pop that ball out. Interesting play. His opponent is Lachlan Smith. No, it's, Charlie Best. The rolling maul comes out the front. Elver it is. Steckel. Couldn't
nearly
quite,
tunneled.
just rolled off the back of the hand. Gee, underneath the pack, Elver again couldn't take it. Hold it in will do. It's out. It is the rolling maul out the other side there. Ned McCarthy's kicked that really the wrong way. It's going to bounce a long way. They come in 2-on-1. That's a great battle there. Is that James Young?
Yeah, it was a great pickup, wasn't it?
Geez, he kept his eye on the ball between 2 Rostrevor players.
He showed a few things today, Young.
Will Young, yeah.
No, it was James Young, wasn't it?
James Young, yeah, you're correct. I've got Will Thomas underneath.
Yeah, we have got a Will Young as well.
So, up it goes. Who's at the back of the pack? Rostrevor, quick handball out there. So there must be some good communication out there, Stephen. We sit here and watch that and go, how did he know that bloke was there? But there must be some good talking out there. And they go very quickly from one end to the other, Rostrevor. It's on Kyron Cole Manolis here. Gee, comes out wide just to maintain possession, Charlie Best, and he's dropped that. He's in a world of trouble there. Gets up, and poor old Charlie Bradford knew he had an opportunity and let it go there. So, and look at that. That is great work by Bradford. He came back in.
How good that made amends, didn't he?
That is fantastic by that young man. He was 20 metres off that, and just watching, he was disappointed. But
he would have been disappointed with that first effort, but he came good there.
Keep your head up and keep yourself in the game. Yeah. Fantastic effort by Bradford there. Really, they're the moments I talk about. Really love seeing that. He's just going to come off and have a rest now. And well done, young man. If I was outside, I'd be clapping him off. You do love to see that. Understanding of the game, and you're always in it. And well, Aidan Nixon Burns back on. Watch out. Oh, big manhandled there, thrown to ground. They didn't like that. Will Harvey pushing around. So they're setting up well, Westminster, off the back of this pack. There's not much in front of this pack at all. So both ruck hit that way. McCarthy gets it out. Oh, and fortuitously, it's that man Thompson again. Just sometimes they pop up in the forward line, and Jonty Thompson, it's your day in the forward line, and gets another shot out of just a hack kick forward.
Yeah, I don't think you can fault the defender there. He's playing in front, anticipating a quick kick. It just cleared his head, and the Rostrevor boy was just in a better spot.
So he comes in, he gets hold of it, just offline. Good news for Westminster though, Ned McCarthy, the captain of Rostrevor's gone off.
Okay.
In late breaking news. So that might take a few possessions away. So this way, that way, not real sure. You can see the shadows really getting long here at Thebarton. Fantastic oval. And just bundles out there. Tim Albert, he had
the ball here.
Yeah. Gee, it was hard for him. He didn't quite get balanced on that handball, and that can be the difference between a player getting through to the top and not. Just that little bit of a skill error there. Still an opportunity here for Westminster. They glide by hoping that the players will get the ball. It's the rolling maul again. And Alan Jeans always says it's either they've got it, we've got it, or it's in dispute. And when it's in dispute there, you've really got to make the decision. Do you tread water or do you glide by and say, I reckon we'll get this? Gee, trying to push off there, but he's met with a swarm of Rostrevor players. So they hack that ball forward 2-on-1. That was Will Young. this time under the ball. This is what I was talking about. They're starting to win those 50-50s. Andre Lim it was, got it out, and he glided by, but he hasn't followed on. Elver underneath, and here's an opportunity. This is Nick Foster. Gee, he runs inside too. Out to that fat side. 2-on-1. I reckon that's Wilkinson, is it? It is gone down forward, so watch out for Steckel around the ground. Rostrevor, can they put them under pressure? There's a coach in the Adelaide Footy League talks about this. That first kick comes in, everyone predicts it. If it comes out and goes back in the second time, a lot of the players aren't actually set up for it from the opposition, so they work on that second dump kick. But unfortunately here for Westminster, Rostrevor have it. Player leading to the ball there, Christian Gould. But they're not getting their own way now, Rostrevor.
No, it's on even terms at the moment. It's been a good battle played between the arcs and.
Held up. Lewis Green just came off the back there. Oh, there's a player out the back here now. They've picked him up. Good vision. So Steckel there, talked about this the other night. He's one of those, he'll paddle the ball.
Yes.
He won't just go, normally from here, if you said a right-hander, well, he'll probably hit back over the umpire's head here. But he paddles the ball. He tends to try and put it to a position to a player's advantage. In this case, Joey Otto crossing. Just watch here for a bit of ruck craft. Will he go body first? I think he will. He does. Now he punches forward. Just undone the whole theory there. Players just let that go.
Oh, no, he played hold the man. Hand advantage.
Gee, thought that went the other way then. Is that a hand in the back? No, it's not. And a big collision of players there. Oh, he played on too quickly. Well done by Westminster. They got it out. Put a player in trouble there. A couple of players slow to get up. I think that's Andre Lim back there.
It is.
But once again, that was played on very quickly.
Yeah.
There, Stephen, but Westminster were up to it and able to turn that over again.
Yeah, that's been the hallmark of this quarter, just the pressure from Westminster's been able to match Rostrevor in a lot of those 50-50s.
So this is what I spoke about the other night. This time Steckel did punch in that direction. Yeah. Just watch. He's winning a lot of these taps, but they need to be set up. There he goes again, right hand, pretty much the same spot, and that's good. That's a good win there.
Here's that player playing in front for the quick kick.
Well done there. Fraser Watts. Players gliding by. They need to keep space. Oh, all on his own. Couldn't quite. That was Max Robertson. He put a backman up forward. See what happens, Stephen. So
here's an opportunity.
It's a nice kick too.
It's a goal.
It's a great kick. Just see who that is there. 35. Oh, Joey Otto crossing.
Yeah, just keeps bobbing up, doesn't he? Yep.
So we'll see. We'll get the replay here.
It's a good crumb.
So he floated in. Stayed out. You can see there, 35. That's the spot to be, isn't it?
Yeah, he didn't overcommit to the contest. He knew where the numbers advantage there was there for Westminster, so he hung on the outside and beautiful finish.
Well done, young man. And I'll tell you what, they're just clawing their way back. They've won the quarter, 3-1 to 2-2.
Might be game on, Tony.
You could be correct there. 27 points as we speak.
Westminster came from behind in, I think it was round 1 or 2 this year to beat Rostrevor by a couple of points.
Okay.
Great comeback win.
So the Otto crosses. See, started on the wing. He's the defensive winger here. He does go to that same spot there, Steckel. They need to be aware of that because he's hitting to that spot. There's a great tackle.
Oh, he paid
and
that.
He's gone, yeah.
A bit stiff there, I think, the Rostrevor boy. I don't think he stuck the tackle.
Tackle started up high and then went down around the hips very quickly. And, well, Westminster go forward again.
There's that man.
That's Dickinson gone up forward.
They're giving him some trouble, the key forwards this quarter.
The umpire might have a green and white jumper on.
Well, I'll take my rose-coloured glasses off because that was a little bit of a dodgy free kick for Westminster there.
I still think there was one here on the wing here just a bit earlier that went the other way as well, though. So it's probably 1-1.
Yeah, fair enough.
They do a great job, the umpires. We've got to say that. But, well, Dickinson, let's see. What do you reckon? What's he like?
I'm not sure what he's like with a kick. Let's have a look. No, he's pulled that.
Geez, you've answered that very well. Fair dinkum. So 3 goals, 2. Most people say, oh no, he's a Monty for it. He's a very good. It's a long way from hand to foot for the big fellas, Stephen. I always say that. You've got to push it down with a bit of penetration, otherwise it just floats. And an inch off, and then your foot starts chasing it. Yeah. And this is what happened. So Rostrevor, it took a long time there, that player, and came very close to the man on the mark. Bobbling around on this wing. Robertson, watch out for him. There he is. The brick wall, they can't get through him. He's got the cut eye. He's got back out on the ground. So courageous by that young man. And aren't they aware of Ned McCarthy there, number 8? Gee, nice tap again by Steckel. I just keep saying it. He's winning just about every tap
Good
as
tackle.
we speak, and that's a hard tackle.
Tim Alva. Surely that's 50. Just put the ball on the ground.
It's probably flat the way he went in there, Stephen. He's that strong. He's had a bit of a quieter day today, but his intent and purpose is there. Kicks that ball in. Up high. Oh!
Good jump.
Over the back. Rostrevor almost in slow motion there. This is Harvey Pearce. Can't really get it away. And taken over the line. So they've only really had it forward a couple of times this quarter, Rostrevor. They have kicked the 2-2, but Westminster, I think, have probably had 60 to 70% of that ball. But we've got that small-sided game again now.
Yep.
Everyone's in one quarter of the ground. So Rostrevor trying to close it up 20 minutes in.
Let's hold the ball. They've been going fast most of the time, Tony. See if they continue to go fast or they want to hold possession for a while, given Westminster have had a bit of ascendancy.
2 or 3 leads there, but they tend to go down the line. Plays into Westminster's hands.
There's our man.
Steckel. That is a ripping grab.
Hasn't he had a quarter?
That is a contender for our Dartfish mark of the day. That was a great grab. Gee, out wide, didn't quite come off the boot correctly. And we'll allow that. So Rostrevor load up again. Gee, kick it back towards Steckel if you don't mind. He's just at the back of this too. He's probably going to have to go back a bit. Oh, wow.
Again.
There he is. He's had a belter.
There's a bit of Sean Wren about this bloke, the way he plays the back play.
Good grab. Oh, that's not the best kick there. What was Sean like?
No, Sean was a very good kick.
Give a man a rap. I think he's only done that so that Rostrevor can get it and kick it back to him again because he's having a belter of a quarter. Round the corner, that's not an easy kick to do, but something that players need to practice, and that's Will Thomas, is it? I reckon, with ball in hand. It is, yep. Probably outside the 50, but 22 and a half, so still 2.5 minutes. Oh, gives a handball across.
Robinson. It's a goal. No, he's touched on the line, is it? He's given all clear.
Giving it a goal. Was that Robertson, was it?
I reckon it was. I'll just check
Just have a look at this.
It looked like his kicking style. Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Number 2. Beautiful leg. He's a beautiful kick. He's got a thumping leg on him.
Look at that. He just handed the ball off and then ran around behind him.
Clever. That's knowing your strength, isn't it?
Wow. That's a great kick. It is. Yeah. Yep.
That's gone a good 52 or 3 metres, that kick.
So Max Robertson with his first and the 6 on the board. They've closed the gap up. You're right, Stephen. You might be the good luck omen coming in here.
Well, yeah, I thought the game changed a bit in that second quarter. We were pretty ordinary in that first quarter. And full credit to Rostrevor. Their big guys were dominating, but our big guys are starting to have a presence now.
So just watch where Steckel hits it. He's running in on that angle, but Willie Palmer, he can't get around that opponent this time. But they're out again here, Westminster. Could have done a handball over the top to Otto crossing there if they wanted. They're setting up well back here. Jonty Thompson. Nice kick in by the left footer here. Player at the back, punch they say. Punch he does. It's anyone's ball. McCarthy can't. Off the ground. He's not so dangerous when we talk about that, Stephen. If you don't keep your feet, you're out of the game pretty much.
It's Cardinal sin.
Gee, don't leave him on his own back there. 1-2. Oh, a player trying to do it all himself. Will Harvey. He just...
I think a bit lucky there.
Oh, he's got a free there. Gives it back to Elva now. Not the best handball. Runs himself into trouble. McCarthy. Oh, he's dropped the ball there on that kick. 3 Westminster players fighting over that ball. We saw that the other night too in an aerial battle, so you don't mind seeing that. That's endeavour there.
Maybe just a bit of slow play here from Westminster. Just hold possession for a minute. Just get to regroup a little bit.
Free kick to Will Thomas, and Will Harvey just having a rest there behind him. Don't handball to me, he says.
I'm stuffed, he
says. Spent. Yep.
This is better.
Nice angle kick. That's Qualman, I reckon. It is. Like watching him go around, although not the best kick this occasion. Ignatius Crafter.
He read that well, came off his man.
Yep. Goes forward, watch out for, McCarthy there. Oh, player just had that ball bobbled around, couldn't take it nicely. Qualman again. Well done, young man, and a very good quarter by Westminster. And the score as we speak, 9 goals, 7, 61 to 6 goals, 5, 41. Stephen, it's been a pleasure. We'll only have you for the 1 quarter, mate, but been an absolute pleasure to get you in and get an insight again. And, well, enjoy the rest of the game. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks.
All right, we'll take a short break. Welcome back to Thebarton Oval, and you can see the shadows just getting a bit longer now as we're getting towards the later part of the day, but it's only the first game. Rostrevor College versus Westminster School, and that's the bloke blowing that siren is about 2 metres away from us, so a real sense of theatre there as we're trying to give a wrap up, but no, all good. And I tell you what, Westminster came back that quarter. They kicked 4 goals 2 to Rostrevor's 2-2, and I feel that during that second quarter, Westminster just started to get on top a little bit, and then in this last quarter, the third quarter, they really started to win the 50-50s. They were running better, and a real target up forward with Steckel with 2. Then he started to take his marks around the ground. Max Robertson chimes in with a goal from outside 50, if you don't mind, and Joey Otto crossing with his as well. So better players. Robertson, Tim Elvers come into the game. Cam Qualman, Ethan Steckel, as we spoke about. Brad Jackson early in the game. James Young having a good game. Will Thomas. I like Nick Foster's game, number 22, and Aidan Nixon-Burns, really his first quarter. Joey Otto crossing as well. Quite good as we see the Westminster team. And, well, Rostrevor, Jonty Thompson that quarter kicking the goal, and Majur Ackland the goal, and Ned McCarthy having a great game. Domenico Zappia, haven't mentioned him as much in the third quarter. Jack Michaelini, very good game. And Fergus Mile, well, we mentioned him earlier, haven't seen much of him lately. Charlie Best also having a good game, and I'll tell you what, keep an eye out on Thomas Griffith, number 9. He has got a serious set of jets. Probably on 3 occasions that quarter, the run and carry with 2 or 3 bounces. Jack Moore has stepped back into commentary, mate, and, well, how did you find that quarter as an observer?
Yeah, really entertaining. The second quarter, you saw the beginning of Westminster's pressure game, and Rostrevor just got them on the counter-attack a couple of times. But when you've got a coach as experienced as Tim Weatherald is, over 300 games at SANFL level, he's coached in the NT NT Thunder, and also junior coaching, North Adelaide under-18 head coach. You can just tell that he's got tactics, he's got cards in the deck to play and just instruct his boys to shorten up those kicks, hit those leads, and when you take the opportunity, look for the first target, first handball, get it on the boot, and a three-quarter time, 20-point margin, Tony, we've got a game.
All right, so ball up in the middle. Rostrevor win the tap. They go backwards here to go forward and can't get it forward was Michaelini, so Westminster take the advantage. They're inside 50 early, or player taking the ground there, not given the free. That was Will Thomas. Look at the players all congest. I call it the migrating wildebeest, and there is a flurry of players down here, and I can tell you to the right of screen, pretty much a straight line apart from one diagonal set out on the wing here, and to the left of screen there's three sets of good old one-on-one battles, and you can see 38 and 35 here just at the front of our screen here on this wing. So Rostrevor trying a bit of congestion here. Player had to go from on the ground below the knees to get that ball back. Here they come again, the migrating wildebeest. Watch out for Robertson. He's gone up forward, applies the tackle, came off with a cut eyebrow, went up forward and kicked the goal. So he's doing his job, normally been seen. Down back, and Jack, we have another ball up, and it's Willing in there, and long shadows, but Westminster have got a sniff.
Yeah, Robertson's really lifted that third quarter when I was out of the box, and the special guest from Westminster just giving you some rare insights into the way they play and the future. But Rostrevor looked to run it out of half back, and it's come the way of Griffiths now. But they need to really stop this counter, because when they get on the charge, they're unstoppable. He cuts a line, goes right, goes left, ran about 45 metres. The kick was left a bit to be desired, but here's Ackland. He picked it up, made it look a lot better. And Rostrevor go from coast to coast, the sweeping breeze of the black and the red. And that is, dare I say it, champagne football from the Rostrevor first 18. They put a gap back on that scoreboard. Dartfish replay.
That run by Thomas Griffiths, we say, wow, what a great run. He's done that 4 times today. 4 times, so he's probably bounced the ball 12 times.
So Ackland's got his second and one in that opening stage of the third quarter, margin 26. Westminster just had it locked inside their forward half and just made a couple of errors, didn't give the first time handball. See how dangerous Rostrevor are on that counter. But Westminster looking for their first win here. They're really pumped up. They're within touching distance still.
26 points the difference now. It just extends that lead a little bit. They went backwards to go forwards last time. This time they do get the kick. Pretty much the same ball up, but this time the kick gets into the forward line. Cam Qualman can't quite get down to it. He just tries hard all day. Little number 8 comes across there. Did that just dribble out of the hand?
Throw. Umpires on the right side. He's called that beautifully, right in the perfect position. This will be a real killer if he can stroke this from about 52. And he's turned his back on everyone in the inside 50, hasn't he, Thompson? He's just soaking all up the 30 seconds and backs himself in to hit the target. Runner just out behind him as well. But for all Westminster's good work in the third quarter, this would undo it all.
So Thompson wanders in. Has he made the distance? Gee, I'll tell you what, close. He's kicked it. He's one of those opportunist forwards, young Jonty Thompson. Nice kick in the end. Just made the distance, but he's not quite like an Eddie Betts, but he's an opportunist forward pocket is what I'm saying. So he's playing in that forward line pretty much permanently, and they just pushed him up the ground a little bit, diminutive, but don't wait to be first or second. Don't wait for the centre half forward or the full forward to lead, because sometimes they don't. When it's your turn to go, you just go, and that's what he can do. Pops up with his second. He's probably up around centre half forward now, so working really well inside that 50. And they've got 2 talls and 4 mid-side players down there, Rostrevor. So structurally well set up. We'll see how the matchups are from Westminster, and they need to really get a wriggle on now, Westminster, as that lead just stretches out.
Jonty Thompson from Sejuna way and played some junior footy with Norwood. So one of those players who, well, if he doesn't end up on a Sandful list in terms of underage footy at 18 level, he can return home and have a real impact once his school days are over. But back to the footy, Westminster trying to get possession. Rostrevor have just gone up a notch, pumped up at three-quarter time. Bit of a golden fist over the top, and if they are smart, they can run it out through this near side. The kick's dangerous. 16 on 16, tracking, gets the hands to it at the last possible second. Coming back for more. Foster was in there, and it's all a bit of Hard work, taken over and rolled it through. Ball was touched off the boot from Thomas. It's all too hard as Rostrevor have just lifted. Pumped up by coach Scott Uppington at 3/4 time. 31 points on that Sportal scoreboard.
Why been called? Just been keeping an eye on Tom Alva there, number 4. He's after that kick, he did put his boot back on, but I think he might have a little bit of a problem just with his right leg. A little bit of fatigue, although here he is here, this leading for this ball. So it's amazing what can happen when you get in front of goals. And there he is. Couldn't quite. Just watch him on the ground. He just can't put the acceleration on to get in there. Number 4 I'm talking about there. You can just see him just labouring a touch. And well, he's had a couple of big games the last few weeks, I can tell you that.
It's funny, isn't it, when the ball's around you inside 50, any little injury just goes to the back of your mind for a second, and as soon as it's out of your space, that's when it starts to hurt again.
The big white sticks, Jack, when they come into play, it's amazing the Lazarus that people can do as this ball goes up, down. Steckel there couldn't, applies the tackle, brings the player hard to ground, running into a bit of trouble. Cam Qualman couldn't quite get it out. That may have been Will Young. Gee, it's forward now. Good one-on-one battle. Oh, this way, that way, Majura Ackland. Gee, around he comes, gives himself a bit of space, lines it up, and that is a contender for the goal of the day, if ever I've seen it. That's the Filming Footy Stats goal of the day by Majura Ackland. We'll see if we can get a replay of that dodge and weave he did.
What about that? End-to-end, Gates back.
So here he is. Just goes to go that way, comes back around, gets a bounce on. The big white sticks, we spoke about it, comes in. And that's a nice goal. Really good finish there. Under a little bit of pressure with the kick and the sun in his eyes. And we'll give that one, I reckon that's a huge contender for the goal of the day. Thanks to Filming Footy Stats with over 700 coaches Australia-wide using the Filming Footy Stats on the Dartfish platform.
From Port Lincoln, played some footy at Norwood in the underage and played some footy at Marble Range, Lincoln South. If you're joining us from that beautiful part of the world, good afternoon. Stick around, 2 more games on Blockbuster Day to come, but you're proud of your talent. Majora Ackland, who's definitely got his name up in lights for that goal of the day. Westminster, have they got anything left? Rolling it through, handball after handball. Slight nudge in the back on the kick, it affected it, but the nudge wasn't quite a push. Coming out of their back 50, making a bit of an error on the kick, but Griffiths made it look okay. The kick from Balin O'Brien. Oh, 2 teammates. They didn't talk to each other. Rust went in and Brody turns the head back and says, mate, give me a shout next time. But that's another intercept mark on the cusp of 50. The kick went looking for Young. This one short on the half volley. Smith picked up, chiselled. Oh, that's a side-winding tumble punt.
Here he goes.
Went as far as Griffiths, who just takes off like he's going down the Flemington Straight, moving it in front of the boxes here. At Thebarton Oval, this is Charlie Brody. He was angry his teammate spoiled him moments ago. Hands off to Piero. And all of a sudden, within the space of 20 seconds, they're in the teeth of gold. Tackled, taken down, going one way, going right, turns the indicator on. And he puts this game to bed for Rostrevor. They've come out like a steam train in this 4th quarter. Westminster mounted the challenge. And that goal just about puts it to bed from Christian Gould. He's got 2.
Yeah, fantastic goals. We see that. They came down that boundary side and often talk about that. You go the boundary, you get the boundary, but it comes inside. Player, that was McCarthy, couldn't quite. And then around the corner, Gould, just knowing where the goals are. Clever kick around the corner, but that's an understanding of what's around you and awareness. And, well, that's a 43-point lead. It's quickly blown out. It was 20 points at 3/4 time. It was 26 quarter time, 33 half time, 20 at 3/4 time, and all of a sudden they've gone bang, 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 and that is already 4 goals this quarter to Rostrevor. 4 goals straight it is, and 1 point only to Westminster. So they'll load up again here, Rostrevor. It's a good finish to the game for them. You finish the game as good as you start. Westminster here, leading at the ball. A lot of numbers around it. Ground ball gliding by. Gee, watch out if Thomas Griffiths gets it here. He'll probably bounce it, run through the goals before he kicks it. He just goes that well.
Christian Gould played a couple of games, the 18s for Norwood this season, so on the radar.
Ball goes up, Steckel couldn't, had to duck under. Gee, Michaelani again gets it across, well cut off this time, and that's Zokas going out the far side now, diagonally across the ground. Rostrevor 1-2, look at the support there. Round they come, they're inside 50, high ball up, Westminster player in position. gliding by this way, that way. Rostrevor, 1-2. If one doesn't get you, the second one will. And that is McCarthy with his third. And that could be a pair of thongs on the way as they've kicked 5 for the quarter as we're running around to almost 10-minute mark of the final quarter. A big quarter by Rostrevor.
So McCarthy, that's just called beautifully there, Tony. He's got his third of the day and he's got his hands on those Archies just off the pack. He just read it beautifully. How's the handball out of traffic from Gould? He kicks one. He turns provider for his captain. And I dare say internally on the bench, Scott Uppington will probably love that attack on the footy and the handball off from Gould to McCarthy more than the actual goal itself. That's how you win. And that's how Rostrevor are charging now towards their second win of the back half of this season as we approach the final 20 minutes or 15 minutes or so. That's a lovely rundown tackle. Westminster certainly haven't given up yet. They've been good value in terms of their pressure. And Stokel, the ruckman, just leading from the front there. Here's the captain, Robertson, being one of their best on this beautiful afternoon. The shade is just coming across Thebarton Oval now. Our next 2 games are on the ticket. And our nightcap promises to be pretty entertaining, but it's a kick inside 50. It's just going to bend back. Oh, Boyce bounces on its point. I should say Westminster getting no luck from the footy gods. Bringing it out. They might get a bit of justice here. Intercept mark taken by Bradford. He looks for an option inside 50. One of his teammates is down, cramping on the cusp of 50. That's a short lead, and Rostrevor failed to cut it off. Perhaps just giving him that. And mark taken by Nick Foster, who probably deserving to go back and try his luck from about 48. No wind. 11.5 gone. Margin sits at 49 points. Yep. So Nick Foster. Those 2 exciting games to come. Prince Alfred, St Michael's and Sacred Heart taking on St Peter's in the nightcap. But meanwhile, Foster just sits back on an umpire. Never had any doubt in that one. Played some footy at the under-15s. Interstate for Glenelg did Nick Foster. Looking to build on his season. As we reach the 12.5 minute mark, Westminster 6-7-43. An even 8-goal margin to Rostrevor, 14-7-91 on the Sportal scoreboard.
So the high kick comes in. Out the back, Tim Elver. Oh, just over the ball there. Was he run over? The umpire says play on is the call. Lots of green jumpers at the back of this pack. And, well, just helping it up. Has he been given the free? He has.
It's taken high, the umpire, as he got closer to the player on the ground. Is it Elver, I think? Just saw that.
So Elver.
Had a hand over his neck.
Elver just pops that ball in. And this looks like Quellman had a good game once again. Covers a lot of ground as Quellman. Very rarely wastes the ball. Just elects to pop that one up high. Steckel, it is. Couldn't quite. Going to ground as well. Gee, out again, Michael Aney. We might have to give... Guess who he gives it to? Ned McCarthy. So, looks like one thong each per player as it comes back over. And good mark here, Westminster. They've done this. I talk about the moments. And they've done it Westminster many times, but just it comes back in. There's a 25 metre here.
I'm sure McCarthy and Michelani will be up for some a lot more prizes in the years on their agenda in the years to come, Tony.
Yep. So, well, we have 8 goals exactly is the difference. Ball comes in. Oh, 2 players spoil themselves there for Westminster. High handball back made it hard for the... Westminster player there in Zokas. Gee, really had to reach for that, and you can see the big light tower there. They'll be on later on today. The lights as Theby, probably one of the last times we'll see it lit up until they get the reconstruction underway, if ever that gets ahead. As you can see there, just in the background, the bowling green, so all the roof has come down already from the bowling green. People out the back there taking photos. Mum and Dad gliding by behind the fence as that ball comes in. So the fullbacks come out again. Zapier, he's in the ruck. And we see yet another ball up. So interesting, beautiful conditions out here. Very long shadows now covering the ground, but lots of balls up. Ball ups as that player comes around. Steckel, gee, they've been caught in that pocket a few times today, Jack, and just rather than being in front of goal, they're in front of that pocket and So Rostrevor get to relieve again.
Pressure around the contest has been pretty hot from both sides. I think Tim Weatherold will be pretty content with the tackling intensity from Westminster. It's just that final handball out of contest which has cost them. Here's William Fanning on this near side, taking the mark. Man of the mark set, umpire calls play on. He swan dives across, can't affect the smother. Thompson had first hands. Tackles pile in. Foster and Dickinson go in and lay a left and right sided grasping tackle. Umpire will throw it up. Arriving late on the scene, Zapier, but he gets the hit out down. Not to his teammate though. Handball on the outside. Oh, it's cut off. Westminster look to get it back. Otto crossing, but his kick is turned over, finding Lucas Rust right in front of the Westminster bench.
A lot of space was inside, but they've filled that up now, and he goes that diagonal way. And, gee, over the top there, Majur Ackland, he led long. He's going to go long towards that vacant square, and hopefully the players can run onto it. Gee, Rostrevor, Jonty Thompson took it up. Westminster under pressure. Player on the ground. He's held. Thomas Griffiths says, how about giving me a free kick, umpy? And it doesn't happen. So right in the teeth of goal here for Rostrevor. 16 minutes in. About 9 minutes to go. Up it goes. Oh, big punch. They're out again here, Westminster. But not very far because Rostrevor turn it over. And they're going to go in towards their goal with a shot here.
And that defensive zone again from Rostrevor has been set up beautifully. They just blocked the exits and the hurried kick. The pressure around the footy forces the hurried kick. And on this occasion, Harvey Pearce might be able to accept the invitation.
So Harvey Pearce it is. Lines it up, close to that left post. Sausage roll it is. So he has his first. Interesting. 8 different goal scorers, and yet Jonty Thompson has 2, Majura Ackland has 2, Ned McCarthy with 3, Kristen Gould has 2, Jack Michaelani with 2. So 5 players have 2 or more, and then only singles to Hockley, Pearce and Brodie. So very big last quarter. They've kicked 6 goals for the quarter. They were 9-7-61 at three-quarter time. They're now 15-7-97. So accuracy, Jack, 6 goals straight. And unfortunately for Westminster, the 2 points only couldn't finish off. And we're winding around to 17 minutes. Stay tuned, folks. I'll tell you what, doesn't get any better. We've got Prince Alfred College versus St Michael's after this. Just an absolute footy feast, chomp, chomp, chomp. And Sacred Heart College versus St Peter's College after that again. So if you're a footy lover or if you're a sport lover, get hold of this. Don't worry about the Olympics. Get hold of schools footy because it is sensational. And Rostrevor now inside the 50. Unselfish this way, that way. Thompson again, he just stood there on his own, gave a little wave, and they found him, and he too will now be lining up for his third goal. Jack, they worked it well, didn't they, to get that in?
Well, they did, just moving it out of the guts again, and I think Westminster have just run out of petrol tickets here. But you did mention that final game, it's a grand final play-in. Winners in, and the loser, their season's done. So keep it locked. Blockbuster round, all the way to the goal square, always going to be spoilt through. A note on that last goal scorer as well, Pearce. He's played 6 games at under 16s level this year for Norwood, and he's had double-digit possessions on 5 of those occasions. So another one, Harvey Pearce. Just keep your ears pricked for his name in the next few years.
So it goes all right.
Coming out of full-back Westminster, we're ticking down towards full-time. 18.5 gone, 25-minute quarters. Westminster goalless in this final term. It's been Rostrevor who have picked up the pieces. Coming across, the spoil is late. Doesn't follow through with it because Qualman took the mark in the end, uncontested. Finds Fraser Watts down the line, stretched for it. And the Velcro dots on the hand, took it. Bite off that 45. You might as well. Margin 55. He elects to go down the line where O'Brien is waiting for it. That's a nomination for our filming footy mark of the day, but might already be wrapped up by now. He's been a pretty cool head, Lockie Whitfield style across half back as O'Brien. And just as I give him a pump up, kicks straight into the man of the mark. Strong tackle, Rust is taken down, as is Griffiths. And again, I think one thing Tim Weatherold will definitely praise in the review for his Westminster troops is the tackling. It's been unforgiving all day. It's just been a couple of tackles missed here or there, and Rostrevor have broken away.
So, ball in comes. Just the ruckman there, did a good job. Couldn't quite get it back up. Ball just bobbling around here on the wing. Elver again. A little bit tired, I think, from the last couple of weeks. He's just come around the back of this pack here. Westminster player leading to it. Puts one hand out, and that was Natali. Couldn't quite get it done. Fraser Watts calling for it on the back of this pack. Couldn't quite. Oh, taken the ground. Quickly got it out. William Fanning around the corner. Beautifully balanced. Gives it to McCarthy. He gives a handball off and he charges past to get it back. Give it back, he says. Puts a beautiful kick in high into that 50-metre area. Comes up, comes down. Gee, Major Ackland, he turned around. He actually turned too far there. And unfortunately offline, big Major. And, well, free kick comes in the way of Westminster. Jack, I'm going to hand to you and head down and see if we can find a best on ground and do a little bit of an interview.
We'll get those Archies elite comfort for your feet footwear. Google Archies, the best on ground. We'll go to whoever Tony Neal was with after the game. Plenty of nominations, so we'll see who gets that. Free kick, Rostrevor look to pile on a couple more goals before this game is done. 21 gone, short lead. Another chance. Inside 50 kick is marked. About 45 out. It's the amount of the mark. He'll kick from about 50. 21 gone. Mile will look to add a 16th goal for Rostrevor. Pretty comprehensive in the end. Westminster will finish their back half of the first 18 season without a win. Just to push that across left-hand side. Went for a bit more distance. Lost the accuracy. So Sportal scoreboard now 15-9-99. Couple more minutes. Can they reach the triple figures? 100 points. You'd back them in from here, but Westminster through Young. Time to go. Have a bit of fun, boys. He goes a bit quick and, well, mismatch in height, but it fell nicely for Will. That kick was measured by Young. No one on the mark, so Will just puts it into third gear and goes inside 50. Oh, 4-5 on one. Picks it up. Eddie Betts style. Just roving around. Pink boot. Surely this goes through. Oh, he's pushed it left-hand side. That would have been a sumptuous goal just to tuck in the back pocket to go home with. But not to be for Foster and for Westminster. 6-8, 44, 15-9, 99. Blockbuster afternoon. First game, pretty comprehensive, but second one is coming up. Prince Alfred, St. Michael's. Prince Alfred, of course, booked their place in next week's grand final, Adelaide Oval. St. Michael's looking for a bit of respect on the ladder. Thomas. Dodged it. Pearce for Rostrevor. Hands it out to Griffiths. Up and under. That's spinning all sorts of sideways. Harvey put himself under it, took the mark. Play on at all costs now. They're running for it. Here's Zokas. That kick hit its target. Not sure it was the right way off the boot, but there's Will. Hands it off to Watts. When there's a Will, there's a Watts, and the mark inside for Jackson. That's better. Something to take back to Marion with them for Westminster. If they can add a 7th goal. Scoreboard, a bit of a liar in terms of the distance between these two squads. Just been the ease that Rostrevor have got the ball out of stoppage with. And their flash movement off half back and outside. So it just improves the angle to bend it back. Not going to make the distance. Up in front. Fist, right place, right time. Will Thomas. Thomas, the engine, right in front of goals. As we take a look at the Darfish replay, he's got one for his day. Just sitting off the back and a bit of reward, late reward, minute on the clock. Takes their tally to 7 goals, still well in arrears of the men in red and black, but he weighted down, took it in the hands, set play. This broadcast of our first game on Blockbuster Day has been brought to you by Filming Footy, Archie's, Dartfish, Sportal, Sports Interactive, and of course SAAS on the live stream. We'll go to a break after this and we'll come back with Tony Neal as soon as the siren goes. 30 seconds on the clock. Can Rostrevor get 100 points? They've got about 25 seconds to do so Here they go. Barriers back. Morpheville race 2, and they're off to the races. Get it on the boot. Boffer. Thompson. Mark, not 15. Oh, he wanted a 4th goal. Ackland hands it off. They brought it up. The triple digits. They've got one with 10 seconds on the clock. Red and black day. The opening blockbuster fixture going the way of the boys from Rostrevor. Plenty of SANFL underage talent as we see it move through hands. It was Boffer, Thompson. Ackland thought he took the mark. Lucky for him, Matty Hockley was coming by. Hockley made the umpire do a bit of a dance, but the siren's gone. First game of the final round of SAAS footy for 2024. Blockbuster day. It's a 55-point margin at the end of the day. Rostrevor 16-9, 105. Westminster 7-8, 50. Coming up, don't go anywhere, Prince Alfred and St Michael's. Prince Alfred looking to tune up for their grand final next week. Then our final game, the winner is into next week's grand final. The loser, it's season over. Sacred Heart and St Peter's. That one kicks off just after 7:30. Our next game in about 10 minutes' time. So taking a look at the goals kickers, it was a day out for the captain, Ned McCarthy. He was backed up pretty well by Michelani for Rostrevor. Ackland had a second half to remember, kicking 3 of his own. Thompson with a couple, McCarthy and Pearce adding to the scoreboard. Brody as well. Gould kicked a couple of his own. Stoker was perhaps best in the ruck for Westminster. Max Robertson, the swingman, could hold his head high as captain as the umpires come from the field. Pretty well umpired game in the end by our crew. Natali had a fair bit of it for Westminster. Young and Alva, as always. Nixon Burns had a few bright moments, as did Mitch Dickinson in the ruck. And Tim Weatherald, plenty to build on for next season. A lot of these players playing in Year 10, Year 11. So the group will perhaps... the core will stay together for another year of school footy in 2025. And even though they haven't tasted success in the back end of this season, they have a lot to be happy. Their tackling efforts in particular were fantastic. And Scott Uppington for Rostrevor be very pleased with his captain, Ned McCarthy, playing some footy at SANFL underage level for Glenelg. And adjudged our best on ground. Picking himself up a pair of the Archie thongs, he joins Tony Neal at ground level.
Well, folks, what an absolute pleasure to be joined by our best on ground, Ned McCarthy. Ned, 7-goal last quarter, so the guys ran over the top. How does it feel out there?
Yeah, it felt great, especially what happened last time. Went down by 3 points, so I think the boys are really looking forward to this game and, getting the win, which was the main thing. So.
Mate, you've got a terrific engine. Tell us a little bit about it. You're down in the back line at 1 minute, and then you're kicking goals up forward. So being the captain, you don't have to go off and change and rotate?
I go off 5 minutes a quarter, so just to get a rest and shout around a bit. But I just try and push myself as hard as I can. So yeah.
And you're playing SANFL at the moment as well?
Yes, I'm actually at Glenelg at the moment. I'm from Bordertown. That's my zone. So yeah.
Oh, beautiful. Big shout out to all the people at Bordertown, mate. What's your local club down there?
Bordertown Roosters, so shout out to them.
All right, mate, you did an outstanding job today. We really loved your game. It's a 4-quarter game, so go off and enjoy the celebrations. We'll probably see you at Intercol in a couple of weeks as well. Thanks so much for joining us.
All right. Thank you, Tony. See ya.
All right, and we go to a commercial break. We'll be back with the next game.
It's Prince Alfred and St Michael's in the second game of Blockbuster Round, final round of the SAAS Independent Schools footy season. Grand final awaits next week at Adelaide Oval for Prince Alfred. So this might be a bit of a tune-up on a few different structure things, but St Michael's, with 1 win and 3 losses in the back end of this season, look to add a bit of respect to the end of their campaign. It's Jack Moore, and in a matter of moments, Tony Neal will be joining me for the call. We are 1 game down, 2 to go. Sacred Heart and St Peter's, the Blockbuster Grand Final play-in, coming up just after 7:30. The winner of that goes through to play Prince Alfred next week in the Grand Final at Adelaide Oval, which you'll see right here, of course, on SAAS TV. Thanks to our sponsors, Archie's Thongs, best on ground. Filming footy stats. We'll give our goal of the day to our winner there. And a Dartfish mark of the day. Keep your eyes peeled for some marks, some great marks thanks to Dartfish. Sports Interactive. And our scoreboard sponsor is, of course, Sportal. As the umpires come together to toss the coin, the 3 field umpires, Brady Atkinson, Dylan Howarth and Josh Fauna. Men in green on the boundary will be Mason Bethel, Jackson Greaves, Abdul Malik Alm Sutta and Yang Yang, and the goal umpires Akram Rashid and Alex Morell for this second instalment. The 2 captains, Lockie Sands for St Michael's. Their coach is Brett Ebert, the former Port Adelaide superstar, and Matt Leray for Prince Alfred, their coach David Oatey, undefeated at the back end of this season, Prince Alfred, and it looks to be a pretty entertaining match in our hands here as I welcome Tony Neal back in the booth, fresh from the on-ground interview, and is getting some last-minute player changes for both teams. We'll bring them to you as soon as Tony Neal is back in the booth with me. It is again Jack Moore on the Filming Footy SAAS TV call, with our entire crew down here at Thebarton Oval. Behind the scenes, a couple of cameras, all working very hard to bring you the pictures. Round 10 from wherever you may be joining us around the world on SAAS TV. It's a beautiful twilight. The crowd is just trickling in for both teams. School finished about a couple of hours ago, and it wasn't much of a crowd for the first half of that first game. If you missed it, if you're just joining us, it was Westminster who, although bringing a pretty good defensive effort to the game, went down by 55 points. Rostrevor 16-9, 105 Westminster 7-8-50, with margins hovering around 5 goals all day. Westminster brought it back to 20 points at 3/4 time, and then Rostrevor kicked away with a 7-1 final quarter to record a 55-point margin. And best on ground for Rostrevor was the captain, Ned McCarthy. We take a look into the grandstand here at Theby. A few scouts, a few mums and dads, a few friends and family, and we're almost ready for action. So game 2, Prince Alfred undefeated on their way to the grand final next week at Adelaide Oval. St Michael's 1 win and 3 losses in this round, 6-10 back end of first 18 footy. On SAAS TV, Jack Moore and Tony Neal as the umpires are getting ready to get us started here at Thebarton Oval. It's a beautiful twilight. Conditions are perfect. Not a breath of wind, sitting around 12 degrees on SAAS TV. St Michael's looking to add a bit of respectability. Tough ask against an all-conquering Prince Alfred College. Ball's held up and we're ready. Crowd's on the edge of their seat. Umpire Josh Fauna tosses it up and the boys are ready to go. It comes out to Piggott. First kick inside 50. Just waiting out for it was Sachaski. Doesn't get as far, and this might be a bit of normal service. We can come to expect the fast ball movement and the accuracy in front of goal. 23 seconds on the board. Let's hope it's not a sign of things to come for St Michael's, because Prince Alfred have opened their account and they look on the Dartfish replay. Quick hands out, moving into an open goal. That is scintillating footy as Sanders found Ray Sumner, and the opening goal on the board. Prince Alfred have started like a steam train. Coach David Oatey will be very happy with that. St Michael's need to swing a few magnets around as I'm joined again by the great Tony Neal, and we're here, of course, thanks to SAAS TV, Archie's Thongs, Filming Footy, Dartfish, Sports Interactive and Sportal.
So, fantastic start by PAC. I was lucky to see them a couple of weeks ago, and they absolutely put on a clinic as, trying to get the ball out. St Michael's here through Puka. Couldn't quite. Around they go again with a second chance. That's Lachlan Sands, ball in hand. Up and down. Dangerous position. You can see the lights just starting to take effect as that ball comes around by Prince Alfred. Wow, big tall player there. Nice on the left boot too. Well done, Jalen Sashaki, that was. And he got that across to Kai Madden. And Kai Madden it is, centre half forward. Will this be the answer quite quickly for the team in the yellow shorts as they wander in? Gee, it looks online. Get around him, they say, and get around him, they do. And it's a real battle as we speak because the crowd noise, the players out there and the stands are really filling up here. We can tell you that down here. Beautiful day it's been at Thebarton Oval in our second game, Prince Alfred versus St Michael's. And, well, just lights will come into play very soon.
Brazzali with the goal there, was it, Tony? Just lodging it from 50 there is the flickering lights. But, well, 2.5 minutes. Prince Alfred threatened. First goal of the day. Beautifully done by Ray Sumner. But St Michael's back on level terms.
So ball in the middle of the ground now. A real battle ahead of us here. Well, ball just popped down on the ground. And, well, I got a bit confused when they came out. PAC were in the white jumpers. I actually thought that was St Michael's. And talking to a few people down there, we got ourselves sorted out. And the white jumpers. So a few players have left the wrong colour, wrong numbers at home. And so hence we've had a few number changes as well. So PAC now, they go forward. Up it goes, over the back. Couldn't quite. The big hands went up. He's a good tall size too, Bryce Sanders. Ball just bobbling around there. Trying to hand that ball across inside St Michael's, and a free kick given right on that half back line. Number 14 is Lachlan Sands. Goes out wide on the wing. Just shy of the wing. A little bit between half-back flank. Gee, low penetrating kick. You can start to see the crowd out there. I said this would happen. The schools will start to come and you'll end up with people at each end behind the goals as well. It's a real atmosphere down here. Up high and really well balanced there. Noah Archie. Gee, he got to his feet quickly. They're running quickly here, St Michael's. They look quite good. Gee, quick feet again. Around the corner, Sands. This way, that way. They're inside 50, trying to pinpoint. Pick out a player if you don't mind. There's three of them and they've taken a grab on the far side, and I'll tell you what, they've opened up quite quickly here, and well done to Noah Archie out there taking that diving mark. 3 players to choose from, and Noah Archie it was with ball in hand now as we speak. Well done to that young man.
So Madden with the first for St Michael's, and Prince Alfred goal within 23 seconds. You thought St Michael's caught on the back foot, but nothing to lose, and they've come out here, and can they get the lead here?
So wanders in, kicks it high. That's very close. It's bounced through. Look at him erupt behind the goals as well, and Noah Archie kicks his first for the game, and, well, they've gone ahead here, have St Michael's leading on the scoreboard. 2 goals straight to 1 goal. This is going to be a belter of a game. Going on form, one might have thought Prince Alfred lay down Mazaire, but St Michael's good on him.
Well, you might.
Great start.
You might think that perhaps Prince Alfred might be just trying a few different things in the preparation for their grand final next week, and might just bring St Michael's back into this game. But St Michael's, nothing to play for, nothing to lose. It's always a bit dangerous. So Noah Archie, the Port District Junior, and he's played 6 games at underage sample level for the Eagles. That's a lovely start and a fantastic kick from about 45 out. Madden with the other goal. Sumner with the first. Within 23 seconds, as we said, is Prince Alfred on the roll. Oh, that ball hit him in the face. Sachaski. But he regained composure just in time. Short kick across, and Anise. Another one to the outer side. This is Perrin. The higher numbers, 51 to 52. They string it together. Drop chest mark. Would have been a kick inside 50 from Puka. Goes back to his teammate. There's Burgoyne chasing after. They take each other out there, Prince Alfred. Ball smothered across the boundary line. Charlebeck looks to pop it up to the goal square. Boundary umpire will come in and do some of his best work. Prescott arrives. Off the ball, the two rucks, Lagana. And it looks like the 58. Haven't got him on our team list. We'll check that out for you in a sec. Prince Alfred clearing it towards the middle of the ground. It's a beautiful night. Come on down, Thebarton Oval. Oh, it's a great tackle. He evades it. And he was given plenty of time, holding the ball in the middle, smack bang middle of the ground. Clearance will go to about 75 out, turn straight over. So Prince Alfred perhaps just a little bit off the pace in the early stages here.
So they lead forward towards the ball. It goes over the top here for the St Michael's team, coached by Brett Ebert. Knows his way around the footy ground, Magarey medalist, and also a great player in the AFL and SANFL. This way, that way, Jalen Sochaki. Hope we say that correctly. We might have to find out at quarter time. Gee, a lot of bobbling around here. Number 33's Sochaki again.
He's had a few possessions in this opening term.
Apologise there. Rome Burgoyne. Saw him play a couple of weeks ago. Played an outstanding game. Gets it across towards Brody Harris. The winner of the Archie Thongs that day was Lewis Callaway, number 21. So keep an eye out for him in the middle as it comes back inside now. PAC, big-bodied player too. Gets it across there, moving freely into the forward line. That transition's very good. Players go up and down. Unable to take that was Big Bryce Sanders. And well held on by St Michael's as that ball came in.
St Michael's have equalised around the footy really well in the opening term. They've had a couple of heavy losses in the back end of this season. One to Sacred Heart by the best part of 20 goals. But if they can just get a bit of footy started off the half-back, you never know. Here's Madden. Surveys, the eyes peeled wide open, but nothing immediately is on offer. So he pops it up, a 101, head of the footy, strong clunker.
Oh.
That's a mark of the day contender. St Michael's now will pump another inside 50 on the table here. On the menu, he tried to reach up and grab it, Archie Walsh. Couldn't. And there's Piggott just calmly bringing it out of half-back. But it's all St Michael's at the fall of the footy until it's turned over. Handball intercepted. Can't quite link up at the moment. That handball was from Manillo, the Noah variety. Inboard to Manillo again. That kick is to absolutely nobody. Coming up to meet it, Slade. Handball, just a bit off in the opening 9 minutes here. Prince Alfred, strong contested effort from Turnbull. Picked up, thrown up. Umpire says play on. Noah Manillo goes back in for it. Kick to about 10 out. It's going to go all the way to the behind line. Just stays in play and rush through. There's a bunch of Prince Alfred students behind that goal, and the first blemish on the scoreboard, but it's been turned straight over. Here's Harry Piggott, I should say, and the kick just on the near boundary. It's just sloppy footy so far. Piggott will get a second opportunity, and the less said about that kick, the better. Just second behind, and the margin's 4 points.
Couldn't load up properly there, and I will tell you the St Michael's College team, you'll notice they've got some of the players have got pink socks and some have got their normal socks, and the pink socks were the SAAS Pink Round is to promote women's health awareness in our schools and community, a chance to pause and think of the women who are in our lives. So it was a great initiative, the Pink Round, and some of the players choosing to continue to wear the pink socks, and that is the reason why. And he's a towering player, is Jonah Lagana there, up against equally tall Noah Brazil in number 36. Gee, nice little tap around the corner and a strong kick by Matt Leray. Went high in the air, up and down. That ball's going to be a little bit hard to see. Oh, opportunist here. Will Thomas couldn't quite get it done. Saw him kick a couple of goals recently as well. But that yellow ball, just when it's in dusk, is a little bit hard to see, not only for us, but for the players out there. As it gets darker, that'll become brighter. Oh, flying high there. Really had the set and the ride, and Harry Piggott lets him know about it. That was a nice one to get hold of there by Piggott.
Great tackle initially from Will Figgott to win the hold on the ball initially, but turned over.
Oh, players up high there. Where are the crummers on the ground? Watch out for Will Thomas. He reminds me a lot of the player at Brisbane at the moment. Not Cam Rayner, the other blonde-haired lad, but kicked a few goals. No. Ran into a brick wall there, did Prescott. Don't tell me he gets a second go at it. He does, and he puts it through. Well done to Will Prescott there, because that's about having that second effort there. And a nice goal in the end. We'll get a replay of this one by Prescott as that ball came in. Just watch him set up here. And he's just free, about a metre free on the back of that pack. He bounced off one. Around the corner he went, and a nice snap around for the second goal to PAC. 2-2, plays 2 goals straight.
Will Prescott, footy for Norwood. The underage sample level this season. Played 10 matches and he's kicked 9 goals in those 10 games. So a danger in front of those big sticks. Adds the second on the board. Sticks it right through. Ken Prince Alfred clicking to gear. St Michael's, to their credit, have come out pretty competitive. Hard tackling, hard ball get at ground level. Puker's kick now. He's got hands and eyes for the footy. The defender didn't. Probably lucky not to give away a free kick. He goes back in for seconds. Good diving smother from Roberts. Affected the kick. Last line print, they rush it through.
Ooh.
Like it's going out of fashion. The red goal takes it through. The opponent wasn't too happy with that. Wanted the ball to come back his way to Tokic, but in that defensive goal square. Prince Alfred up by a point. 2-2-14, 2-1 St Michael's. Lovely from Puker. He's been really nice in the opening stages, but gives away the free kick there and is a little bit frustrated with himself. The initial effort was pretty good. And Prince Alfred now off half back towards the outer wing. There's a flurry of players. They jump up on their pogo sticks. No one brings it down. And playing in front, straight through the hands of Pokenhorn. Waiting at the back. Umpire's whistle's gone. Free kick. Holding on, the reason he was able to get front and centre was because he was pulled straight back by Albert Ebert. Onto the outer wing, and they're off and away. Nice little short kick, but it's going to go longer instead, and has the open man. At the last second, the defender came across, but Chalabek did pretty well. He's flirting with the boundary. Ashley overran it, and Prince Alfred go inside their forward half.
Bobbling around on that half-forward line. Well, a player streaming down here on the inside, if they can get it to him, is Nate Slade. Geez, he ran forward there very quickly. I saw his father, Matty, just walking in. I think he's about a 7-time premiership player at Centrals. The Slade brothers know their way around a footy oval as well, making their own name. A player dropped down to his knees to try and take that. Bombled that ball out. The next player in line. It is a little bit like rugby there. Coming through solidly, Lachlan Sands. These players don't mind it hard and physical. Rome Burgoyne it was, couldn't get it across, so it's up and down here, just bobbling around in that middle of the ground here. Keep an eye out for Burgoyne. Player taken high there and
Madden.
Pushed to the ground as well. This way, that way.
Kai Madden.
First goal scorer, kicks it long into that half-forward line. The big pack forms. Who's on the ground crumbing? Gee, Prince's player just stood and waited for that, and that was Nate Slade. So he's covered a lot of ground from back to forward, and Jay Polkinghorn, he's a decent-sized lad on the wing there, chips it in to Will Thomas. This is what he can do. Penetrating kick and cut off with a sliding mark. Well done by the St Michael's player there, and just shrugs off the opponent. Kicks it out there. Albert Ebert. So Ebert on the 50. Half back line. Just holds it up.
Those black boots.
Gee, the player came from behind there, but did a diagonal lead forward. And
additional whistle from the umpire who's out of zone.
Something over on the right there. What are they looking at?
There's an injured player on the far side, if we can get a camera on that.
Very good.
He's been down for a few minutes, and he's a fair way from the play, but might require a stretcher here. So we'll just keep an eye on this one, see if we can pick up who that is for you.
Good call,
16 minutes gone.
I heard the umpire blow the whistle, and then he was pointing to the boundary umpire over here, and then it's a stretcher on that far side.
Stretcher's being called here, unfortunately, for the player in question. It looks like it might be a niece or parent. Just want to get it clear. He's definitely got the number 5 as the first number. Just want to get a clear view on that number to see exactly who it is. But doesn't look to be in a tremendous amount of pain, but something definitely has gone wrong on the outer side. Stretcher has been called for. So just recapping the first game here on Blockbuster Round, it was Westminster and Rostrevor. Rostrevor 16-9, 105 and 7-8, 50, a 55-point margin. Looked to be a St Michael's player on the outer side and a 51 or a 52, but just trying to get a clear visual on that for you, and we'll bring it to you as soon as possible. Looks awake and looks with it though, for any of our viewers watching who might be a relation to the player in question. So both teams form their huddles. A pretty strong start by St Michael's in this one. You would have expected Prince Alfred to come out and put a fair margin on St Michael's, given their place on the ladder in the final, in the last few rounds. They're, of course, shaping up for next week's grand final, Tony, which should be a great game at Adelaide Oval. You'll see it on SAAS TV.
And I believe we're calling that as well. As there we have the, well, that'll be the 5:48 Alliance. I wonder where that one's from. Anyway, it's wandering in over the top of us there. Look at that, across the lights, and very picturesque. So PAC, I did mention, saw them 2 weeks ago. And I'll tell you some of the players there. Will Thomas, very good player, number one. Reminds me of Ashcroft. That was the player I was talking about from the Brisbane Lions. Rome Burgoyne, I believe he's may have played league, or he's definitely played reserves down at Port Adelaide there. So he's another good player. Gil Wakeland's one to watch out for. Nate Slade, number 14, gets around the ground very well.
Rome Burgoyne's played 3 league games this year. So
wow, so there you go. You're out there playing against league players. And Lewis Callaway was our thong winner a couple of weeks ago. There we are, with a lot of people in the background there just watching along. There'd be umpires and
scoreboard operator next door. So
Gavin Pennington in there as well
away,
from Sacred Heart. And keep it tidy, you blokes. Fair nick of no place in our society for
no umpires, no game, Tony.
Exactly right.
Come on,
they're fantastic. And
get the whistle out.
So so there's some really good players through that Prince Alfred team, and so that player is being taken off. And we look at St Michael's, of course. I haven't seen a lot there, but some of the names, Puka, Archie, Hodges, names like this going around. So Fegat in there as well.
For a team that
Ebert.
For a team that lost, as I said, by 117 to Sacred Heart, they've started really well in this game.
They have.
Just taking it on, just really taking the game on. Nothing to lose, really, you know, as their season has kind of petered away. But there's some big bodies out there, and it's good to see a lot of the students and medical staff just helping the injured player off the ground, and looks to be conscious, obviously, with the hands moving in a fair bit of pain, possibly, but in the best hands at the moment.
We do wish him and his family all the best, the young man, and hopefully gets out on that field very quickly. I didn't see what happened. It just the game just stopped, so it must have been something on that far side, and being a bit darker out there as those lights are coming on, we just missed what it was. And well, we're wishing him all the best. They may now be one down on the bench as well. So a long break to the quarter, I would suggest. Well, it'll be interesting to see whether they do add time on now, or whether it stays at the allotted 25 minutes, because that's soaked up a lot of time. And we can see a lot of students come down, and great to have the support from the schools down here, and see a group of people over the other side as St Michael's now will attempt to get this ball out of the back line.
So I do see Max Perrin in the 52 on the bench, and I'm 95% sure the player who has left us did have the 5 in front of his name, so I think it's Anise who's gone off, but we'll try to bring you a confirmation on that as soon as we can. Meanwhile, it's Prince Alfred as we go back. That's gone as high as it has long. It looks like a kick from Burgoyne. Just nudged underneath it was Rayner. Prince Alfred have done pretty well to get it up to half forward, and now it's when they can bust it inside 50 through Threadgold. Mark on his chest, not taken, and piling over the top. That was Pokinghorn again, he's got a big body at this level.
Yeah, a lot of them have. I was impressed with them 2 weeks ago. I saw them, and a lot of tall players. I reckon that might have been against Westminster. It was. And they were very well structured in the forward line, but they don't seem to be getting all their own way just as we speak here, they're up against it a little bit. Gee comes in and pushes off. There's Bryce Sanders there, puts a hand on the body. It goes backwards here, 1-2. Watch for that player to glide by again. This is the one to watch out for, Callaway. That ball didn't come off the boot the best there. Another player down now in back play for St Michael's as around the corner, and this is what he does. He's a very powerful player, Will Thomas, and very well balanced, low to the ground, but gee, that's a nice goal, and that's the third one for Princes there. Just watch him as he trots off here, full of beans. He looks as fit as anyone out there. As this ball comes in, it wasn't the best kick by Callaway. They all hung off. Around it came, went back, he waited, he ducked under, popped back up. And, well, we've heard that call before, so I won't give it. And that was a very nice goal to Will Thomas there.
9 under-18 games for Sturt this season. Had 23 touches and a couple of goals against West Adelaide in round 12. And 6 goals on the season at SANFL level. So
thanks to our sponsors, Footy, Archie's, Dartfish, SAAS TV, Sportal and Sports Interactive, bringing you the big game down here. Prince Alfred College versus St Michael's, and Prince Alfred just getting ahead now, 3-2, 20 to 2-1, 13. Just stretching that lead out in a good contested game as we speak, and the ground is really starting to light up now, Jack. The lights are on, the dusk is upon us. It's 5:54 in the afternoon, and well, we're in for a great evening of football. Flying high there, Prince Alfred went up vertical and came down horizontal, but they're out. And guess what? St Michael's have chopped it off.
They've come back in this contest pretty well. Prince Alfred's sharp start for St Michael's. Here's a mark for Boston Hodges. Goes to about 70 out. Arms in front. Umpire didn't pay the mark. Schallebeck thought he had enough of it. And the umpire's been a little bit generous and paid a Holden the man free kick going the way of Schallebeck. And he moves it to about 20 out. There's Puka. He got taken high, easy decision. He'll line up from 30 out, more or less directly in front. Umpire in, setting the standard early. And the boys in the back behind the goal say, kick it to me. And if he does that, it'll be a 1-point margin approaching quarter time.
So they moved that ball quickly in, didn't they? And they were in a bit of trouble there. It was 2-1 on the wing, but they fortuitously got the free kick through Schallebeck. And Zane Puka it is, lining up.
So Puka on the Woodville West Torrens radar. Under 18 level, 11 games at that level this season, averaging just over 13 disposals. Right behind him here on SAAS TV, and he's just pumped it away to the left. St Michael's within distance though, 2-2-14 now, only a goal down of Prince Alfred 3-2-20 on that Sportal scoreboard. First goal in the first minute for Sumner of Prince Alfred, then 2 in 2 minutes, Madden and Archie. And since then, Prescott and Thomas have kicked truly. It's a 6-point lead.
Gee, they've come out a long way with that run out. Oh, nice big leap there by Noah Archie. Couldn't quite get it done. Ball just bobbling around. A lot of numbers around this ball. Gee, running through there. Well done by the St Michael's player. It's deep into the goal line, and there's been a push given. So this will be a free kick to number 38. Our mystery man. We'll find out who that is in a moment.
I think a few of these boys might have grown a few inches since the last game. They've grown out of their jerseys maybe. They've had to have a last-minute change. The players, you'd notice that as well through the season. The season's only quite short, but the growth, the literal growth in these players happens overnight, and all of a sudden they go from players who are so-so to being on AFL and SANFL radars.
You're correct. It happens very quickly too. So let's have a look here. Wanders in. And that has troubled the scorers. So, Jack,
look at them get around him too.
Leave you with it, and I'll go and find out who that is.
So, St Michael's, well, upset on the cards. Won't matter too much for Prince Alfred. They've locked away that top spot and booked themselves a place in the grand final next week at Adelaide Oval on SAAS TV. But St Michael's have come out with nothing to play for, but not a care in the world. And 3 goals each in that first quarter. Madanard Chi and our mystery man. We'll find out the name of that particular player. And Sumner, Prescott and Thomas. At quarter time, it's 3-2 apiece. Second quarter up next here on SAAS TV. All right, back on Blockbuster afternoon, second instalment of our triple header where Prince Alfred and St Michael's are locked up at quarter time, 3-2 apiece here on SAAS TV. Thanks to Archie's Thongs, filming footy stats, Dartfish, Sports Interactive and Sportal. Jack Moore and Tony Neal alongside our filming footy production crew, live and free here on SAAS TV, the penultimate week of first 18 footy. And there's Coach David Odie addressing his Prince Alfred troops. And I dare say that Coach Brett Ebert of St Michael's, Tony, would be pretty happy indeed with his troops first quarter.
Yeah, I wandered out there just to sort out the number. That was Logan Hughes, who was number 15. He's now number 38. So we found out who that was. But they were pretty calm in the huddle there. I'll tell you what I did notice was that they went into their groups of 3 and then came in for a group talk. Whereas Prince Alfred really had a group talk first, then broke into their groups, and then are now back in the huddle. And you can hear that siren because there really is only 5 minutes each. For some reason, we've got the scoreboard at 3 goals, 2:20 apiece. And
and even, very even first term. So Sumner, Prescott, and Thomas with the 3 goals for Prince Alfred, and Madden, Archie, and Hughes with 3 for St Michael's. We thought with that goal 26 seconds in for Sumner that it might be a Prince Alfred exhibition. But credit to St Michael's, Madden and Archie with the next 2. Prescott after that. Thomas, it was goal for goal.
So PAC not getting all their own way, and we're up for a great battle down here. As we said, the blockbuster day, Prince Alfred versus St Michael's started at 5:30. 7:45 we've got Sacred Heart versus St Peters, and we've already had Rostrevor versus Westminster as the ball goes up in the middle of the ground. I'll tell you what, they are free-flowing. Look at them here, St Michael's. They're just free-flowing. The players are running past, not being used. They don't need to. It goes into the forward line. That's Noah Archie looking dangerous down there. So that's just a bomb kick out. They had the big, tall Brodie Harris down there. Couldn't take it. He's now on his hands and knees doing some of his best work, and that's grappling at its best, Jack. And
great tackle from
Brodie Harris there, big boy.
Missed the first chance to take possession, but then the defensive effort was sensational.
So they stream out now. Gee, having a bounce as well. Lachlan Sands, I've liked his game so far. Kicks it out that far side. It's on the far wing now. A lot of space, I've spoken about that, but it comes into the forward line. This pocket, for some reason today, we saw Westminster going down there in the first game as well. You can get caught down there in that scoreboard pocket as Rome Burgoyne it was just taking that ball across. But, they're in the forward line, but it's whether they can get anything done with it while it's down there. I keep talking about this. Coaches say get the ball into the forward line, but it can come out quite as easily. It's no good just getting it in there. You've got to be able to finish. Oh, player went to ground. I think he ran himself into trouble there for St Michael's. And ball just bobbling around there. Prince Alfred, once again, just that hack kick out. Real contest here. Will Thomas, watch for him if it gets to him. It doesn't. Well read there by Will Fegan. I see his father Nigel down here just watching to the right. Standing, of course, with, I think, St Peters now. I'm not sure whether Franco's the coach or just helping out now, but we'll find that out later on. But a couple of old port boys down there, and they'd be pretty cock-a-hoop as we speak with the AFL team. But more importantly, it's schools football at its best here. Bobbles up and down. They've got good support here. Well done by Brodie Harris. He gets that ball out down the wing. Look at that ball, just bounces perfectly. Around it comes. Very well balanced there. Noah Manillo. Needs to follow Mondello. That was Manillo. Antonio Mondello is number 26. Apologies there. Out it comes. Will Thomas just extracts that out. Goes again. Chasing his own ball. Oh, and he's taken the ground. One around the legs and one up high. And the umpire says, nope, I'm closer than those blokes up in the commentary, so we'll have a ball up.
Strong tackle from Fegan. He came over the top, and the tackling has been on display all afternoon. Last game of the season, of course, for 4 of the teams on show today. 2 in the grand final next week. Rome Burgoyne, mentioned in the first quarter. He's played some league footy, and he's got eyes in the back of his head. Sets it up nicely, uncontested mark on the lead. Just put it in the space in front of where Noah Manillo was running onto it, and he couldn't help but take it.
So Manillo, it was that quick kick in, and I always say that, Jack, you'll never make up that 1 metre that you're standing behind a player, and well done by Manillo, but well done by Rome Burgoyne. Quick thinking.
So about 40 out, right behind him here on the SAAS TV stream. Manillo, a bit of a Josh Kennedy stutter step. He's bent that absolutely beautifully. Oh, that's silky smooth from Noah Manillo. And he gets around everybody else and he says, look at me, just look how good I am. And I tell you what, after a kick like that, you deserve to take the applause. Just set it out to the left, bent it back into the twilight sky, and Prince Alfred kick away to a 6-point lead. 4 gone.
That's interesting, Jack, the way that did swing back, because I've been out on the ground. There's not a zephyr in the air. The trees to our left, mate, they're as still could be. So just knowing how to kick that ball, Buddy Franklin used to be able to turn the ball certain ways, and some players just know their abilities with it, and that's a nice goal to Manillo, and they get that one on the board. But can they get 2 in a row? Well, out again here through Puka, St Michael's. They come diagonally across the ground. That's a good set of jukes. Gliding by for the handball. Wasn't the best one, but it's Max Perrin with ball in hand. Wow, big tall player with penetrating left foot kick. Couldn't quite get it done. It's going to come back this way. That was Ethan Ashley with that kick on him. So watch out for him, number 24. If he gets it back, he's right in around this ball. But free kick here. Umpire says take it back, and big bodies.
Yeah, the last goal scorer,
Harris.
Manillo, who's played some under-18 footy, 5 goals in 10 matches for Sturt this year.
So Brodie Harris, it is kicking that ball forward diagonally across the pack. Couldn't quite take it there, and that was, well, is that a number 8 that I saw there? That's Gil Wakeland. And very clever umpire there. He's got the long sleeves on. It's just getting a bit cooler down here at Thebarton Oval, but great atmosphere. You can see down the other end the purple jackets. So that is the Prince Alfred cheer squad just setting up behind the goals. There's about 8 people at this end, so that might be the St Michael's cheer squad. So
it's a great tackle there from Logan Rose. Just pinned him down to the ground, pinned the one arm, and didn't let Prescott make a disposal. Won the free kick.
Big pack forwards right here on the wing. Quick kick forward. Noah Archie. Up and down. Burgoyne lurking. Will he get the handball? No, he won't. Mondello looked. Thing with this, Jack, when they hold the ball up a little bit like this, gives the opposition a chance to get back and set up. And that kick just becomes high into a big pack. Good luck there. Like the old days, kick the kick just to a big pack, and Logan Rose, it is, gets it out. And it's just going backwards and forwards between the 50s as we speak. Tom Threadgold, nice vision, kicks it into the ground, trying to open up that other side there. Anders,
short kick. Oh, he did it beautifully. Scooped it up to Thompson. Pops it to about 40. Fly if you can. Had a 2-on-1, arriving late, stumbling over nothing. Oh, there's a bit of a mistake, and that might be the ultimate punishment, but Will Thomas pops it across the face, and the boundary line or the behind post, yep, hit it on the full. Archie Walsh will bring it in. They escape there, St Michael's.
It's almost 7 minutes in, and we've only had the 1 goal scored so far.
Going the way of Noah Manillo in the 23. If you joined us late, first quarter, St Michael's are down a player. We believe it to be Daniel Anise, but he was responsive on the way off on the stretcher, so in the best hands. St Michael's.
Anise is actually on
he's on the boundary there.
Boundary.
So I've made a bit of a blue there, so apologies to any relations of Anise, or if that was him, he's gotten up, but to look like a different player on the stretcher. So we'll try to find that out at half-time for you. Nice contest, 52 down the wing. Oh, off both players' hands. In the end, it was stuffed out of there onto the chest. Uncontested marking game now for St Michael's. Looking to come inside, bite off a short kick. It's got plenty of danger about it. Cut off and taken. Inside 50. And when you take the risk to bring it in the corridor, you turn it over, you're going to pay. On the top of the table, undefeated side in Prince Alfred. Plenty of big bodies, but plenty of pacey players. Mark taken by Jay Polkinghorn, who seems to be at every point of the compass so far out there. He'll line up for the 5th of the day. Prince Alfred. Pretty straight kick. Nobody back on the line, so the teammates think he's got the distance in his leg, and he just pokes it half post height. Jay Polkinghorne. Nothing hard about that. He's like, I've got that plus plenty more in my leg. Kicks the 5th of the day for the Princes on the Dartfish replay, and they just put a buffer in the score. 5-2-32. St Michael's 3-2-20. A 12-point lead on that Sportal scoreboard.
And 5 different goal scorers as we speak, so you can't really just go and say, oh, well, let's just match up and see how we go. As, well, a little bit of activity on the bench here for St Michael's.
He's actually played 3 reserves games, Jay Polkinghorne, for Norwood this year, so clearly highly rated at club level.
So ball up in the middle of the ground, bobbling around. Clearance this time, Prince Alfred. Gee, just dragged back, but it's fortuitous and taken by Tom Turnbull. Socks down. Just pops it forward. Nice lead coming. Big body again. Is that Polkinghorne again by the looks of it? Just have a look here which way he turns.
How good was that lead, though, and the ability just to get it on the boot as soon as the player led into that space, left absolutely no room for the defender to close that 3 or 4 metre gap, and Jay Polkinghorne off the lead. They were pretty much together when the player who had the ball kicked it, and in a blink of an eye, he got some space, took a great mark.
So a little bit further out this time, Polkinghorne, but plenty of strength in the kick. Comes in. No worries with distance, but in doing so, just offline and through for 1 point. So 5 goals, 3 is now the score for Prince Alfred, 33. So 13-point buffer. Not much in a game like this, 10 minutes in. They get a long run out too. That's a long left foot kick by the full back there, and a really good strong mark out there as well. Really nice that was. Mondello again, yeah, he's having just starting to become industrious, getting involved in the game. Puts a high kick in as well. Oh, in front. That's Polkinghorne again.
He's having some 2-minute block here, isn't he?
He certainly is.
He could have had a second about 30 seconds ago. Kicked his first belly 90 seconds ago, but he's just leading out to the boundary now just to make it a little bit more challenging for him.
So, see how he goes this time. All 3 kicks have been around about that 40 to 45 out. Umpire just says, spread out, you blokes. Get out of the way. Comes in now. Nice run up. And look at the umpire, just watches that as it crashes into the post down there. Will that be the last ever ball that hits a post on the old Thebarton Oval?
Now the ground's in pretty good
question.
nick, isn't it? But the ground is obviously due an upgrade with the Adelaide Crows bid finally accepted, and work will begin shortly, you would think, on that.
So Dougal Ashby goes on that left boot. He just squeezed himself up. Sorry, that's not Dougal Ashby. I apologise. That's Sashaki, I think that was.
Kick cut off by Lagana, though. Sachaki's had a bit of the ball in this second term.
Yeah, he just squeezed himself up. Being a left footer, he ran to that wrong side and then got squashed up against the player coming through and popped it right up high. Gee, look at it here. It's a little bit of volleyball. Get it on. Just run in numbers, they do. 1-2 or 3-1. Handball comes over. They're all moving, and I like that. Don't give it to a player standing still. And this is Noah Archie now, diagonally across the ground. There's only one player out there, and he's found him. That's a great kick there. Wheels around on the right boot. Pops it in high. It had to hang a long time in the air. St Michael's players under pressure there. That ball just hung in the air a long time, and Elliot Stubbing went for it, but couldn't quite get it done. And, well, they've got a ball up. They've got to capitalise here. Stubbing can't get onto it. He applies a tackle there. Now he applies another tackle. He's on top. What's the umpire going to pay? He is paying holding the ball. I'm not sure that is Stubble this time. Does the second player come in? No, it is. Number 8. So just in that little patch of play, if it comes into your area, do something.
Yeah,
as
excellent.
A famous coach used
I'll
to
get a bit of abuse now as well. So 25 metres will make it a sure thing, but the original free kick was spot on. Took the player on, didn't dispose.
Have a look at that. He's kicked that into the shopping centre out there. He's booted that. Anyone want a new ball, get hold of that one because that's gone out of the park.
New Sharon
no
required.
Need for that. could have done a drop kick with that, but Elliot Stubbing has kicked his first. And, well, if that's a 25-minute quarter, it's going to take them 10 minutes to get the ball back. So the umpire just blowing the whistle now because anyone driving by or in the area, you've just got yourself a $100 football. That's out of the park, that one.
11 games for the Eagles under 16s. And he's played some senior footy at Div 3 level for Smosh in the Adelaide Footy League, has Elliot Stubing. First goal, and St Michael's, they're still within arm's reach of this Prince Alfred powerhouse. They've got their fourth goal, 4-2-26. Prince Alfred just can't break away, 5-4-34.
Well, I think that last goal in there, there's a ball come out from the far side. That last goal for St Michael's that evened things up 3-2 to 3-2 helped them in the first quarter stay within range here, and it's been a lot of Prince Alfred but not being able to finish on the scoreboard. They've kicked 2-2 to 1 goal straight, but it still gives opportunity here. 8 points the difference to St Michael's. They've got to be happy with that. Oh, taking a sideways there was Lagana on the ground. They go forward again. Here's St Michael's inside the forward line. Oh, player just... Everyone else was sort of watching a bit of the player, watching the ball.
Play in front.
Yep.
Got
stood
the good
strong,
position.
And that looks like Boston Hodges.
That's a name and a half, isn't it?
So, young Boston. I wonder if his nickname's Celtic. Anyway, Boston Hodges. Good mark it was too. Well done, young man.
If he kicks this, it'll be more than a feeling, Tony.
Oh, look out.
3 games under 16s in 2022.
He's kicked it high. I heard the words come on and get around him, they say. So just those 2 quick answers. Prince Alfred started well, and St Michael's 2 goals pretty much within 2 minutes as we wind around to 15 minutes. Football's a funny game. You don't kick anything for 13 minutes and all of a sudden you kick 2 and you're within 2 points.
Just looked him up, trying to find some sample stats, and I've found an interview for his school, and plays sport at a high level because it makes his dad proud. So isn't that a fantastic reason to play footy? If anything else, to make your family proud, and I'm sure his dad's very happy whether he's here or not, or perhaps watching on the stream right now. Your son's kicked a goal, which has put them within 2 points of this Princess powerhouse. So back in the middle.
So cheerio,
Lagana.
cheerio,
Yes.
Mr. Hodges.
All the family, and they're out of it like a flash. Oh, it's a marvellous effort, but just overcooked the kick. Asked the forward in Will Thomas to grow a couple of feet in the space of 2 milliseconds. Couldn't do that. Over his head. Fegat in the socks, which are now down by the ankles. Turns it over. Does he? Oh, that's a mark and a half, but he just couldn't grasp it at the last second. He's left some carnage in his wake. There's a Prince Alfred player down. That's a defensive intercept mark. That's a beautiful mark on the chest, and Polkinghorne again will line up for... I mean, this could be for his 4th. He's pushed 2 across that right-hand side. Kicked 1 at the 9th minute, did Jay Polkinghorne. He's a beast of a lad. It's all muscle.
Certainly straightens the team up, doesn't he? I talk about that, all that hard work by the on-ballers and midfielders and the wingers and flankers and that, and you get it down there and all of a sudden you get a shot on goal. It just doesn't come out.
So Jay Polkinghorne from about 35 out, directly behind it here on SAAS TV Blockbuster Night. Does he go right again? Oh, he just can't help but push that footy to the right of the goals. That's 3 which have gone right, and he just smirks to himself and he says, Jay, get the compass out.
Well, he did run out that side too, Jack, and there's
What
no
they say,
wind,
isn't it?
so where you run is where you kick a lot of the time unless you hook that ball across. So a little bit of a blemish there. I'm sure they'll help him with that over his career, but gee, he's giving him certainly something to look at. But he's kicked the... I've got him down for 1. Have you got him?
1 goal, 3 now.
Yeah.
He's had 4 set shots which have been pretty... At least 2 of the misses have been pretty well directly in front. 1 pushed against that boundary on the outer side, but he's single-handedly keeping St Michael's in this contest.
Interesting, they've spread very wide here, St Michael's, on this side of the ground. So wait for the transition if it comes. If you just go down the line here, it just gives the opposition a chance at a 50-50 ball.
That was a Dartfish mark of the day contender there for Ebert.
Wow, round it comes there. There's the 80 metres, 40 up, 40 down. Anyone can get that one. It bounces on the ground. Oh, a player down there hasn't moved for St Michael's. A little bit slow to get up. Gee, once again, it's almost rugby-like, but they run forward in a pack. Player taking it around. The umpire throws the ball in the hands in the air. Players leapfrogging. Burgoyne it was around the corner. Nice kick, and that's Nate Slade. Gee, plays on. Gee, running wide here. Had to turn inside out, Brodie Harris. Made it hard for himself. He's backed up well. Now it just becomes a hack kick. Who's going to get hold of this? Up and down. No one can take it. Bobbling around. In it comes. Dangerous position. Prince Alfred, can they? Oh, bounces fortuitously for number 2 in Zane Puka for St Michael's, and he's able to tap that ball forward, and they've kicked 2 goals for the quarter, and that's not going to help.
Oh, it's going to fly out of bounds. St Michael's, they're being let off the hook, and they're just trying to invite Prince Alfred back in this game, aren't they, Tony?
They certainly are.
Will be taken by Noah Manillo, who's got one in this term in the 4th minute. Might just set it up. Pops it up, fly. Nobody wants it. Ground level Slade waits down, but he left the ball behind, and gee, good luck getting out of there. Handball does. Polkinghorne, he is absolutely set upon by a flurry of St Michael's jerseys. And that's a pretty good decision, I reckon, from the umpire. Won the hold on the ball, and then he grabbed a bit of the jumper because the St Michael's player in, was it Rose or Hodges, looking to move it on quickly. Won the 25. He got it towards the outer wing. They all go in for it. It's a bit of a bees to the honeypot situation so far. Just wait out. Anders does, so he gets the footy eventually off the fist. There's Ashley with the defensive effort, but it's picked up by Mondello. Mondello's kick, I'm not sure what he saw there. Here's Ebert. I'm not sure what Ebert saw either. Goodness.
Just a scrappy affair at times today, and there's been patches of nice fast play, and then it gets down there, and then you end up with this 2 or 3 minutes of almost rugby-like, just packs forming and different things happening.
Slade got it in the end. He was taken by Mitchell Scholes in a great tackle. Oh, just shrugs him off. Set sail for home. Casts it up to the goal square. Mark dropped at the last millisecond. Had 95% of that. Gil Wakeland, and now it's in dispute. The umpire's going to have to sort it out. Wakeland, he had 1, 2, but he couldn't bring it in.
I reckon he put the leg up too. He's trying to kick that from off the ground by the looks of it. Just that ball there bumbled forward, and that takes it to 5 points for Prince Alfred. They've had, well, you say 7 scoring shots, but some of those have been bundled through. So let's see if late in the quarter, it's 20-minute mark. There's 4.5 minutes to go.
He tried He tried the European cricket effort where instead of you can't get your hands to it and get off your boot and reel it in. But Wakeland, next time perhaps.
So ball comes forward. Gee, that's a high kick, gives the opposition a chance. They all set themselves. Unable to do it was, that was Carl Matthews-Hampton. Haven't called him much yet. Very well balanced is Burgoyne. He takes the bump as he kicks that, and that's beautifully put right out in front of Gil Wakeland. Put the arms up. Polkinghorne comes at it again. Wriggles out of trouble. Dangerous set of hands to have it in Will Thomas. Gives it straight back to the opposition. The left footer now just tried to nurse that ball out. Actually.
It's been great.
And that was Madden. Gets it across. That's downfield. They're going to load up again here. This is Elliott Stubbing. Or Stubing. Oh, another 25. So 2 in a row now. Might not bring them within range, but it'll be very close. Boy, oh boy, that was quick, Jack, and 2 25s. There's a third.
Oh, they're just going to keep talking. It's number 18, Will Prescott. I'll give you a tip, Will. Shut that mouth of yours, mate, because it's you've given away 50 metres. Not in an aggressive way, obviously, but he's obviously talked his way into the first 25. Then he's kept talking, and the umpire, well, he's taking no prisoners, I guess you could say.
I can't even see. Well, anyway. Going to wander in. Gee, I'll tell you what, that's a let-off. So St Michael's with a point there. I was trying to see where Will Prescott was to see. But anyway, whoever it was, I learned from that very quickly. And I always say if you have a blemish, because I did a bit of that as a player, but if you've cost your team on the scoreboard, give us a 5-minute burst. Do something to get that ball. Look at them run in numbers here. Now it goes forward to the one-on-one. Polkinghorne's going to have to stretch for this. If he stays in front, that's a great tackle at the last moment there. Oh, soccer off the ground. Is that allowed? Takes it through, and that'll be 25 again. So we've seen 4 25-metre penalties within the space of about 30 seconds. Well, 3 were in one go. But costly, because look how quickly Princes can get that ball down there, and then it turns around and comes really a 50-metre play back the other way.
Umpires have been absolutely spot on in the last 5 minutes. In fact, all game, really, they've applied the rules to perfection. Let them play pretty well.
You saying that because there's about 8 of them sitting in a room right
Well,
next
I've got
to us
to
as
walk
we speak.
through that room in order to get out of the commentary box.
I love it.
But from an ex-umpire perspective, it's been good. They've let it flow. They've paid ones that are blatant and obvious. A couple of diving on the ball decisions. And from an umpiring group, the coach's number one rule is to, take no you-know-what. And if it's been there, they've paid the 25, haven't engaged. And if the players want to go on with it, then they're going to wear the free kicks.
Well, there's been 5, Jack, in the last couple of minutes, because there was another one there, flying high there. Elliot Stubbing was made for him. This way, that way. Gee, trying to work his way through traffic, just went too far. And that's what I was talking about. Well done by Will Prescott. Get your head back in the game, do something to help the team. That's that 5-minute burst I'm talking about. And if he can just do something to get his team back going, he gets his head right, and away they go again, because he's not the only one to transgress tonight. As that ball comes forward, that's a hack kick, and guess what? Straight into the hands here of, what looks like Lagana, the big ruckman, is it? Pops it up, Burgoyne.
Prescott too, sign of a great player. They can give away a couple of silly things, but as you said, expertly getting their head back in the game and making the next moment there is really well done from Prescott.
So Burgoyne just goes long down the line there. Couldn't quite take that, was Matt Leray. Big, strong player, though. Oh, gee, player on top. That was late. Probably unnecessary there. A little bit of stacks on the mill. Player there. James Chelyabek having to hold off 2 Princes players. Ball comes forward. I'd like to see reward for effort here. Unable to do that was St Michael's. So pretty even quarter. 2 goals, 5 to 2 goals, 1. Our score at half-time. 5 goals, 7, 37. Plays 5 goals, 3, 33. So a 4-point lead to Prince Alfred after being a draw at quarter time. The teams have separated. So we will take a short break. Half time of the big game here. 4 points in front to Prince Alfred, and a lot of those were scored in that quarter. We'll be back with a summary of the game so far after this short break.
First 18 blockbuster round in the Sports Association for Adelaide Schools. SAAS AFL 2024. The season comes to a climax next week with the grand final. This team, Prince Alfred, to the right of screen, yet to rejoin us to this second half. They'll be there, and St Michael's won't be. Their season comes to a close tonight, but they're keeping track with the Princes. 5-7-37. St Michael's 5-3-33 at half-time here at Thebarton Oval in South Australia, wherever you may be joining us from around the world. Welcome back to our Filming Footy SAAS TV. Live and free stream thanks to Archie's Thongs. Elite comfort for your feet. Best on ground thanks to Archie's. Just go buy a pair and Google Archie's today. Filming Footy Stats, our goal of the day. And nominees thanks to Filming Footy Stats. Dartfish, our mark of the day. Keep an eye out for that and the Dartfish replays throughout the call. Sports Interactive and our scoreboard sponsor, Sportal. And that scoreboard as the great Tony Neal rejoins myself, Jack Moore, here in the Thebarton Oval commentary box. See St Michael's hanging in there, and to be fair, Prince Alfred had a few chances to put them away in that second quarter. They couldn't, but St Michael's have been good value for money.
I'll tell you what, Jack, it is what we call one of those old dour arm wrestles, isn't it? And it's a great game to be a part of because I'd sort of get that feeling any one of these teams could just bang on 2 or 3 quick goals and get the ascendancy. But to be honest, I came in thinking that Prince Alfred were the hot favourites, but St Michael's have really played up to them and could be an upset on the hands and leading into the finals too. You wouldn't want that from Prince Alfred's side. I saw them, 2 weeks ago, and they were so well structured in the way they went about it. Their entries into the forward line, they were precise. They went from one end of the ground on several occasions. Tonight, they've got 5 different goal scorers as they come out on the ground now, and not getting all their own way, and great contesting from St Michael's. And I think with St Michael's, they move the ball very quickly away from a contest, so it's almost a little bit of keepings off, and so Prince Alfred don't actually get that time to set up and get their game going. Talk about game styles and patterns of play. The forward entries, Jack, how have you seen them? I think a little bit sloppy at times, the bombing in at times. When they do get it,
I think both teams have to lower their eyes in this second half because they've both had a number of players make some fantastic leads and the ball's being kicked either a metre short or a metre over their heads. But you mentioned single goal scorers. We've had 10 different goal scorers on the park, 5 each for St Michael's and Prince Alfred. Sumner got us away after 25 seconds in the first quarter, and then Prescott and Thomas with the remaining goals in that first quarter. Manillo in the 4th minute and Polkinghorne in the 9th minute of that second quarter, and Princes were just pulling away, opening up a bit of a lead. It was over 15 points, but then Stubing and Hodges backed in their midfield usage and converted in the 13th and 18th minute to go along with goals to Madden, Archie and Hughes in the opening quarter. And coach Brett Ebert would be pretty content.
And I talk about Polkinghorne for Prince Alfred was the one I was talking about. They do get it into him, they bomb it up, and he does take a good mark, but then he can't finish. I think he's kicked, 1 goal 3 is that he's kicked, so if he could have finished them off, they would have been 3 or 4 up on the scoreboard. And once again, St Michael's have found an avenue to goal through 4, 5 different players with Hughes, Madden, Stubbing, Boston, Hodges and Archie. I've liked Stubbing in around the contest and in the forward line. You just keep noticing him time after time. Puka's been good at times, Archie at times as well, so it's going to be a real toss-up to find who gets the thongs at the end of the game as well.
And Prince Alfred, despite being undefeated on top, as we see some of the other players and mates, and this is their last game, with the grand final next week, so they're just getting around the board. There's no pressure on these guys from St Michael's, but on the Prince Alfred side of the coin, their coach David Odie said after their game against Westminster, which incidentally at 3/4 time against Westminster, the Princes only led by 10 points, even though Westminster have only won the 1 game across the last 5. So they're on top, they're undefeated, but they haven't been putting sides really to the sword and away early in games. Just had that extra cream, and they're missing Sam Cumming today as well. Yes. But a lot of other players have lifted in that first half. I thought a great end of that second quarter to Wakeland. Their captain, Lauray, has been holding the fort down pretty well. Matthews Hampton hasn't had much of it, needs to get in the game more. Manillo and Mondello have been great. And some shining lights for St Michael's. I think Chalobek has been fantastic off half-back. And Puke's had a fair bit of it too, Tony.
Yeah, exactly right. The ruck battles, how have you seen that? They're both big, tall men, but, let's have a look at the clearances. I think Prince's at times can get the ball out, but St Michael's once again. So I'd like to look at this. They're all matched up now. Is it you're playing us against our game plan, or are we going to leave a free out and you leave a free out and we'll see what happens? So see which way they hit. So good old-fashioned ruck tap. They both come in at the right angles and both tap the same way, and St Michael's getting that ball out under a bit of pressure here, Prince Alfred. So just 2 bomb kicks so far already, and anyone's ball, and that's a nice stretching mark taken at the top of its flight there. And Prince Alfred now they're out. And look at the players. We sit here, we can probably see 30 players and they're all running. Every player on the ground is moving, and that's what you get. A grubber ball, make what you can of it. So it's come straight back from where it came, and a little bit of the story of the game, isn't it? Look, end-to-end kicking. It's on again.
Yeah, the captain had it for St Michael. Sands kicked it straight back to Thompson just to share it around. But as you said, the ruck battle has been intriguing. Brazali has held his own pretty well. Noah Brazali for St Michael's. Here's Princes over the back, and they're off to the races. Gates back, flooding forward. Kick went about 14.9 metres. The umpire rounded up, and he found Thomas, who was sitting by himself. Cardinal sin to let this man free inside 50. He'll go back a minute and a half almost gone on the SAAS TV clock, thanks to Dartfish. Not quite a mark of the day, but a fantastic passage of play at the front of stoppage. And Thomas, who kicked the final goal of that first quarter, played some footy for Sturt at the under-18 level. He'll go back just to edge Princes up on the scoreboard to get that lead into double digits. I tell you what, when there's a will, there's a way.
Oh, I like it, Jack. I like it.
And that might just be the thing that breaks this game wide open. Finally, some clean ball movement. Dartfish replay coming up for you shortly. You'll see it out of the front of stoppage. Not a second thought. Well, you won't see it. But the kick for goal was a bit of a tricky one in that far pocket. The wind can grab it, but it's a winless night here at Thebe. He put it up, let the ball do to the rest, and it just spun through beautifully. First goal, third quarter.
I'll tell you what, the other thing I noticed the other week with Will Thomas, and you can see it tonight, he's actually playing full forward. He's not a forward pocket. He's actually full forward. We talk about Polkinghorn. He's about 30 metres in front of him in this forward line here, but he's a bit of a foil, Will Thomas. He can really play the game. I suppose Lee Matthews went back and played a lot of games at Hawthorn, didn't he? He was a real big goal kicker, not over 6 foot or anything like that. So I say that respectfully. Will Thomas really knows his way around the ground, and known as a player that can play more than one possession. And have a look, he's come into this one as well. However, free kick going the way. Gee, that was interesting. Gil Wakeland stood his ground, and he will be the recipient of a free kick. So will we see 2 quick ones in a row? Gee, long run off the back line.
And just on the previous goal scorer, Will Thomas played some under-16 state footy. So plenty of quality, including this man as well.
So let's have a look at Gil Wakeland. He's going to kick this, there's the 50-metre line. He's just about to cross over it now. So he's going to kick it from 46.5 metres. Gee, he got close to the man on the mark. Very close, and in doing so, he's scored a goal, though. Well, in doing so, nothing went wrong. But gee whiz, he almost like he went under his armpits there.
He knew his own capabilities, didn't he?
Just have a look here how close he gets.
Dartfish replay.
Yeah. Wanders in. He's a long way off now, and then the player will come in. I'm sure that went under an armpit.
Super close, didn't he? He rolled the dice, but his dad be happy with his son, Darryl Wakeland, of course, the 2004 Premiership star.
How many goals did he kick?
He was a number. A number of single digits, I reckon. I'm trying to think a number between 1 and 10.
All right, so good start here. 2 goals quickly in the first 4 minutes.
He's part of the Next Generation Academy at Port Adelaide, so someone and a name to look out for. Gil Wakeland adds his name to the scoreboard, and they're just putting a bit of distance between them and St Michael's. St Michael's, now they've played their cards in that first half. Here's Stubing. He had a goal to his name. He's wrapped up. Albert Ebert comes in and wraps up Antonio Mondello. Number of syllables in that name. Beautiful name off the tongue. Mondello jogs back and unopposed in the ruck contest. Brazali, take your pick. Here's Boston Hodges chasing after it. He's outclassed and outmatched, but he held his own pretty well. Running past was Rome Burgoyne for the handball. Oh, he kicked the ball and he landed on his back. That's how much effort he put into that kick. Ground level, he picks himself up beautifully, and they're on if they can get another handball out, but they just get held up, and that's a lovely stoppage from the captain, Matt Leray. He knew if he didn't lay that tackle, St. Michael's were off to the races. As we've played 5 minutes, and the Princes are up by 10. They're just beginning to put the foot down. Make that 16 on the Sportal scoreboard. 7-7, 5-3.
Yeah, just going to say 14 shots to 8, so...
This is a Nice.
Just opening it up a bit, so just surveying the area. What this does by holding it up, yes, you can pinpoint a play, but it also gives Prince's midfield time to get back. So there's only 4 players now. There's only 2 players actually behind the player with ball in hand. So visually, we talk about visual pressure. So he has to come backwards and does so to... That was Mitchell Scholes.
This is Fegit. And if they're good enough on this wide ground, they can pull Princes out of their defensive zone, but it's one thing saying it, it's another thing doing it.
Just watching Fegit get around, he's got the chest out and the gait very much like his father, who's a very hard nut, played AFL for Port and many games for Port and the Sample as well. As this ball just wandering around, or a player taking the ground strongly there. Both teams smattered with names of champions from the past, and their sons making their own way. So a lot of congestion. I'll tell you where the space is. It's inside the ground now. 2 players just trot into that. Gee, he couldn't quite get a punch out there. Just tried to paddle it, was Brazil. Now it comes out. Nice kick forward. That's a strong kick too by Ray Sumner. Well, the big hands go up by only one player and couldn't take it. That was Gil Wakeland. Probably came easier than what he thought. This is a pressure kick now. Oh, up high. Landing down quite heavily there was Ray Sumner, but he got back up and went in. And there's a high tackle on Zane Puka. He's had a very good game too, Jack. I've liked his game.
Just needed to pause coming out of D50 there. St. Michael's had a short kick on and up and under. They'll get away with it with a free kick to Puka.
Geez, he towed it a bit. Yep.
Well measured in the end though. It comes off. When they come off, you say congratulations, but when they don't, you say it was a pretty poor effort. But the kick found its target. And Nice, he picks one off, and oh geez, if you're going to do that, it's got to hit. Prince Alfred can make them pay going back the other way. Tommy Turnbull, TT, turns it up to Thomas, who just pops it in, and that's a leading effort. St. Michael's, authors of their own fate there. And this is the man who had, a 5-minute patch in that second quarter where he could have kicked 4. Only got the 1 to his name though. Jay Polkinghorn, I should say. He'll kick from directly in front, 45 out, to extend that margin on the Sportal scoreboard to 16 points. 8 minutes gone. Our feature match is still to come after 7:30 with Sacred Heart taking on St. Peter's. But here's Polkinghorn. Didn't exactly love it off the boot as it just got the distance. Yes, sir. Jay Polkinghorn has got his second. Left it a bit short, but in the end, he bought enough measuring tape to get it through. So Sportal scoreboard 7-7, 49 moves along to 8-7, 55. 22-point margin now. 3 unanswered goals in this third quarter.
Yes, 3 goals straight they've kicked. And, St. Michael's, they were 4 points down at half-time, and that has just gone out a fair way now. 10, probably a couple of goals out on our scoreboard. It's actually 8 goals 7 to 5 goals 3. So that is 22 points the difference. And they go forward again here, Prince Alfred. Nice grab out on that far side. It's all one-way traffic now. Player with ball in hand. Right on the point of the square here. Bit of movement. Slade comes forward. It goes over the top of his head. He's going to be in a position to crumb. Oh, he doesn't need to because Polkinghorn, just a tower up there, is Jay Polkinghorn, and he's going to come back line up. Well, he's going to line up for his third. That could have been 7 by all accounts. So Polkinghorne now playing a really great game down forward. Just straightens up the whole team.
Mentioned in the second quarter, he's pushed up to reserves footy at SANFL level this season. Coach David Odie would be, I dare say, a mentor to this young man.
So he's lining up. He's only going to be 30 out. Just a slight angle. Swings that ball around a little bit. Kicks through it. And that's better. He's got the kicking boots on now. And well done to Jay Polkinghorne as he's kicked 3. We talk about the thongs and who might win them, but you've also got to remember where that ball came from to give him that position. But gee, it was a great mark as well. So well done to that young man. And well, have a look at this for kicking action. Just swings that ball around a bit. Nice drop, kicked it high enough, and he has his third and the fourth for Prince Alfred. They kicked 3-2, they kicked 2-5. They've now kicked 4 straight for the quarter, Jack. They've really straightened themselves up, and well, that's a commanding lead, 28 points by any account. That's going to be hard now for St Michael's to peg this back. 10 minutes in, still plenty of time, but they need to get 2 or 3 on the board, not just 1.
Under 18s footy for Polkinghorne from round 5, 6, 9, 11, 12. He kicked a bag of 4, 2 bags of 3. Found himself in the reserves team for Norwood. 5 goals in 3 games. Inside 50 now, going the way of St Michael's. Walsh, he put it in there, but it was taken easily and slammed back, and the kick didn't really aim for the chest of Mondello. He almost marked it. Sanders got around it. Sumner's lurking. Slade's out the back. Tackle from Manillo. He goes in after it. Almost tackles his own player, Brody Harris. Either way, ball was locked up. Bright yellow Sharon umpire with the long sleeves and a cool night. And tugs it himself. Free kick going the way of Jonah Lagana. The big man with the long sock, keeping that shin guard in place. In the ruck, he's gone up against Noah Brizali this evening, and both doing their clubs or schools proud. Here's Thompson's kick. Moving inside. Oh, shuffle, dancing with the stars. Type footwork from Bryce Sanders. Oh, I thought he put it through there for a second. He was celebrating.
He did have the dancing boots on, and he found a bit of space where there wasn't any. So
fooled them all,
well
didn't he?
Yeah, well done to the young man, and they're just starting to run, I guess, on top of the ground now. They're starting to get that ascendancy, and with the ascendancy comes an equal drop away from the opposition. So you really need to keep the pressure on here, St Michael's, or it could get away from them.
4 goals, 1-0 in this term. Only played 12 minutes too, Tony.
Here is the run that they've got here, St Michael's. Gee, and then it goes from really in the corridor to out wide and makes it hard for this player as he has to just turn around and bang it on the boot. He does so, finds a St Michael's player out there in number 26, James Chellebeck, who we've called a few times, but turnover once again. Gee, leading the way to the ball, the PAC player, but there's 3 on to 2. Guess what? The 2 win out. Just bomb it forward. Anything will do. Watch out for the lurker, and that is Will Thomas, who puts his head over that ball and couldn't quite get it done. I haven't seen a lot of Lewis Callaway tonight, number 21. I have not seen a lot of him. There he is, just at the back of this pack as we speak. Just goes past him now. They're out St Michael's. Oh, and just called up. Is it play on is the call?
Advantage.
Zane Puker. Father is just down here to our right, watching away. Very proudly. Father, uncle, family member, either way.
Free kick there for holding on. Now it's Archie. St Michael's not out of this yet. Need a goal though. Still plenty of time in this third quarter. Out of side. So the kick comes to about 40 out. They fly up. Oh, at the back, just caught. Wrapped the arm around. Oh, he came through like a battering ram. He said, I'm bigger than you. Bigger, faster, stronger, better. Moves it towards this near side. Handball off hands. That's Nate Slade. Speaking of big and strong and quick and agile, Wakeland. All the adjectives for this Prince Alfred team. Turnbull. Oh, you can encapsulate all those adjectives plus plenty more for that man. Slade running it through. The strength on show in this forward thrust. Lovely fist out of trouble, but it's gone to a spot where there's nobody there to accept it except Noah Manillo, who picks up the invitation and just throws it in the bin. Out of bounds on the full.
Tell you what, Nate Slade there, just talk about that balance as he picked the ball up and he just went sideways for 2 steps and got an easy kick forward as they come out now, St Michael's. Big pack forms up and down. Unable to take it. Jonah Lagana. Gee, they're running in numbers. They get back behind the ball. There's always that one back. Oh, gee, tied up against the boundary. Slade. Burgoyne inside with the socks up. I like it. Out it comes again. He was hanging around there, was Tom Threadgold, for a long time. Kicks that ball back around the corner. This is what he can do, Will Thomas. And, well, maybe a relative to Chris Threadgold, because I saw him down here, former Sturt champion.
If he kicks this, Tony, back on the wing, give this goal down to Daniel Thompson. That ball was at ground level. He dived on that footy like it was the last thing on earth, got it out to a running teammate, and that caused that inside 50 and has led to what could be a goal here for Polky. This could be his fourth.
Gee, we'll see how he goes. So, Polkinghorn it is. J-type. Wanders in. Long way from hand to foot. We do talk about that. He's wiped that hand about 3 times. I hope he's sure on the kick. Yeah, nice run in and really kicks that ball low and hard. So well done to Jay Polkinghorn. He's straightened up the yips. He's kicked 4. Could have had 7, as we said. And, well, that's the 5th one for the quarter. So they've really streamed away. It was 5 goals, 7 at half-time. They're 10 goals, 8. So 5-1, Jack. 31 points to no score has really separated these two teams. And 35 points the difference, just playing so well. Princes, what do we put it down to? Transition from back line to forward line, use of the ball, playing in front, and plenty of targets as well. So Polkinghorn's kicked 4. They've still had 5 goal scorers. Will Thomas has kicked 2. Prescott, Manillo and Sumner with 1 each.
So Polkinghorn's got the last 3 of the game for Princes. As you called, Tony, 5-0 in this quarter, and they're getting it in there again. St. Michael's, the dam wall's breaking apart. Gil Wakeland had about 2/3 of that mark. Umpire will throw it up. St. Michael's look to have spent all their petrol tickets in the first half. Stayed with Princes for a long way, but the cream is just rising up to the top. Can St. Michael's put a goal on the board in this quarter? And Nice's kick is measured with perfection. Wanted to play on quickly. That was a Nice. There's 2 51s out there. Not sure what's going on there. We'll check on that one and get back to you hopefully. One of the numbers is peeling off as well on the other side. Oh, it's a massive tackle. Hit like a battering ram and didn't go high, but he took him to ground. Deflate all the air out of the lungs, helped up, and he's back to his feet. That's a massive tackle from, I think it might have been Prescott out there on that outer side. Inside 50, meanwhile, going the way of St. Michael's as they look to resist an urge. Oh, the tackling intensity has gone up. That one's a bit over the shoulder, though. Roberts gives away the free kick. But you asked the question, Tony, why have Prince Alfred kicked away in this third quarter? It's been that tackling and hardball get intensity. Just a bit too much there, and the captain for St. Michael's, Lockie Sands, will look to add their first of this quarter. 17.5 minutes in, just to get that margin back under 5 goals. Little kick from about 40 out. Haven't heard much from the St. Michael's fans in this third quarter, unfortunately. Careful approach from Sands. Goalless in this term, St. Michael's. He gives them a bit of nourishment for their cause. You can lock that in. Sands straight over the goal umpire's hat. Sportal scoreboard. They finally add to their halftime tally. They're on to 6 goals, 3, 39. But Prince Alfred have kicked away 3 goals to Polkinghorn, 1 for Thomas, 1 for Wakeland in this quarter. And approaching time on, they lead by 29 points.
And where are the goals going to come from? Because they've all kicked 1 goal each. And that's Archie, Hodges, Stubbing, Sands, and Madden and Hughes. So you haven't got the Polkinghorn down there for St Michael's, you know, to be able to straighten them up and be the leading kicker on the ground. So
he's the difference right now.
So that's something that needs addressing, or maybe they like it to come from spread, but you've got to be able to run and carry and get it out the grass or out wide and then kick the goals, because it's not coming from a big leading forward. Boy, oh boy, just running in. Plenty of pressure there. And offline, he wasn't happy with himself. Tommy Turnbull, he's a bit of a raging bull when he ran through there and was not happy. I wouldn't like to be in his way when he missed that, and I wouldn't like to be in his way if he kicked it, because a high five might put you back into row 3 as well.
Just back on Lockie Sands, he's played 12 games with 10 goals at under 18 level for the Eagles, and he's had over 17 touches on 6 occasions.
So knows his way around a football oval as they're loading up. I'll tell you what I do like, they're still running and running strongly, but just getting caught there, Boston Hodges. And this is where the turnovers come. Look at the numbers here. They come to support. Umpire says I'll ball it up again. But we just see off the back here St Michael's players streaming back down into their back line. And I know there's AFL clubs, they sometimes say, well, get even numbers ahead of the ball as well, because this is what might happen. You go forward, you've got to have players that can go forward as well. A tactic from Coach Oatey. They've dropped a spare man back behind the Footy have Princes, so they're pretty happy to sit on this 5-goal lead with 4.5 minutes to play in this third quarter. It's a good pick up there, Jack, and yep, they can lock it down here, and if not, go forward and score again as that ball just bobbles out. And you see there's a spare behind again. Gee, that handball went to the boot. That'll do. Scissor kick forward. A bit of Craig Johnson about them. So it's all 1-on-1 forward of the ball, so it means St Michael should have a spare man around the contest. So let's see if they can use him on the flyby handball here, maybe. So that was Ethan Ashley. Got that ball in. It's into a dangerous position now. It just needs to bounce up, and it doesn't. St Puka gliding by, couldn't quite, and Princes have been... They'd actually looked quite calm back there. That was a deliberate kick along the ground, having to wait for that. Prince Alfred player. Is it going to bobble out? No, he keeps it alive. Very well done there. Chases his own ball. Well done by Slade in heavy traffic. Keeps his feet. That was fantastic. Just the 1%ers there. Puts his team into an advantage. Can St Michael's get it up? Playing in front. The ball just bobbled out off a player's boot there. Anyone's ball. Burgoyne couldn't quite get there. Round the corner. Piggott puts it back. It's scramble ball. It's mad ball. It's like someone set cones up 30 metres apart and said, righto, fight for that footy. They come through Anise. Oh, bang! That is the golden fist. Princes now, it's going backwards and forwards between the 50s. It's hard work for these players. I'll tell you what, give them a day off tomorrow. Give everyone in Australia a day off. It's not quite the America's Cup, but I'll tell you what, that is a lot of hard work by a lot of these players when they're young and fit and healthy. Their player just signalling, can I come off for rest there from St Michael's as well? Well, all these 6 teams have played on the weekend as well. So 2 games in 3 to 4 days and full-length games. It's a tough ask, especially when the ground's pretty hard here at Thebarton Oval. Leray, the captain, just smooth like butter, pinching it down the ground. 1 grab, 2. Reels it in, does Gil Wakeland. Goal to his name. 2nd goal this quarter in the 3rd minute. I reckon that was Burgoyne that got that kick down, and he's ran on there and almost got it back. Couldn't quite. We mentioned it, the cream rising up to the top in this quarter. The likes of Wakeland, Burgoyne, the surnames and the talent of this Prince Alfred list. Rising up, he went back in for it. Oh, throw like off the ground. Quick as a flashed handball in that forward pocket. Just trying to spin and turn. Slade over there. Burgoyne goes back into it. Just couldn't bend down far enough. Looked like a ruckman going down to get that one. Here he is trying to get back into it. Oh, that was Matthew Sampson, but his kick was turned over. I think they almost tried to share it too much on that first kick that came in, rather than having a shot from about 40 out, which would have been the go. And, well, St Michael's, it's been a lot of hard work, but they get it back. That looks like Sands it was, and that's a nice kick along the boundary. Surely that's a mark or taken high. Play on is the call. Will Feegit, he's had everything happen there. Players have dragged the ground. There's about 5. Feegit's going to come in again here at the back of this pack. No need. Gee, that's intensity there, and these players are very spent. It's 23 minutes in. That's been a lot of hard work here. And I thought Feegit might have held on to that long enough, but umpire says play on. So, trying to go this way, that way, Boston Hodges. Prince Alfred, just a handball over the top. Will it bounce up for Lagana? The biggest man on the ground has to get it. Gives it across to Piggott. He in turn goes across to Anders, pops it into the forward line. Oh, around the corner. That's a high kick. They're celebrating, and they're celebrating big. And that's a nice goal around the corner. And that was Polkinghorne again with his 5th. So we'll have a look at the replay here. As Polkinghorne, he did well, the big fella, below the knees. This ball comes in. There it is. There was a lot of bobbling around. Pops it up. on the ground, just bounced up fortuitously, and maybe he's a left footer and doesn't know it, Polkinghorne, because he's done that quite easily, and he's kicked a goal there.
It's got the last 4 of the game for Prince Alfred is in the JP column, the justice of the peace, but on this occasion, Jay Polkinghorne.
You laugh at your
JP.
jokes, mate.
Well, he's just putting St. Michael's to the sword, and he's allowing them no peace in this third quarter.
Took me a while to realise what you were saying. Then I did laugh, but it goes back that way again.
Prescott's lifted.
Oh, wow.
And this man is taking over.
I wonder what size thongs he is. I've got a pair of size 14s there. Might need them.
He's got his hands and feet all over the Archie's thongs. He's going to be sore tomorrow, feet-wise. He might just chuck himself in the Archies and walk around.
Jack, we can say we were there the night. Jay Polkinghorne turned on a clinic because he's lining up for his 6th.
And he could have 8 because he missed a couple from straight in front, second quarter. And we still have a quarter to go. An old-fashioned bag on the table here to push the margin to 6 goals after the siren. Polkinghorne, put that name in your book because he's one to watch. And with that miss, that's going to fire him up even more to come out in the fourth quarter and add to his 5 goals. 5 goals, 4 now for Jay Polkinghorne. Prince Alfred has taken over the game. It was a tight affair at halftime, but as we enter the final quarter, the fourth quarter is next. Prince Alfred 11-10-76, St. Michael's 6-3-39. This is SAAS Blockbuster Round on SAAS TV.
Well, welcome back, folks. And, Jay Polkinghorne's kicked the 5 goals and just missed prior to three-quarter time. Jack, you and I were talking. It was 0-0 at quarter time. Prince Alfred led by 4 points, and during that quarter, I did mention at the start of the quarter, it only takes one team. You could just sense, and it could have been either team, just to kick 2 or 3 quick ones and get that bit of a break. Well, it was Prince Alfred there. They did more than 2 or 3. They kicked the 6 goals, 3. 9 scoring shots, if you don't mind. They'd kicked 5-7, so they'd had 11 scoring shots in the whole first half, and they've had 9 in the third quarter and kicked 6-3, so very accurate as well. They lead by now 27 points over St Michael's. So St Michael's have a lot of work to do. A little bit of belief in there. They're all around each other at three-quarter time. But how do you see it panning out now? Prince Alfred have got that lead.
Yeah, 4 points now to 37. So it's been a dominant third quarter, and you kind of expected it from a school with as much talent as Prince Alfred do, of course, with a Burgoyne in their list, a Wakeland there as well. But it's been the likes of Slade, Anders, Prescott, Leray, Manillo, Mondello, and of course Polkinghorne. These other kind of role players who have just been putting extra pressure on, hard ball gets, getting it out to their teammates. And it's been a little bit, the quality level that they went to in that third quarter was just a bit too much for St Michael's to handle. And Polkinghorne, well, he could have 8. He's got 5 to three-quarter time. And speaking of a beacon inside 50, he's been Taylor Walker 2023-like for Prince Alfred. Every time it goes in there, you think a goal's coming.
So, handy lead as we speak, 27 points. Can St Michael's peel it back? Real festival feel about it now, and we talk about the AFL games they have here, but to gather around. But have a look. There's people everywhere down here in front of the old Theby grandstand. The grandstand's full of people as well. People in the outer. There's people at either end behind the goals, and as we said, a lot of these schools, kids have come down, the young men and young women, of course, parents, friends, carers. They're all here as this ball comes in, and St Michael's, they're being treated to a real festival of football, a blockbuster. Rostrevor, of course, played Westminster in the first game and got over the top. Prince Alfred here on top of St Michael's, and coming up at 7:45, people will be tuning in. Sacred Heart playing St Peter's. Wouldn't have it any other day, other way. Jack, Tony Neal and Jack Moore with you.
Winner of that one goes through to the grand final next week to play Prince Alfred.
So St Michael's line up, and umpire just goes across and says, "You've made my heart flutter." That is 1 point. So 1 goal straight in the last quarter to 6 goals 3. Yet they've had the first scoring shot. They won't give up. We often talk about this. Might be the last time a lot of these players play together. Remember your school years, remember your school days and so on. And as long as they're out there enjoying themselves, don't worry about the scoreboard. Enjoy yourselves, and your playing traits, whether it's the first quarter or the last quarter, still should be the same. And, gee, I've seen players hold on to the ball a lot longer than that today and not be paid, and this time Brodie Harris gets paid the mark as Zane Puker tried to steal it away, and he's had plenty of it, Matt Leray.
And Rose missed that last set shot, the kick into him from Lockie Sands, captain for St Michael's, captain for a reason. He's used it beautifully, so perhaps a name to look out for, Lachlan Sands in the future, captain of St Michael's.
Penetrating kick. Gee, Puker's got a lot of time there, held on to it a long time, but then popped it up in the air. Oh, his teammate just dropped the Monty. Maybe not used to playing under lights, although, well, they may or may not train under lights as well. A lot of them would probably be home doing their homework this time of the year, getting close to the Year 12 exams, Year 11, Year 10, so I wish all of them all the best with all of that, but I'll tell you what, they'd be loving it out here, wouldn't they? As Puker again, having a great game. Zane Puker pops it around. A nice mark, just a bit of a bobbler out there, and he's had a very good game as well. Is that Mondello it was? Took the mark on that far side, so they release again Prince Alfred.
Finds Piggott. And spot on by you, Tony. A lot of these guys, a lot of these boys playing together for the last time for St Michael's. Prince Alfred, of course, undefeated in the second half of the season. Have a grand final to look forward to next week on SAAS TV.
It's going to be a belter too. Sacred Heart right up there every year. The football factory, we call it. But will they be challenged? I'll tell you what, Prince Alfred, when they put the foot to the pedal, don't they? In that third quarter, they really can turn it on. You don't want to conserve, though, now. You've got to get through this game, wait a week. But you still want to be playing good football.
And Sacred Heart might not even be there as well if St Peter's beat them in the next game. Winner of that is into the grand final. So there's plenty on the line for that next game. If you want to come back and watch it or stick with us for the fourth quarter of this, as Prince Alfred bring it back into the middle of Thebarton Oval. Mark taken by Brodie Harris. Very tall individual. Mark not able to be taken. Kick towards goal. Oh, it's spoiled. Touched. Handball out to Ebert. Oh, he just uses his bulk and says, get out of the way. That's Matt Leray, and he sets sail, the captain. Almost put it through from an impossible angle. There he is, Matty Leray.
I'll tell you what, SAAS, it's the analogy for Sports Association for Adelaide schools. It is outstanding football. I've enjoyed every minute of it this season that we've done. Win, lose or draw by the players. There's always access to the coaches. There's a bit of everything that goes on. But what I will say, it's as good a quality as what you'll see. I know a lot of these teams actually play the Victorian teams, St Joseph's and Assumption College, Kilmore and a few of the other teams. Wesley either come over here or we go over there and play these games. So they're all great games. And of course they have the Intercol as well, and they don't actually play for points but more so bragging rights, if you like, or the intercollegiate. But a lot of that, that could be over 100 years old. There's a bit of tally-ho rowing, and there's probably hockey, tiddlywinks, football, netball, soccer. It's all on.
Oh, here's Madden, who got a 25-metre penalty, pins the ears back. Oh, Kai Madden. Yeah, if they remember a goal in their last game, that's going to be one. Sorry to interrupt you, Tony, but Kai Madden took off, and he said, I'm putting a goal on the board, and he smiles to himself too. He just caught him napping, went bang. That's a beautiful effort. Madden, take a bow.
I'll tell you what he did do. He kicked at 50, but he probably ran 50 to kick that, and he didn't break stride as he was running in. I thought, gee, I hope he hasn't fatigued himself. And, well, they're winning the quarter as we speak. One goal, plays at 1 point, and if you can salvage something out of the quarter, it could be that. Plenty of time left, of course, so great football, and that's what we're talking about. Not only is it this game, there's finals coming up, there's Intercol, and I think that most of the teams that have played, the visiting teams from interstate or vice versa, have had the trips. And great grounding for the lads. The kids that are in, or the players that are in year 11 and 10 have still got another year ahead. But a lot of these players, this will be the last time that they're playing for their schools. And Matt Leray is an outstanding player for Princes. Points left, points right, and then look at that for a kick. That is a bullet. And this is Polkinghorne again. No, it's not. They put a 2 on the back of his jumper. Well, he's a big, tall player. That's the only thing they'll say. He's not quite sure there, Big Ashby.
I haven't seen much of Ashby. He's been used as a bit of a foil up forward for Polkinghorne. I've watched him a couple of times do some fake leads to attract his defender out of the road of Jay Polkinghorne. So hopefully this quarter he can get a bit of nourishment for his hard work tonight.
Big Dougal, and have a look at the crowd behind the goals there. So wanders in. Oh, I'll tell you what, he's put that high, wide, straight between the big sticks, the big one and the small one. So unfortunately there for Dougal Ashby. There was a strong kick though. He had no worries with the distance, Jack. And, well, St Michael's this time will load up again.
It's only a 5-goal margin. If St Michael's can just catch the Princes sleeping. Princes nothing much to play for. As we've mentioned a few times, they've booked their place in next week's grand final already. As Walsh employs a short kick tactic. It's not going to get you closer to goals though by going lateral. That one might. Nice ball into the middle of the ground, and now they can switch it to this near side. 2-on-1 out there. Both had equal purchase. Umpire said free kick to Princes, and Brodie Harris is off to the races. It's going to bend around and take it marked on his chest. He might play on and bomb it through. He's going to go back, take his time, and the run out of contest. They both had equal purchase on that mark. The kick from Harris in was sensational.
Wasn't easy to mark in the end.
That's a backtrack bit, didn't he?
His chest.
Bends around and sends it high into the night sky. Umpire does a bit of dancing. He's missed a lot.
It looked like it might have been Manillo, was it? Or Mondello, one of the two.
One of the M&Ms?
Yeah.
What colour do you prefer? Crispy or milk chocolate? But both have had fantastic matches, both Noah Manillo and Mondello.
Red ones, all right. Anyway.
They go on your hands a bit too much, I find. St Michael flirting with the boundary. Puke has been in their top 3, I reckon, Tony.
Oh, for sure. He's played a great game.
Used it well.
Just chips it. Who's that?
Straight kick to the 45. A few jumper changes in this second half, we've noticed. St Michael's playing a bit of funny buggers. He finds Perrin, he was taken front on in the marking contest. So Mark, free kick, take your pick. If they can work it inside 50 again and cut the margin, you never know. Short kick, that's flirting with danger. Ashley back. Uncontested. Need to mark it.
They had to go outside to come back inside.
Oh, a bit of pace.
Get it in the corridor. They can't quite. Up and down. Gee, it's a lot of scrambly work here by St Michael's. They're just trying to forge it forward and can't do so. Eli Roberts, or was it Will Prescott?
How's that for
Prescott
a tackle?
It was. Yep, well done by Logan Rose. Pops that ball forward. Gee, 2-on-1 in the pocket. And look at the crummers here. It's all Prince Alfred. So if they've got numbers down here, surely at the other end of the ground, and they have St Michael's, there's a player out the back and there's a player across to the left of this pack.
And that last passage, they couldn't kick long, but because the Princes have 2 or 3 spare whenever St Michael's look up, so they're making it very tricky indeed.
So they're running forward now. Sands again, player you mentioned, Jack, good spotting, and a very good player is Lachlan Sands. As now the players have to come down, they migrate down.
They've got 3 loose now, Princes. Where's the St Michael's numbers? They have to be either on ball or behind the footy. You'd think they'd be well versed to put them around the ball here.
There's one inside in the middle here if they can get it to him, but it's going to come over the top. They massage it forward now, just a kick forward by Prescott. Big pack form, sense of theatre there, just puts it back where it was. All of the St Michael's players stood in front of that pack, and one fumble can be costly. That was all, I guess you'd call that brown, purple, yellow, whatever. Anyway, it was all the St Michael's colours in front of that pack as it comes out towards Puka now. And round the corner they go.
That's a kick from Prescott, long, high, handsome. Gee, if they've got 3 loose in their D50, how are they about to walk a goal in inside 25? Goes beyond belief. Polkinghorn's got it, and there's still time for a double-digit haul here. He's got 5. He'll go back for his 6th. Maybe there's not. With only 14 minutes to go. But St Michael's, goodness me, Prince Alfred had 2 or 3 in their D50. And all of a sudden they looked up on the break from clearance and there was 3 or 4 heading inside their forward 50. It's like they've got extra numbers out there. So Polkinghorn from directly in front should be an absolute corker from him. He's pushed it across the face. 5 goals, 4 I make that now for Jay Polkinghorn. Could have 9 in this game.
Could be double figures in scoring shots. 3
or 4 from directly in front as well. 1 from the boundary he's missed. You forgive him for that. He's left a few on the board. 11-12-78, Sportal scoreboard. Healthy gap. St Michael's 7-4, 46 leaders, 32 points. We tick towards the 12-minute mark in this final quarter. Our main event coming up at 7:45. Sacred Heart, St Peter's. Winner takes all through to next week's grand final against Prince Alfred. Prescott for the Princes. Meanwhile, they spoil each other. Polkinghorn wanted it. He goes back in, tries to lay a smother. Might come straight back. Oh, taking a wicked bounce off the knee of Lagana. And they'll throw it in as the crowd just trickles in. St Peter's boys there in the race, just warming up, getting ready for their all-important clash coming up live and free here on SAAS TV.
So throw in on the centre wing in front of the big crowd. Down here, beautiful night for football. It is winter, but it's not raining. The rain has stayed away and just cool, but palatable for most of us, especially for those of us in a nice commentator's box as we speak. And, well, a lot of whistles going on there. And the big fella is Noah Brazil. He's just looking down the ground. He's going to just pull that kick a little bit. And nice jukes over the top there, Logan Rose. Just tries to massage that ball forward. Oh, one-handed. Well, one was being held, so if one doesn't, the other one can. Lachlan Sands, Jack, you've mentioned many times, and he's a very, very good player for St Michael's, and he's one of those well-balanced. Just pops that ball in. Still a long way out here. This is Archie Welsh. It's going to be 65 out, so he's going to have to pick someone off.
There's a loose man, Luray, about 40 out in that leading space. He goes over his head.
Comes into that pack. Look at the numbers back here. Burgoyne, he wriggles and gets his way out and faces forward, and that's the way the ball goes out on that far wing. Have a look at it here. They're out here through Brodie Harris. It's good football. Gee, Harris didn't back himself with pace, so he gets caught like a beast in the wild being hunted down. It was. He just didn't know his or he did know, sorry, that his pace couldn't get him away, and so he got caught out there. So they load up again. Here's St Michael's in high. That's not going to help anyone. The big bomb. Look at the numbers on the ground here. Rugby Mall again. Coming out, number 26, that was Mondello, having a very good game. It's on the ground. Go and get your own ball. Out it comes, far side the wing. Closing speed by the St Michael's player, and that was well done. Ball hung in the air for a little while. That looked like it might have been Will Fegit, perhaps. Just a little bit far over that far side there. Almost on to South Road. Beautiful oval is Thebarton, as we know it now, about to be reconstructed. The grandstand to our right, just sensational here. And, well, many a good day I've had down here back in the day, the 80s, the 90s. Come to the old SAFA Grand Finals as well, and had some fun at this oval. And it's a, I was going to swear, it's a very, very big oval if you ever have to run around it. Anyway, we don't have to worry about that now. These young players are doing it. Out there, there is plenty of space. St Michael's have kicked 1-1. Princes have kicked 3 points, so they haven't added to their goal tally. And it's a bit of this, Jack, it just keeps coming back kick to kick, doesn't it? 2 or 3 kicks. Players collide. Well balanced there. They'd seen the Prince Alfred always get that one player you see run to the back of the pack there. And in this occasion, that was Ray Sumner. So very well drilled by David Odie on where to be, positioning, how to play. There's 4 white jumpers to the left of screen here. And it goes in front. Can they get it out? Oh, around the corner. That's an inside-out kick. You've got to learn to kick with your left foot. Otherwise, you'll give the ball up. And inside it comes very quickly by St Michael's. And there's the bench there. Just enjoying the moment, I guess, without worrying about the scoreboard right now. Oh, was he taken high? He was. Play on. Into traffic, though. They glide by Prince Alfred. Read it so well. Coming around there was Daniel Thompson. Had a very good, what you'd say, role-playing type game, Jack.
He's been put in that spot just behind the footy a couple of times. Since Princes have kicked clear in that third quarter, Coach Odie has decided to sit on this margin and not let St Michael's get anywhere near inside their forward half of the ground. Every time they look up, there's 3 or 4 numbers back, and it's resulted in lots of kicks like this, just bombs forward, trying to beat them with their pace. But not only those spare men in the sky are helping, but at ground level, they're fast and pacey. Threadgold's tackle was shrugged. Rose, and finally a mark inside their forward half. Can they get an entrance inside forward 50? Race is on. Mark is taken off to the races. Put it in the book and give him a gold medal.
That Sands, was it?
Finally, they break the Prince Alfred wall. The red wall of resistance has been bashed down. It might be a bridge too far to get anywhere near the lead.
Phew, he took off.
Credit to St Michael's. Nate Slade needs a breather after that. Dartfish replay coming for you now. And a beautiful kick inside from Mondello, and away to the races. Slade just almost got caught. And apologies, I'm on the wrong team sheet. I do apologise. I was a
great call, Jack.
Captain Lockie Sands. Sands and Slade both start with S, and I knew it was the 14, and I just lifted off to the left-hand side of my spreadsheet. So I do apologise. Lockie Sands, he's got 2 goals, Tony. And they close the margin back to 27 points.
They do. They bring it that little bit closer, a little bit more respectable, and they're winning the quarter as we speak.
2 goals to zip.
So it was really that third quarter's been the story of the game. Prince Alfred 6 goals, 3 has really been the difference. And as you said now, bring it back. It was 27 points.
Yeah, the 9-minute mark, the 24th minute mark, 4 Polkinghorne goals, and that's the difference on the scoreboard, exactly almost.
Good grab.
There he is. His ears are burning.
On cue. Jay Polkinghorne.
He's thinking I should have 10 tonight.
Ooh.
Gee, he made his captain earn it there. Matt Luray had to bend down. Only thing he could do, and there was a collision. Wasn't really a high tackle. It was more he ran to the shin of Will Fegit. He picks himself up, says, I'm good. Just bashes Pruka out the way. And the battle is resumed. So we're ticking towards full time. There's Puka going in over the footy. Burgoyne out the back waiting for it. Still not giving an inch, both teams. SAAS TV, thanks to Archie Stongs, filming footy. Dartfish, Sports Interactive and Sportal.
So, ball just coming forward now. Bobbling around. Can they get it out, Burgoyne? Watch this for movement. Couldn't quite. He's had a very good game as well. We've got to start thinking about our thongs, and I'd say Jay Polkinghorne with 5 goals probably gets them, and then we might take him off him again because he's kicked 4 points. But no, fantastic effort by Polkinghorne. Really good mark, and it's contested marks. We often talk about players winning the thongs in some of our games, and have they earned their possessions, or have they just been out the back getting free possessions? And well, Polkinghorne's gone and got his own ball tonight and done the team thing, but some of his marking in the packs, Jack, we talk about straightening the team up as well, as we see Boston Hodges just with ball in hand. And I'll hand over to you, Jack, and I'll grab this pair of thongs and see who we can find for an interview.
19 and a half gone. See if you can track down our man of the game, Jay Polkinghorne. He might tower over you, Tony. He's a tall man, isn't he? But you've got some height about you indeed, so you might want to match it with him, and looks like he's done enough now to put his name up in lights. But St Michael's 5 minutes on the board. It's a 5-goal difference. It's going to have to be a miracle, but jogging back on the mark after winning the free kick. Chance to add a 9th goal to the scoreboard, and they can edge back with 3 goals to zip if this flies through. Straight in front, umpire doesn't move a muscle. And that is Lockie Sands again. So 2 in the space of 4 minutes, but the sands of the hourglass might have just beat him to the punch. But Lockie Sands in what may be his final game as captain of this St Michael's team, perhaps coming back next season. He's got himself 3 on the afternoon. And a real strong play. I'd expect him to perhaps commit to Woodville West Torrens next season. Already there this season, playing 12 games in the under-18 competition. He's kicked a couple of bags of 2 in that comp, and out of the middle like a tracer bullet. Luray, he wants one for the road. Matt Luray sets sail for home, puts up the windy shields. Jogs back and says we've still got some work to do. 4.5. This game is done. Matt Luray, ooh la la. The Paris Olympics might be on, and Matt Luray, the French name, that's as sweet as a croissant out of the middle. He's got his first of the afternoon, leads with authority, pumps the fist. Order myself a couple of Matt Lurays, if I could. Central District representative at Sandford level, proudly representing his school this evening. 8 under-18s games this season for Matt Luray, averaging 21 disposals. Can you believe that? He's off to work again. He gets the pickaxe out. Couldn't help but mark it. When you got a kick like that, accuracy and determination. Lockie Sands, a couple of quick goals in this quarter. His opposing captain, Matt Luray, said, "Boys, wake up. This is Mondello." We tick towards full time. Game of the night is coming up shortly. Mondello to add a 12th to the tally. Prince Alfred getting some late cream on this beautiful, beautiful cake. Charging into next week's grand final with authority in this final 5 minutes in this 4th quarter. They kick well clear now. Noah Manillo it was. 2 goals for Manillo. He's been in the top 5. Manillo, Mondello, Ray Sumner in the 1st quarter. Jay Polkinghorne, our man of the match. He'll join Tony Neal after this one. Still 1.5 minutes to play. Here's Puker. He's been best on for St Michael's without a shadow of a doubt. Just get it out of my area. Slapped forward off the boot. Madden. Ground level arriving quickly. Thread gold out the back. No one can pick it up. It's a bit of a hot coal in there. Albert Ebert On hands. On knees. One grab, two grab. Noah Archie. Can't quite. He went without it. There's always teammates around for the exit handball, and that's what Daniel Thompson finds, but quickly manned up, moving it through Lagana. Going backwards to go forwards. Hand out. Oh, he evaded him beautifully. Rome Burgoyne. Wasn't built in a day, but Rome is going to be a future icon of South Australian footy. Sumner to Wakeland and all the way in. He came here tonight looking to make an impact, and he'll leave here with St. Michael's in his back pocket because he has become their owner tonight. 5 for the game and now for 6, and in fairness, he should have about 11. He's missed 4 from directly in front. Might just beat the siren with the kick from directly in front to send Princes into the grand final next week with all the confidence. And just be careful on your way out, Jay Polkinghorne, because your head might be that big, you might knock it on the door frame, but you've deserved the confidence and you've deserved a bit of a strut walking off Thebarton Oval tonight, because you have been the man who has single-handedly separated these two sides. 6 goals for Jay Polkinghorne. Keep your ear to the ground in draft circles to track the future of that man. And a few of these talents from Prince Alfred, they march, and the tune-up is complete for next week's grand final at Adelaide Oval. Final score from Thebarton Oval, 14-13, 97 Prince Alfred. St. Michael was a gallant first half from then, only trailed by 4 points at half-time. They finish on 9-4-58. And Polkinghorne takes home 6 of the best at Thebarton Oval. And Prince Alfred await to see their opponent. It will be the winner of the next game, Sacred Heart and St. Peter's. That's coming up at 7:45. Might be a tad later, that game, as the two sides trickle onto the Oval now. We'll have it for you shortly. And also shortly, if Tony Neal can track down Jay Polkinghorne, we'll cross down to him for an on-ground interview. And aren't the boys from St. Peter's fired up as they come on to Thebarton Oval? Sacred Heart just jog out in a calm fashion. St. Peter's are here to play. They've brought half the school with them, it looks like, as well. Grandstands are packed. If you're in the Thebarton Oval area, come on down, because this is our feature match on SAAS TV. Blockbuster Round. The umpires are ready. The two clubs are out. But before we get there, the main man of SAAS footy coverage, Tony Neal, has tracked down the 6-goal hero, the difference, Jay Polkinghorne. He's at ground level now.
Well, what a great win it was by Prince Alfred, and well, we're joined by our best on ground, Jay Polkinghorne. 6 goals, 5, mate. Fantastic up forward. Tell us about your marking, because we talk about it's easy to take a mark out on your own, but in packs like that, and you take some really good one-handed, one grab takes, mate. How much work do you do on your marking?
Oh, look, over the pre-season a fair bit, but it just comes naturally a bit, and yeah, boys kick it to the right spot and can hold on to most of them, which is good.
Well, you certainly straightened the team up. That third quarter was really the one where you got away and made the break. Tell us about your playing sample as well at the moment. You've had a couple of reserves games at Norwood, is that correct?
Yeah, started the year in the under-18s, then was lucky enough to play 3 reserves games. So yeah, we've been going all right. Hopefully go further in finals and yeah, see what happens. Might
want to send them this tape, mate. We can cut it for you. 6 goals, 5 in the end, so 11 scoring shots that you had. Fantastic. A lot of work on your goal kicking at times. Sometimes you have the yips and they were easier shots, and then some of your harder shots you get, and then the big left footer as well, mate. So two-sided.
Yeah, sometimes. This season I've been missing a fair bit, so I've been trying to focus on goal kicking a lot, but no, it's good to straighten up in the second half, so yeah, pretty glad of that.
Oh, well, you're a champion, mate. You played a great game out here. It was a pleasure for us to watch. You in Year 12, so this will be so the final year of football, and we will head straight to our commentary box.
The magnificent Tony Neal, joined by the man who was the difference in our previous match for Prince Alfred. They march into next week's grand final, and Jay Polkinghorn heads into it with 6 of the best. Our Archie's man of the game. And our feature presentation this evening is coming up, and the 2 teams are out there and ready, Sacred Heart and St. Peter's, and it's coming up next. Blockbuster Round concludes with our feature game this evening. Winner takes all. Sacred Heart, led by Coach John Simons, and St. Peter's, well, they're ready to go. And both teams are on the ground early. Both teams come in with 3 wins and 1 loss in their past 4 games. Prince Alfred booked their place in the grand final last round, undefeated now through 5 goals. And the winner of this one will meet them next week at Adelaide Oval in the feature match at the Hallmark Grand Final of the SAAS season. Led by Jet Hastings, St. Peter's, his vice-captains Will Hawker and Oliver Franco. Well, for Sacred Heart, Ned Atkinson leads them out. And if you're tuning in and some names ring a bell, the 2 Camper Reale boys are out there, Lucas and Ben, looking to book their team into the grand final before, in all honesty, they should hopefully be at AFL level next season after having some fantastic campaigns at state under-18 level. On SAAS TV, thanks to Archie Thongs, filming footy stats, Dartfish, Sports Interactive and Sportal. It's Jack Moore alongside the man who is all things SA local and school footy, Tony Neal. We've got the entree out the way, ready for the main meal.
Well, it's going to be a fantastic game. I can't tell you a lot about St. Peter's. I haven't seen them this year. Oliver Franco there, vice-captain. I think he's played, one of the Francos anyway, has played a little bit of league footy. So I can't tell you, just going through that team, how they'll go. We'll just wait and see how it unwinds. But I was lucky enough to see Sacred Heart on Saturday night, and I just go through some of these names. Ned Atkinson, absolutely outstanding. He does float forward as well. He doesn't just play on ball, but being the captain, he's one of those ones where you can say, well, hang on, leave me out here for the rotation. So he does. Watch out for number 5, Luke Candy. Very well balanced. He's a left footer, but just the use, you see those classic left foot ball users. He's one of those. Brody Brutones at times in the ruck. Jack Lees at times, new player into the team this season. And then you get down Jet Reed. Tom Dermody kicked a few goals the other night, really straightens them up. And then, of course, the cream at the top there. Lucas Camperale was our best on ground on Saturday night. Played an absolutely outstanding game. Watch for him, number 30. And Harry Hosking, I think he kicked 3 or 4 goals the other night. And Ben Camperale is the other one. Both boys expected to go in the draft, I'd suggest, but we'll just wait and see. We won't get ahead of ourselves. All in readiness for this huge game as well. A real football factory, Sacred Heart. They've won a lot of things over the last few years, and John Simons, I know, down on the boundary there, but not only coaches the senior 18, he does a lot with the other teams coming through, so they really have that football factory down there as that ball in the air.
So the umpires out there, Cooper Williams, Matt Raymond and Matty Morrell, have the honour of umpiring this one. The main event on Blockbuster Round here on SAAS TV. Hope you've enjoyed the first 2 matches. And we're ready to go for this one. Sacred Heart with the first mini clearance. They're going backwards to go forwards. Pressure on. Came from the back and it was a beautiful Lamp Brooks. Here's Bowman on the turnover. Sends it inside 50, but it's going to spiral out of bounds, out of control. And the crowd is packed in. The first game was mid-afternoon, so understandably low attendance, but it's night time. No rain in sight, no wind, and parents, friends, students, and everyone who pick a side. It's either St. Peter's or Sacred Heart. Strong hands. That's Lamp Brooks. Couple of touches in the opening minute. Those red boots. Looks to use it beautifully. To about 20 out. Eyes on it. Goes all the way to the back. Umpires found a free kick. It will go the way of Harry Giles. And Giles was the one that went up for the footy. It'll go to his teammate instead in Raphael as he looks to exit D50. Just over the head of the St. Peter's player. And there's the captain, Jet Hastings. Strong tackle for St. Peter's. Hastings waits out the back. It's a lovely tackling effort. Waiting down. Franco, one of the vice-captains. Offhand. St. Peter's have started sprightly. Oh, he's gone. Pinned. Holding the ball. Bit off the lamb's shank, but he couldn't swallow it. And Sacred Heart have the first free kick. Both these teams, they want to be in Adelaide Oval's fine turf next week. Oh, he might have bitten off a bit more here. No, he hasn't. On the outer wing, Sacred Heart take it forward.
So it's on that wing now. Bobbling around there. That looked like number 20, Tom Dermody. Watch for him. Gee, pops a long time in the air, and the player with his socks up, Tyson Roberts, takes a nice chest mark, quickly gets rid of it. The Lamp Brooks picking it up early. They're going around the wing here. Player drops the ball. Quick handball across to Jet Hastings, the captain. On that left boot, sizzling kick inside. Nice take by the Sacred Heart player there. 1-2. I talked about the small numbers. That's Will Rooney by the looks of it. Some of the jumper numbers here at Sacred Heart are very small, so if they're up over this side of the ground, that's fine. It's a great tackle by Harry Franz, and he will be the recipient. Well, let's see how they go inside here, Sacred Heart, early in this first quarter in what's proving to be a huge game. Nice kick in, pops it up high for the Flyers. Oh, over the top. Couldn't quite get it done. Player tries to forge through. Let's go of the ball, and let's go quite quickly. That was Harrison Ram. And, gee, I'll tell you what, nice tackle there, George Wicks.
Both teams taking on the tackles early. Umpires letting them know, and if you're going to do that, you have to get a handball or a kick. Wicks's short kick finds Kelly, touches it down on this beautiful, crisp, bowling green type grass at Thebarton Oval, and they're inboard. That's the kick that kills you, but you've got to take the mark. Raymond left it behind. Raphael over the top, tries to duck his way through a tackle, and another holding the ball free kick. Lamp Brooks, he's on a heater in the early stages. This would be his fourth or fifth touch of the Sharon. Got a short kick lateral, wants to pick off something a bit more attacking. Roberts, near side. Crowd have filed in nicely. Beautiful conditions on this Tuesday night. Moving it through hands and taken almost. Just spilt over the boundary line because waiting for it was Pickett. And the boundary umpire, one more chance to stretch the arms. The boundary umpires, Kane Mariolis, Harry Ialassi, James Pike and Enoch Eck. And our goal umpires, Akram Rashid and Richard Williams.
So ball up now. They're coming out, Sacred Heart 1-2. Look at them run. St. Peter's are up to it at the moment, or coming at the ball there. Joel Parker had to really head towards that ball, and a big tackle applied now. An umpire coming in the ball up. I tell you what, behind these players, a lot of space in the middle of the ground. There are the two wingers really in the centre of the ground, but there's a lot of space in here. So they come to boundary here, Sacred Heart, trying to forge through was Hunter Pickett, and does so. Jim Kelly with a nice kick forward. Anyone's ball in that forward line. Sacred Heart out the other side. Is there a player there? We talked about that space on the wing. It's a ground ball. That gives the opposition a chance. Coming through was Joel Parker. Sizzling kick. Over the top. Anyone's ball again. They all just stop there. Play a handball to himself. Gets it back. That's Tyson Roberts with the socks up. Oh, not so flash on the kick, but plenty of time out there. Gee, St. Peter's player there held the ball up, ran through two or three players with the ball in the air. That's clever. They come inside now, Sacred Heart, but it's not through any structure, just bouncing there and out of bounds. So finding it very hard to find an avenue forward, Sacred Heart. And look at the numbers there already. 4 players for St. Peter's in that vision.
They stand out in those blue and white stripes and the blue shorts. Structured exit out of their back 50, but now the button is pressed to go forward. Kick from Bevan. Finds Hill. Short 45. Ooh, nervous moments for Hill.
Gee, they're coming inside into that corridor from deep in the back line. I talk about that being the one of the most difficult kicks in football, get it into that hot spot, but they're trying to come out the other side here.
Strong effort. Kelly's kick was almost marked, and that would have sent him inside 50 yet again, but in a blink of an eye, it's bounced off Franz's head. Tried to put the hands out. The ball came with too much pace, and St. Peter's run it across the outer side. Kick didn't go higher than this player's head, and it invited him onto the footy to mark it. Dermody comes through, turns it straight over to Lamp Brooks. That's Walters.
I can tell you what, Jack, is a marvellous sight. He's right behind the goals at the far right end. One long line of supporters there, and down in the pocket at this end, I'd say that's the Sacred Heart boys to our left and St. Peter's to the right. It's a magnificent spectacle down here. I talk about it being a festival, the big blockbuster day, but the crowd that gets down here, the crowd next to us in the in the grandstand and on the hill is chock-a-block, but then you've got this spread of supporters at each end as that ball comes in, and it's just a fast-moving game. Oh, players going down left, right and centre. Hurried kick forward and just touch through. Just going to be a free kick, I'd suggest.
All the way through. No score, I don't think, recorded there.
No, so 0-0-0 plays 0-0-0.
You're right, the two Blazer brigades behind either end of the goals here. Looks like
just magnificent.
To the right of screen, a few more numbers there, whether that's St. Peter's or Sacred Heart. Hard to tell, both the same colours.
I think that's St. Peter's. They'll kick to that end and you'll see they'll change ends.
Rush around to the quarter break, you reckon?
Yeah, that's what happens, like the old days.
Speaking of rush, off to the races, Ram. This is Dermody with that hair just flowing in the breeze. And now Raphael in their inside 20. And a ripple of applause. If you're of a Sacred Heart persuasion, directly in front. 7.5 gone, no score on the board. Can Harry Franz change that? Back him in.
He was on his own there for a little while, wasn't he? And he just waited for that to come in. That's the trouble that, some teams, do they do the press or is it the opposition doing the flood? But if they do, stay long. And this is what can happen.
Franz called up for South Australia in the AFL Under-16s Championships. 10 matches at 16s level for the Bays. And they're off. The boys from the beach side have the first goal of the day. Sacred Heart on the board. St. Peter's chasing from behind early.
8 minutes in. It's taken 8 minutes to get that first score on the board. So will that be the story of the night? Or will it be, as we saw in the previous game, where Prince Alfred really in that third quarter really opened up? A little bit going on there down in the forward line. Just watching there, Will Hawker, the vice-captain, is getting a bit of curry from the people over on the fence there, and he's doing a little bit of bumping around as well. Ball comes forward now for Princes, up and down, round and round. A lot of players over the ball. Is that a free kick? It is. And it'll go the way of Prince Alfred. Will we see their supporters erupt as this is Jimmy Heel, ball in hand. And he's going to kick from probably 35 out. There's a little bit going on just here and there. A lot of players, well, they've all come up the ground. There's no player in the other half of the ground. G. Heel runs around on his left. Has it come back? Has it drifted back? It has, and they erupt behind the goals and they erupt on the field, in the stands, and Jimmy Heel, he has kicked his first off his toe, and that is 1 goal apiece in what really promises to be an outstanding game, and it started that way. It's just so quick moving. Jack Moore.
Such a bright future for Heel. He's playing under 16s footy, but he's had games where he's had 33, 23, 23, 22, 21, 21. And in those games, 7 of the year, he's kicked 10 goals for the Tigers at under 16 level. So, one to watch future. He's got a couple of years left here at St. Peter's.
Just watching Will Hawker, I thought the medical attendant ran out, but he was actually just to get some gunk on the hands to help him grab.
A little bit of grippo out there. There might be a bit of dew coming across Thebarton Oval. In contest again, trying to spin out of it. Puts the indicator on. Joel Parker moves it now in a straight line. It's a wrestle. Umpire says, a little bit too hard the one way. Sacred Heart free kick, edge of 50. The ball went inside 50 there, but no clear possession, so it's going to come back. A bit too far out.
There's some strong leads too, and there's some bit of pushing and shoving. There's a lot of argy-bargy out there, let me tell you that.
Just over his head, waiting down for it. Would have been Franz, but he gave away the free kick. So St. Peter's can breathe. It was strong, bringing it out of half-back. Really nice hands. Taken above his head by Raidus. He moves it, a dangerous kick, but he measured it to within milliseconds of a turnover. Jack Lees plays on. Bangs it to about 25. Well stocked back there. St. Peter's, doesn't matter. Coming back with the fly, drifting in like a lead balloon.
It was a nice grab, wasn't it? Strong grab.
Soon as the Sharon hit his chest, he fell to the ground. Popped back up. Eddie Pedler out of nowhere. Lining up for the second of the day. 11.5 on the clock. Directly in front. The Pedler. And they're off and riding. Sacred Heart. Eddie's got one. And this game is going to be a blockbuster. You can lock it in.
Pretty relaxed with the kick in the end, wasn't he? He just leant back, but he kicked through it. Yeah, that ball came in, and that was a very good mark. Could be a contender for our, our Dartfish mark of the day. Who will win our Filming Footy Stats goal of the day? We thank Sportal, our scoreboard sponsor, Sports Interactive, our broadcast sponsor, Archie Songs for our best on ground, and of course SAAS TV. And there is the big crowd down there. That looks like the Sacred Heart team, it was, of supporters. And, well, St. Peter's now are going to load up again. So, real battle on their hands here, if they can get it forward. The amount of players, I can tell you, the amount of players that are all running forward, it misses everyone. Couple of Falcons in there. They come out wide here. Interesting to see if they keep doing that, Sacred Heart, because that was a quick kick in. They're very quick, St. Peter's. That's what I've noticed here. And that was Lampbrooks, I reckon, again, getting that ball forward. Look at the old buildings there in the background, the old gates down here at Thebarton Oval.
It's a heritage ground, isn't it?
Magnificent it is.
Soon to be redeveloped as part of the Adelaide Crows AFL HQ facility.
That long kick there makes it hard for the on-ballers to get back, so you might see a bit of one-on-one. I just think this has gone up a step from the last game we've seen, and we thought they were fast, but this is lightning fast, and both teams very well structured.
Well, those previous games, nothing really on the line in those ones. So either of the teams in this one, they come in both 3 wins, 1 loss. Now, as we've said a few times now, winner goes through to the grand final at Adelaide Oval. And a few of these players, Sandford representatives, will get a chance to play at Adelaide Oval, but for the majority of them, they play at those local venues. So it's a real chance to play at an AFL venue if they win this game and progress to the grand final of SAAS.
That was Ned Atkinson there, son of Brodie, of course, but Ned Atkinson, an outstanding young footballer on his own, so keep an eye out for him. I saw him Saturday night, played a great game, kicked a couple of goals. When he's not on ball, he goes forward. And, well, they go backwards now, St. Peter's to go forward. So ball comes in, up in the air, down it comes. Oh, big collision there. Players stand their ground. Oh, charging in head first. The umpire's just throwing the whistle away. Another big tackle there. Umpire says play on again. So they hack it forward here, Sacred Heart. Playing in front. It's anyone's ball. Up and down. Ball on the ground. Oh, applying pressure there. That was a great recovery. He was bundled out of it and then pushed back in. Looks like it may have been Lee's, but we'll see. As umpire, I'll tell you, have got their hands full of the umpires, Jack, because they've got a lot of running to do if it keeps going at this pace.
Pace is red hot, breakneck speed, and the one time Sacred Heart have got it over the back, well, a couple of times now, they've converted truly, just hanging off the back of this pack. Roberts, now he goes in, wraps it up, and there's 2 St. Peter's players in there. They pull each other up.
Not too sure we've called Lucas or Ben Camperale at this point in the game.
One of them was Wicks, winning it down off the ruck contest and chasing strong after it. Bevan's in there, moving it through. Sacred Heart come out, they charge on the ground. Oh, ball's locked in, needs to be knocked out now. It is. Strong tackle from Bretones to lock it in there. Taken off the pack, waiting for it to come out. Ryan coming through. Bevan, Milne. Lurs waits for it, but turning on a 5-cent piece. That was Hosking. Oh, it's through. Uncontested mark, had both hands up. Ryan falls on top. Just fell a bit egregiously over the player's neck, and Stutz Roberts hands it off to a teammate who won the free kick. He'll look to resist out of back 50. It's Hill of the Tom variety. His brother Jake in the 15 as well. And that's a bit over the top as well. So 2 free kicks coming out of the back half. There is Hill. So it's Hill, back to Hill. Few Hills covered on that little passage. Over to you.
They go on that far side. Long raking kick in. Playing in front. Look at Sacred Heart turn it over. They give to a player standing still. He has to then put the speed on to get through that pack. It goes back now, and it really is that game of kick the kicker. Stutz Roberts has the ball in hand. He's just surveying. It allows, as I say, it allows the on-ballers to get back, but they need to set it up. Gee, puts it up high, made it hard for his teammate there. Look at the ball there. It is volleyball. There's a punch out of the hand. He held the hand up and punched that forward. I'm not sure that that's legal, but the umpire's called play on. Oh, big collision there in the middle of the ground. I hope the players get up all right there, because Sacred Heart player down on the ground. They're out here. If they can get the... Gee, I tell you what, that player's got a fair bit of pace on him as well. Off to the races they were. Oh, dragged to the ground. Bang! Down he goes, and he picks up the free kick. There's Ned Bowman.
Yeah, that was against Lucas Campiriali there. Just a bit too much aggression.
Jeez,
Bowman's off.
Took off too.
Bowman's off, and he leads it straight up inside forward 50. That must be holding the ball. We took them on. Oh, it's a dangerous tackle, the umpire said, and they're getting lucky at both ends. So an evening out of the piece.
Could be...
It's Raidus who wins the free kick for Sacred Heart.
Ned Bowman, might have to check. Might be related to Lockie Bowman, of course, a great player for Nord, but also from Oru up there in the northern areas.
Turn straight over, though. Here's the goal scorer, Hele. He couldn't quite get the handball to a teammate. Up the ground, Dermody. What does Tom do? He's confronted. Hands off to a team. Oh, running onto it beautifully. Here's Franz. He's had a couple of touches early. Off to Mackay.
A bit of traffic in there when they're handballing.
1-on-1, head of the ball. Can they outrun their opponent here? Coming up to it, that's Pedler. Needs to get a handball off, but they're well covered inside 50. St. Peter's have dropped back well. Roberts, short kick.
Beautiful.
That needed to hit, otherwise Harper Ryan was right onto it. But
Beautiful.
it did,
Beautiful.
and they can resist out of back 50. And Michaels takes it away, but his kick is intercepted. Ground level, they pile on top of it now. Can St. Peter's get it out? They can.
No worries, Jack. It was 5 minutes late there. I was just trying to say it was beautifully balanced, but the game doesn't stop to give us that chance to hand over, and bang! There's a nice mark here, and I'll tell you what, there's nothing easy. That Camperali, by the looks of it, on the left boot, goes long. Gee, I'll tell you what. Oh, flying high and unable to take it. Gee, sense of theatre by the player there, puts it back to his mate. That was Hawker in tight. Oh, one hand there, up and down. Sacred Heart first the ball. You haven't got that amount of time, son. Get rid of it quickly. Right in front of our central commentary position. And there's players going left, right and centre. He's a big size too, Jonty Raymond.
A few hands on hips out there as well. This game is
frenetic
a
pace.
few octaves above the past two we've seen today.
So Raymond now, he's the ruckman, but he's gone down a kick. Well, he's actually gone down into the forward line. That's interesting as number 26 there we haven't got on our team sheet. Gets it forward. Just checking there, no. And nice mark here, Fergus Lamp Brooks. So just the time for the whole crowd to take a breather. 19 minutes in. He's going to kick down the line. Well, no, he's not, because Sacred Heart player cuts it off, and that's Harper Ryan. Quick kick in, Atkinson. Watch for this bit of movement. 1-2. Across it comes. Lee's under pressure. That's the player I was talking about. That's that beautiful left foot by Luke Candy. And there's a free kick down the ground. Holding on, and this is Franz again, who's had a fair few possessions early in this quarter, and get a shot at goal for his second.
Free kick going against Bevan as he came out on the lead, and he didn't have to give that away to Franz because he had a 2-on-1 and teammate 5 metres behind that contest. But when the ball comes in quick, the defenders can panic. Exactly what Bevan did, and Sacred Heart can just push ahead here. So
Franz coming in, 20 minutes into the quarter. Slight angle, good side for right footer. And he's kicked that one, no worries at all there. Harry Franz has his second, very relaxed on his kicking style. He has 2, Pedler has 1, and they are 3 goals straight on the scoreboard to 1 goal. As we're 20 minutes into the first quarter, Tony Neal joined by Jack Moore on a grand night, a blockbuster night. Rostrevor versus Westminster was our first game, won by Rostrevor. Prince Alfred played St Michael's in the second game. Of course, Prince Alfred got over the top, and there's some fans out there enjoying the evening.
Sacred Heart ladies have come down to support their team.
Our cameraman there just urging them on a little bit. Great to see the support there.
One's got half the face covered. It must be a bit chilly out there. She's pulled up the scarf. But these guys, it's hot after the white lines, across the white lines, I should say. St Peter's desperately in need of a goal now. Sacred Heart have gapped them. Stockman tried to measure it for his full forward, but it just went over his head. Sacred Heart leave it behind. Moving back in, Helle's always in there. Crane is lurking and tracking it towards the line, the captain Hastings, but it goes out. Off the boot in the end of Hastings. Free kick on the full. Sacred Heart just to breathe out. 3.5 minutes to play, first quarter.
I'll tell you what, there's a lot of people on the bench down here for Prince Alfred as well. There'd be 20 people standing along that line there. I'm not sure that that's within the rules, but they are all down there as Sacred Heart kick this ball high in front of us on the wing. Anyone's ball. Look at the numbers here. 1, 2, 3, 4. First to hands the ball was Hawker and then applies a strong tackle. Umpire says let it go again.
Just high at the bottom of that pack. Free kick going the way of St Peter's here to Hill. Made the ball his objective. He went after it. The umpire protected him. Oh, gee, loses about 35 metres going back for the switch.
Long kick back, Jack.
Hill moves it towards the outer side, finds Wicks. If it works, might be a set play on that whiteboard at quarter time. You might see a few more in the second quarter. Locked up at about 75 out on that far side boundary. As we get a close-up of the Sacred Heart bench.
John Simon's there, and that's the Sacred Heart 2 coach there as well.
Slapped out by Mackay. Doing well in the ruck, using the girth and the height. Raidus all the way back. Jet Hastings said, "You're going nowhere." Locks it up and drags him across the boundary. So we'll throw it in. 2.5 minutes remaining. 1 goal on the board for St Peter's. An accurate quarter. 4 goals in total. No misses.
Thomas Mackay, that is. Taps it back cleverly. 1, 2, 3. They're on the run here. Out they come. Looked like Camperali there. Nice long kick into the middle of the ground, but needs to hit a player. Oh, very well controlled. Puts the Jets on this way, that way. That was Franz again, having a great game. A scrubbing kick, but first to the ball. Sacred Heart around the corner. Tom Simpson tries to be neat. Big play to get around there is Raymond by the looks of it. A little bit slow to get up off the ground. Gee, bit of trouble here for Michaels. He's in all kinds of trouble there. And big number 6 there, you can see Jonty Raymond. He can play seniors in at any level, and he'd be there. He's put his hand up. He'd be a big player in any level of football, let alone senior 18, as this ball dribbles along the ground. But a free kick given late in this quarter, probably 1.5 minutes. Can they get it forward again here, St Peter's, and try and get a score? They spread wide very quickly here. They've got one in the pocket, and they've done that once or twice tonight where they've gone backwards.
Free kick going the way of the vice-captain Hawker, who's well built as well. Looks to push his teammates down the field. Tick under 1 minute remaining in this first quarter.
Long kick out to that wing. Big pack forms, smacked it down by Sacred Heart. That's a two-fisted punch inside by the Sacred Heart player. He gets a handball out blindly and gives it back to a nest for St Peter's players there. It comes back around now, just a hack kick forward. Looked like Harper Ryan. Oh, here's an opportunity. Ball on the ground. Anyone's ball. Who's first to it? Sacred Heart. There's a fumble there. Can they get away with it here, St Peter's? They're under pressure. And good mark taken by Jack Lees. Plays on quickly. Around the corner. Is it touched? Oh, I'll tell you what, that was a high leap by Stutz Roberts.
Mark that down as a bit of a turning point.
Spoiled the party.
They could have gone in with a 3-goal lead instead. Last line, definition of a last line spoil and a great effort.
It was a high leap too. So our score at quarter time, 3 goals, 1-19 Sacred Heart to 1 goal straight 6 St Peter's in an entertaining first quarter of football where Sacred Heart just got the extra couple of scoring shots there, and we will take a short break. Welcome back to Thebarton Oval, and doesn't that look a beautiful sight there as the lights are on and people are home, let me tell you that. It's a magnificent crowd down here, great atmosphere, there's no wind to speak of, and a great night of football. It's been a great day and it's gone so quickly. Tony Neal joined by Jack Moore in commentary, and we can see in there St Peter's just going through a few things there, and you can see the Sacred Heart. And as you mentioned, Jack, for a lot of these players, maybe the last time they play together or the last couple of weeks, and there's a few hangers-on and supporters around the place. John Simon's always well structured in the way that he coaches his teams. And someone just wandering around with a tub full of snakes down there as well.
Give me some of those. And also, you mentioned there the last time some of these guys will play with each other, but the last time, obviously there's 2 or 3 or 4 who will go in the draft, leave the team. So that next layer below that, a chance for those guys to really show the coach that they're capable of leading this team next year as well. So for one of these sides, it's their last game, and for one of these sides, they'll be into the grand final next week. But still plenty on the line, only a 13-point lead. It's quarter time, and St Peter's in the first half of that first quarter showed they were very much up to the fight, and only a couple of free kicks here or there has given Sacred Heart the lead.
There is the magnificent grandstand in the back shot of that shot of James Moody, our magnificent cameraman, and helps in a lot of areas down here. So SAAS football is alive and kicking, and it's a pleasure to bring it to all the viewers wherever you may be watching across the world, across Australia, South Australia, and especially the regional areas. If you've got a son, grandson, someone that you know, mate, friend, whatever, playing, I hope you're enjoying the telecast. That is John Simon still addressing the Sacred Heart team, so they've been held in that little bit longer. He does put a lot of work into not just the senior 18. He's been talking with these lads, Jack, the last 3 or 4 years. He's been with these lads, helping them and coaching them through the lower grades, the years 10s, and then they come up to the senior, the reserves, and senior football. And John overlooks that whole program, does an outstanding job with it. So by the time they get to here, there's no surprises. They already know what they're up for and the expectations. So
consistency all the way through, isn't it?
It is
the ability to know what the coach wants at all levels. And by the time you're in that first 18, it's just muscle memory. And just mentioning our fantastic team here at Filming Footy, the access into those huddles, the bench shots, really bringing you every single aspect of this blockbuster day.
So ball in the middle of the ground. Thanks to our sponsors, SAAS TV, Archie Songs, Filming Footy, Footy Stats, Dartfish, Sportal and Sports Interactive. You're with Jack Moore for the ball up of the second half.
What a great opening quarter. Underway in the second. The 2 number 6s go at it. Ryman and Ram. Double R. Flicked out the back. Backing into a tough contest. Hawker. But he gave away the free kick. Here's opposite number 8. So the 7s, the 8s, the 6s, Bretones. Oh, that kick was measured beautifully. The crowd exhaled as one. They thought it was a dead set shot on goal coming up, and it should have been. Dropped cold, but still in a dangerous spot of the ground for St Peter's. Sacred Heart started beautifully.
I didn't keep an eye on the crowd, so there is blue and blue at both ends, but I'm not sure that they've swapped ends. I'll tell you who else is out there. Is Prince is on the fence there as well on the right. So
a bit of scouting for next week, maybe,
yeah,
Tony.
This is all happening. There's more crowd down around the fence than there is up here in the stands as the, that'll be the 8-18 just coming into Adelaide.
Frankie with the tackle. St Peter's are out off half-back. That grand final next week, same time. SAAS TV, tune in for that. One of these teams will be here. Atkinson flicks it out. Finds Camparialu of the Lucas variety, and you'd expect a little bit better from a man of his talent. Expected to go on the AFL draft alongside his brother Ben.
You're a harsh man, Jack. Has a hard kick. He's
needs no
outside
more.
50 on the run, but
high expectations for a very, very talented individual player. That's for sure. Of course,
right.
Sons of Scott as St Peter's bringing in from fullback.
Ball up there, big 50-50 contest. No one really breaking through. In Sacred Heart there, you can't see that they just don't get their own way, and that is a free kick here to St Peter's, and they're taking it up to the player, just getting up a little bit limpy there though. Oh, he's giving it back to the opposition. He's going to have to come in. He's got the sore leg. Going to have to come back, go this way and that way. That's very clever play. Hooks it around on the left foot though, puts it high. Sacred Heart able to cut it up. Can they set up again?
That crowd, sorry Tony, that crowd's riding every kick down there.
So Atkinson it was around the corner here. Oh, shot on goal. High, wide and handsome into that nest of players. If you want a free footy, now's the time to grab it. And another point on the board. And 2 points for the quarter there. Going quickly, Sacred Heart. And let's see what St Peter's can do. Is there anyone short? So there's not really. A couple of little leads come. They go just a pulled kick down the middle of the ground. And that's well done. And that is Jim Kelly with ball in hand.
It's a small town on the St Peter's coaching bench, isn't it? There's about 20 of them lined up there.
Correct.
Brilliant tackle. Taken away, umpire.
Oh,
play on, he said. And not sure what he made of that. It was a push out, slightly in the side, but one hand covering one of Tom Hill's numbers. Raiders got a little bit, or was it Simpson? Got a little bit over egregious, gave away the free. They're turning it over though. St Peter's is just welcoming the Sacred Heart tidal wave onto their doorstep.
Hosking kicked a few goals Saturday night as well.
Just can't get it out of their back half. That's a mini silver fist coming out. They've got numbers behind the footy. This part's easy. It's the kick that's coming now that's been the difficulty. So they just run it through hands instead. Another way out. Lees measured it. Again, we see a turnover. Sacred Heart.
That was Wicks just held to give that handball off. Could have just turned and ran straight and kicked it. Put it in the element of surprise. Oh, Sacred Heart off hands here. Bang, into goal. That looked like, was that Will Rooney, I reckon? Just wait and see as he turns around.
Looked to be the 58 from my view, 56. Those numbers are very difficult to read, aren't they? But
Ben
whatever
it could be.
Whatever it was, though, the kicks, St Peter's couldn't go. We've seen it on a number of occasions this afternoon. The extra man, they look up, they can't kick it long, and just sharking off the pack, Ben Camporeale. That's a mouthful.
He has his first. Ben's pretty easy, mate. So the Camporeale part, I understand. So you just want to hope that Joseph Raphael, Brody Bretones, Harrison Ram, Ned Atkinson, Lucas Camporeale and Ben Camporeale all aren't in one piece of play, or that'll be the end of the quarter as we're winding around to just almost 5 minutes in. It's all been Sacred Heart as we speak, and they're out again here. 2-on-1. Player had to hold strong, but it was like he knew telepathically that the player was there. Under pressure now, St Peter's. They held up well in that first quarter, but if it just keeps coming in all the time, and I've been very impressed with Sacred Heart, the amount of times they've been able to turn that ball over.
Camporeale with the Lucas variety had that last clearance. It came back at him, and it was turned over again. Sacred Heart just ramping and dialing up the thermostat. He's the captain for St Peter's, Hastings. Chisels it to Jim Kelly. It's a nice old-fashioned name, and they're running through the middle of Thebarton Oval, but the clamps from both sides were put on. Turned over to Ram. That kick, not one of his best. Strong tackle, just falling to his knees, and it looked like it was Tom Simpson.
So a lot of players running back. I reckon Sacred Heart have got a free back here. They have.
Hosking's tackle was elite to win the ball up, and there he is again. Hosking brought down. Beautiful. He stuck it, Ned Bowman. Put the glue on the fingertips. Hosking had nowhere to go. But St Peter's have not been able to get it over the halfway mark in this quarter.
So visually, there is a spare back. If they can get a kick in, they'll get it past him. Probably level with it now. It's the big fella here just wandering in. So 1, 2, 3. Gee, he had time to wriggle and get out of that. I was just going to say I haven't seen a lot of Candy tonight, and that was him on the left boot. Very rarely wastes it. Gives it to Tom Dermody. A long way out from goals. And the spare was Harrison Ram that had gone back. He's now floating down the ground. He's probably going to crumb this, if anything. Off heads.
Could have marked that.
Yep, so plenty of numbers here for St Peter's.
Uncontested mark it was. He went with the fist. He could have clearly marked it and just resolved a bit of the pressure for St Peter's. But as you said, the free kick will go the way of Tom Simpson. So many inside 50s though, Tony. They haven't taken their opportunity. Only one goal in this quarter so far.
Oh, is that taken out. It was Harry Franz.
Went in very, very early in the marking contest, straight over the shoulder. I doubt that umpire will pay an easier free kick all season.
There's a big crowd down the back there just observing. You can see the Prince's team, and well, we'll get a look behind the goals this time, whether that is the St Peter's or the Sacred Heart boys, depending on whether they erupt or whether they just stand there if he kicks the goal. So Franz did a bit of a decent angle here. He's going to kick from 35, maybe 40.
For his third.
Wow, you're correct too. So just widens out a touch, lines it up, comes in, wait for the roar of the crowd, and just offline.
They've pushed it to the right side, so I dare say that might be a St Peter's contingent down there. A few cheers, but very similar uniforms.
1 goal, 3 for the quarter too. Long kick out. Gee, forcing his way through. That looked like Ram, was it? Players, look at him trying to charge forward. There's an injured player in back play for Sacred Heart, really hobbling.
Living up to his name, Ram, wasn't he?
Oh, player there, forcing through. What's the umpire picked here? Looks out this side of the ground and, couldn't get a kick away. Zach Michaels. So it's possession football, but not really going forward. Now, nice little chip kick. Far side. Darkness over that side. There's a bloke over there, you can't see his face in that coat. As, there's 3 or 4 people over that far side, getting a real spectacle.
If he looks up, it is now 1-on-1. So St Peter's their best chance this quarter to get some possession inside their forward half.
And that's exactly what happens now. Sacred Heart. The race is on around the corner. Jack Walters, can he get away? Gee, he ran a long way with it. And in doing so, pops it up in the air. It looked like Ram. Just wait and see when he turns around. He's a very tall player there.
So finally inside 50 for St Peter's. The first time they looked up and Sacred Heart had equalised the numbers. Not sure whether John Simons had changed that coaching instruction over the last couple of minutes, but they're inside 50 now.
Gee, Ram just puts the hand up. Just dribbled down off his hand, that ball, Jack, and into a nest of players. They're going outside, though. I'm not real sure that that's the way to do it. However, there's a shot on goal. Just that handball out to the boundary rather than coming inside.
Yeah, it was Ned Bowman who took it back outside. Had a chance to cut inside, perhaps snap it on his left. But some players, as we know, don't have a good left foot. And the Sportal scoreboard ticks along for St Peter's. So 1-1-7, Sacred Heart 4-4-28, 21 points. Next goal, a little bit crucial. If you're of a blue and white persuasion, needed to put the dancing shoes on Hill and back himself out of a jam. Moving through, Simpson. He won the free kick, got met around the shoulders. Inside they go. That's a clear coaching instruction. Here's Kieran Scannell. Moves it on. Candy takes a bounce. He indulges. He's got a bit of a sweet tooth, Candy. On the cusp of 50, moves it on. Pressure is high. Comes out the back. Here's Rooney. Rooney, top right corner. He puts it through. 5-4-34. Sacred Heart kicking clear. Second quarter.
Will Rooney it was, and Candy almost got caught there. Did the double-handed basketball hit there. Gee, went through. Good courage. Around to Will Rooney and finishing well. So some courage shown there by the Sacred Heart players. And there's the scoreboard. 5-4-34 plays at 1-1-7, quarter 2. 10 minutes 42 seconds in. And just stretching the lead, Jack.
That's now 4 unanswered goals for Sacred Heart after it was 1 goal apiece early.
So 2 goals, 3 for the quarter. They got any more in them? It's only 11 minutes in. So they need to plug the hole here, St Peter's. Otherwise they might be in a bit of strife as that ball goes up. Wingers are in. Flick ball back inside to a crowd. Up and down Oliver Franco and... Gee, the umpires are paying. It's all Sacred Heart. Look at them stream forward too. The back line streams forward. They're streaming wide either side. And they're still streaming forward. Elects to kick into that spot. How there's space there, I'll never know. But there is.
Lucas.
And that is our winner of the Archie's Thongs on Saturday night. Lucas Campriali.
And the scary thing for St Peter's is Lucas and his brother Ben haven't really had much of an impact. Ben had that running goal.
Correct.
But apart from that, they've been pretty quiet. And, they're still down by 27. Could it be 33?
So left-footed Lucas, gee, kicks that from outside 50. Gee whiz, that is just amazing. Just went back and went bang, and they've kicked 3-1 in the first quarter. They've kicked 3-3. See if we can get a replay of that one.
Dartfish replay coming out to you, but Tony, he's not on the AFL draft radar for no reason, is he?
Oh, have a look at this. He's outside 50 there.
Slight stature, doesn't look much, but the pace, the skill, the ability to kick 50 metres, that is one of the 1%ers at AFL level. The ability for a young player to come in and have direct impacts straight away. He's one next year, I dare say we'll see at AFL level. And
show us your tricks is what we say in the recruiting game, and he's certainly got plenty of them in his bag. So that is the Sacred Heart supporters down that end of the ground now, as they're getting a lot of it, and there were St Peter's supporters down to our left are going cold. They're actually over the fence leaning on it and waiting for some action to happen to the left of screen, but it's all one-way traffic. Sacred Heart, look at the numbers around this. This is at 666 rule, so it's really only players around the ball. But the other thing here, Jack, is the wingers from both sides have come in. So that's 6 on to 6 in the middle as opposed to 4 on 4 with a couple of outriders.
It's all one-on-one, forward and back, so there's no real excuse or reason that St Peter's aren't getting their hands on the ball. Simple enough. Sacred Heart are working harder, and they're getting the reward for it. It's that simple. Oh, it's busting. Get out of my way, says Jack Lees. He picks off a kick to about 60 out. It's going to run away from Eddie Pedler down there, but Jack Lees, like a battering ram, he saw red.
She red.
And St Peter's, they've got a lot of split ends right now.
Oh, I'll tell you what.
They've got to fix them and fix them quick. This game is getting away from them. Their season on the brink. Winner through to the grand final. Loser, well, we'll see you next year in SAAS Footy.
You see Sacred Heart, they just like to do that quickly. Pop that ball around, a quick handball inside to someone else, and see if they can win it out by force of numbers. So I think they're winning the clearances now. Let's see what happens in ruck. Big fella Ram just goes up. Oh, a player thrown away in front of us here. That happened. The umpires let that go, St Peter's. But once again, it's just that hack kick forward. They're out now through Crane. He goes forward again. They're off to the races now. Which way will it bounce? Up it goes, and better recovery is by Giles. Pops it out into a bit of space. He's had to wait for a little while though, and that allows St Peter's to come back in. Gee, lots of numbers here for Sacred Heart. 2 or 3. Tap it back is the call. Oh, tries to shrug off. Took him on. Around the corner here is Harper Ryan. And they're inside now. Tracking that ball, St Peter's player. Look at them run here though. Sacred Heart, just the fitness and the running power of that team. Boy, oh boy, they just will it forward, Jack. And this is Dermody with ball in hand, and just so impressive the numbers that they had coming forward there.
1 second, it was inside 20 or so for St Peter's, and you blink, Sacred Heart take it coast to coast, and they could have escorted it down the wing moments ago. Had about 5 on zip at half back. So quarters 15 and a half old. We've got 10 minutes to play. 6-4-40, 1-1-7, 33-point lead. St Peter's need to find some magnet switching at half time, but this game could be over if Sacred Heart take a few more chances. St Peter's have been able to run it through hands pretty well off half back, going all the way back. Roberts back to Hawker, running a fair distance, almost too far. Great punch over the top. Lees coming in just on the soccer, get it close to the boundary, don't trickle over, otherwise it'll be a free kick against. Ball's at ground level, locked up, they dive in like pigs in mud out there. Lamb Brooks had a fantastic start to this game and going nowhere on the outer side. We take a look at our bench cam. Thanks to Filming Footy. Some excellent insights in this game so far. St Peter's, though, needs something. Need it quickly. Franco. Sacred Heart on the outer side, looking to get it out in hands. Kick out of clearance. It's going no further because the tackling pressure is intense from Sacred Heart.
All the players, too, are on that half of the ground. If you're looking down the ground and you cut the ground in half, they're all on that half of the ground, apart from maybe just one player out this side of the ground here for Sacred Heart.
Oh, how's the spin?
First to the ball, this way, that way. Plenty of space. Look like Atkinson around on the left foot now. It's up high. player dropped an easy chest mark. Oh, his own player crashed into his head then. That's unfortunate. Out here through, looked like Tyson Roberts. Gets it across to Jed Hastings. They look quite composed in the first quarter, St Peter's, under a bit of pressure. But this quarter it's just really broken down, and they keep doing this, persisting with this kick to the 50-50s. And, well, winning the 50-50s really, Sacred Heart College, the amount of times that they've been able to cut that ball off and they just get it back in as a couple of quick interchanges out this side of the ground. They can afford to do that.
And there's really nobody courageous enough to make a lead and run off their opponent as they bring out a half-back. So it's all one-on-one, and Sacred Hearts have the pace and skill at ground level to win it back.
So that ball just bobbling around in that forward line now. Who's going to be first to it? Both players go to ground, and a couple of supporters out there just looking away, going, how good is it to come to the footy? And the umpire's saying blood rule. So it might be on the leg, though. That is Eddie Pedler. Let's just have a look.
Long way off the ground here at Thebby from that far pocket.
Not much that we can see there. If he has got it, might have it on the shin or the knee.
13-point quarter-time lead is blown right out. Umpires decided to get the game going while Pedler's still coming from the ground.
So that's
not sure about that.
And running on was Tom Simpson. Tom Simpson's about 20 metres onto the ground.
Sacred Heart just one down around the footy. So can St Peter's make the most of this little umpiring favour? Waiting out the back, Hill. Stutz Roberts goes up in the ruck. They tap it out. They've dominated possession in their back 50, but that's where it's ended. Just coming over the mark and told to come back was Franz. Going back. It's going to come unstuck. The Sacred Heart Blazer Brigade behind those goals. They're booking a date to Adelaide Oval in their calendar if it stays like this. 19 minutes gone. Sacred Heart in control here at Thebby Oval.
We're talking about pressure forwards. Will Rooney there, just popping that ball across. Gee, bit of a short throw in. Who's onto it? Player playing for that ball gets down on the ground and then tries to get back up again. Couldn't quite. Now he's hanging on. There's a lot of umpires out there on the field, but the one in the lime green says, leave it to me, I'll ball it up, and no one bothers to get him the ball. So that ball goes up the rig ones go. Franco it was taking that ball. He's spun around, gives it towards Ben Beavan. Beavan with head over the ball. That's courageous. Pops it out in front of the runner. They need to get it out and get it down the other end of the ground. That's the understatement here, but Sacred Heart just too strong. This is what I was talking about. They don't mind just popping it around. Player went with one hand. Oh, off the back of the pack. Don't tell me the big fella. And don't tell me he's correct. And it's 3-4 now for the quarter. They were 3-1, and now 6-4. And big crowd giving a little bit of curry there to the St Peter's player. That ball's spent a lot of time in the air. Jet Hastings up to it. They're trying to pick their way through here, Jack, and it must seem like there's a lot more jumpers than just 18 out there for Sacred Heart, because St Peter's now, they're doing quite well to get it down to the wing. It's taken 4 possessions. Tom Lures, maybe that's the way to go. The lead's there, short Harvey Crane, and that's where he goes on the wing. What's next, as you alluded to earlier in the game? What is down the line from here? If they're going backwards, they're going nowhere. They need to get it forward and score, trying to pinpoint a player out. Gee, that's courageous there. The player had to stand under it, and he's very slow to get up because that's a heavy hit. He's up now, and that's Jimmy Heel. We'll come back to the game, and Sacred Heart will be happy with that. Yet another turnover there, and Harper Ryan clearing.
Head over the footy. Ryan took it, won the free kick. Umpire looked after him. St Peter's finally got a lead-up option about 2 minutes ago, but couldn't take the mark. Came right back over their head. Is someone courageous enough to lead up at the ball carrier now? Or lead out to the outer side? Ned Bowman is. He was the one moments ago that led up and dropped it. He's taken the mark now. Pushes it onto the chest of Crane. They dearly and desperately need a second goal to add to their tally. This margin is very hard to manage. If Sacred Heart get another couple in the next 4 minutes before half-time. Going into ground level, Michaels hustling around Jim Kelly. Look away handball. Crisp and sweet. Candy now on the outer side. Gets it back. Puts the Jets on. Oh, nice little half tackle, but it didn't retard the handball. And they've brought it ever so slightly back to the middle of the ground. Marking contest. Umpire puts the whistle away. 2-on-1. Shepherding in action. St Peter's pressure cooker is closing. Half volley. They're going to keep coming at you, Sacred Heart. You've got to use the footy well. Lamp Brooks, Mark on this near side.
Little bit of circle work, but they've come back inside now, St Peters, and that's bowled football. And they're going back out the other side from where that ball came. So it came all the way down that wing through Sacred Heart. And now St Peters are putting that ball back out there. That's a great grab, might I say. That's a contender for our Dartfish mark of the day. A beautiful grab out there by the St Peters player. But have a look how high he's kicked that.
Jim
This
Kelly,
is where they
that
need
was.
the big kick. Jim Carey, fantastic comedian. And, well, around it comes here. Little kick in and not quite. Who was that? Jim Kelly, was it?
Jim Kelly.
Jim Kelly. My ears need adjusting, but it was a great grab by Jim Kelly. We're going to mark that one down as a great mark.
They finally locked it in their forward half of the ground. Couple of entries the past couple of minutes, but just can't get that final lead or player to come out and present at the footy. But they're getting a lot of these chop-off little marks from Sacred Heart, trying to move it forward quickly. Strong. Can they capitalise now? Pins the ear back.
Oh.
Hasting up. Oh, yes. Bang on the chest. Sharon Mark emblazoned across the jersey. Dartfish replay coming in. See Strong. He puffed the cheeks out. Got the handball on to Hastings, who just extended the leg and leading up. It's been the man of the first half. If you're from a St Peter's persuasion, Pickett inside forward 50. He's been a bit of a shining light down there. 23 and a half gone. Goal required. Hunter Pickett. The hunt is still on. Grand final berth up for grabs. Sacred Heart could have pushed it beyond doubt, but St Peter's, the courage. The Blazer boys of St Peter's down there love that. Dartfish replay. Hunter Pickett has it. And the margin is only 4.5 goals, a minute away from half time.
Beautiful mark it was too. I've marked that down as a contender for our Dartfish mark of the day. I thought Jim Kelly was good like 30 seconds prior to that or a minute prior, but then you see this one from Pickett, and that was a tremendous grab. And look at them, they've erupted down there. They've been sent back over the fence, the boys, and well done, young men. And that's the St Peter's supporters there cheering their team on. 24 and a half minutes in. Is there another one in 30 seconds? Gee, I tell you what, Sacred Heart, this way, that way. Brody Bretones goes down. They've got a long way backwards here. Now they go forward with a long kick. They need 2 good possessions or a nice kick into the forward line. I'm trying to take that and run around. They still maintain possession. They need a mark here and a long shot on goal. And it is a mark. It is a mark. The siren's going to go. Not sure that he's got it in him. Let's just see, as this is, well, Lucas Camporale. Well, I'll take that back because we saw him kick a long goal.
He's got it in him,
about
all right.
to go any second now. And there it is. We had to just adjudicate to our man to the left to say blow that siren. As Camporale comes in, he's got a long kick and, well, not quite. He's no worries with the distance, but accuracy wasn't the best in that quarter, but what a great quarter it was by Sacred Heart. It gives them that lead, 6 goals, 5-41, leading on the scoreboard, 2 goals, 1-13, a 29-point lead, 28-point lead, sorry, as we speak, and it was 13 at quarter time. It is now 28, and we will take a short break. Welcome back to Thebarton Oval, and have a look at that for a view. Bathed in the spotlights of Thebarton, the light towers here, and Sacred Heart, well, they've turned it on. 3 goals, 1 in that first quarter to 1 goal straight. 3 goals, 4 in the second quarter to 1 goal, 1. They lead 6 goals, 5, 41 to 2 goals, 1, 13 St Peter's, and they just can't get in front. St Peter's, they tend to get that ball out, Jack, and it'll be 1, maybe 2 positions of play, and especially in that second quarter, they would get it maybe to the half-back line, maybe to the wing, and then it just comes straight back in again. They just can't penetrate through and get that score on the board, and 1 goal, 1 for the quarter certainly isn't going to help their cause.
Yeah, there was a few times they brought it out of half-back, pretty much dominated possession inside their D50, but that kick probably from about 60 out to the wing, or they didn't have the courage to bite off the 45 into the corridor, and when they did go wide, they missed the lead-up option, or no one was leading for them, and Sacred Heart, their pace, once the ball's on the ground, they're going to slaughter you on the offensive counter-attack.
Well, we're talking about a top team here, 2 top teams, fighting for a spot in the grand final, but they can make you look very ordinary very quickly, Sacred Heart, and the amount of times that they had possession. So they're winning free kicks from the umpires, they're winning the clearances, and they're winning on the turnover. So even when the opposition has the ball, they're getting the opposition to do with the ball what they want them to do. They win it back, they get it down there, and they score. 3 goals, 4. They could have, like you said, it could have been a blowout. It could have been, that could have been 6 goals, 1 really for the quarter.
And they're so well coached, they can slow it down at times. They also can take the game on. And when they take the game on, as we see a bunch of Sacred Heart, the Blazer Brigade from Sacred Heart down in our left pocket down here, and the St. Peter's are at the other end of the ground. But once Sacred Heart switch their modes, they can do it so quickly.
Yes.
St. Peter's are caught. So St. Peter's could set themselves up for that slow kick, and all of a sudden Sacred Heart will see that, identify that, and that comes, as you talked about in the first quarter, these guys have been coached by the same voices for 3 or 4 years, so they can analyse what St. Peter's are doing on the defensive structure and switch their modes so quickly, and it looks like they've got an extra 2 or 3 players by doing that sometimes.
And they play that same style of football week in, week out, so nothing changes. We talk about an increase in intensity when you get to finals perhaps, or even these last few rounds when there's a fair bit on the end of it, but they don't change. They just play a high intensity game of football. They pressure the opposition. I talk about pressure. Pressure can be physical where you bump, but it can also be visual. So they look up and all they see, the opposition, on this occasion yellow jumpers. If they're playing at home it's blue jumpers, but they look up and they see a wall, so they kick it high and long, hoping that they can get over the top, and they can't, and Sacred Heart bring it back ever so quickly. And you look at players like Lucas Camporelli, although that last kick wasn't the best, but elite users of the ball. Ben Camporelli, Ned Atkinson tonight's been good. Harrison Ram's been good at times in the ruck as well. I've just tried to go through that team, but it's such a good spread. Tom Dermody, Harry France up there, up forward, especially his first quarter, but he's ended up with 2 goals. Eddie Pedler with 1, Will Rooney with 1. They all play their part. Jack Lees has come on. I've seen him the last couple of games, and he's just starting to put together some good patches of play, and players feeling like they fit in, and all augurs well for Sacred Heart as we speak, as they're pardon me, just limbering up. And I would suggest that try and get nice and warm on
it's a cool night.
Cool night now. It has cooled down a bit. It is currently, well, it was until my fitness pal came up.
And the best part of that for Sacred Heart and coach John Simons is once they lose the Camporellis, once they lose the Atkinson and a few other players in their lineup, their second tier is almost as good as any top tier of any team in this SAAS comp. So I don't think John Simons, even though he'd love to keep the Camporellis and some other players in the team, if he loses them, which he will, he surely has another row of talent in this team and the teams in their B grade to bring up, so they'll be competitive next season.
Oh, it just keeps happening. They had Jacob Ryan 2 years ago drafted to Collingwood. Bodie Ryan, his cousin, drafted last year to Hawthorn. McCabe taken to Hawthorn. There'd be others as well through there, and they just keep coming up, and there'll be more players this year.
Footy
and
factory.
So on. So, it's an interesting question, at this level. What's more important, you want to get players up up and drafted? Do you want them to play good school football? It's a bit of both. If they're good enough, they'll get noticed, but it's not all about that. There's Josh Franco just walking across the ground to the left there. He'd probably like to be out there helping, but just wandering out to the team.
Yeah, his son, of course, Oliver Franco on the St. Peter's side of things. They've got the talent in their lineup, Tony, to come out this. They just need to switch their mode or at least stick to one mode. And we've seen success in this comp. Success in modern day football is taking off that corridor option, that kick, that 45, opening the ground up, leaving yourself open to be scored against. But if you get it right, you can score heavily, and momentum is everything.
Well, I can tell you at the moment the temperature is 10.8, feels like 8.4, and we're going for a minimum of 7, and it's very quickly heading that way. But we're okay. We're up here in the box, and to those people watching at home, here at the ground, or anywhere around the world, we hope you're enjoying the telecast. We don't worry about the temperature, the weather. We worry about bringing you a great filming footy display of football, thanks to Dartfish and Sports Interactive. Of course, Archie's Song's our best on ground, SAAS TV, and a little bit of argy-bargy in the middle there from Jet Hastings on Ben Campriali, trying to upset, and you're with Jack Moore.
Hastings, the captain, just leading by example, not giving any free kick away. And Campriali bit, he gave away the free kick, so Hastings will win it. But we're here thanks to our ground crew. Wouldn't be possible without our camera operators and producers in the cool night. And bringing you all the action on SAAS TV, Blockbuster Round. Sacred Heart winning a free kick, given away by Hunter Pickett, who's got himself a goal in that second quarter, their only goal, and currently down for our goal of the day. Here's Campriali, moving it back inside, looking in there for Parker, overran it, picked up and dumped. Oliver Franco, goodness. In a dangerous fashion, said the umpire, but he let him go, dropped him from about 6 feet. And there's still a few waves at West Beach after the tsunami from that. Meanwhile, here's Ben Campriali coming up, trying to bustle his way through. Moving on to it, and free kick given away by Scannell, who couldn't get past the captain, Hastings. Hastings won a couple of free kicks in the opening minute. Jake Hill, gee, wants that kick again. It might just stay in. The St. Peter's to lock, and the fans, schoolboys wanted a free kick for holding the ball. The umpires paid the opposite. High contact, strong tackle laid by Ned Bowman. Out of side, Sacred Heart Footy as they bring it inboard. Here's the captain, Atkinson, and they're on the run. Looking to add a 7th goal and open this margin. 2-on-1, arriving late. Not able to influence it. Mark taken, inside 50, chasing after it, Franz. He's got a couple in the first quarter. The ball just wouldn't behave, and it comes off his boot. Last possession, free kick going the way of St. Peter's.
Sometimes, Jack, it comes too easy in the end, and Franz he had a Monty there. Lay down was there, and he just couldn't quite get that up. And I'll tell you what, that quick transition, it was down the back line 1 minute, and the next minute it's up in the forward line, and really good brand of football. That's close to the boundary too, so they're going to load up again here, Sacred Heart. That's him, mate. You pointed to him. That is him. So right by the light tower and the big power box, and we hope that power keeps going. Just a high kick in, hoping for a mark. What's happened there? There's a clear out of players there. There's umpire with his arms out saying there's been a shepherd.
Yeah, Franz was held.
Free kick right in front of goal.
Franz was just blocked out of running for the footy, and it's a shepherd every day of the week. No eyes on it. Franz will line up for his 3rd.
Harry Franz it is. So, lining up for goal.
Would be a real damaging blow for St. Peter's. They came out and had a couple of inside 50s in the first couple of minutes.
Wanders in. Blemish a minute ago. Now he wanders in, claps himself. Don't clap on your own, they'll throw you a fish. But, well, he's kicked his 3rd, Harry Franz, and they just start to go forward again, Sacred Heart.
Franz capitalises, Harry Franz, 2 in the opening quarter. Jack Moore and Tony Neal guiding you through the remainder of this SAAS Blockbuster. Grand final qualifier. Whoever wins through to play Prince Alfred next week at Adelaide Oval. And right now it looks like Sacred Heart are booking their ticket. They've got 1 foot in the big dance, if you were to refer to it like that anyway. Sacred Heart bustling hustling out of the centre square, but it's going nowhere. One arm pinned, beautiful tackle. Umpire calls for a hold straight away. Ball up, just so that tackle didn't go over the top. Jumping, like a pogo stick. Stutz Roberts.
Just going to say watch for Atkinson there, and that's who it was who got that handball out. I just saw him put hand on body as the ball went up. Player taken there. Play on as the call. Joel Parker fighting hard, gets back for a boy, 2-3 work the players over there. Good pressure by Sacred Heart, and they're going to player looking for a free kick there. And it is last possession, so
indeed.
That is Tom Hill. Just comes inside with that beautiful raking left foot kick.
That's the kick I was
haven't
discussing
gone forward.
at half time. They've got to take that option, take that inside option to get a bit of speed on the ball.
So, St Peter's ball in hand.
Here's Franco as he just takes it on the outer wing. St Peter's need a goal, need it quickly. 1-on-1 inside 50, it's just not bouncing their way. Jake Hill tried to go back. Bowman's in there. The St Peter's boys, well, they're in full voice. They need their lads across that white line to follow suit. Need a goal, need it quickly. Stutz Roberts over the top. Follows up at ground level, but the pace, the speed, moving it out of half back. Candy, and all of a sudden inside the forward half for Sacred Heart. Two St Peter's lads go in there. Tackled by Hill and ball up.
Just goes from defence to, I hate to say it, offence. I'd say forward line very quickly. Once they get it across that wing, it goes from defending to attacking, and it's very quick movement by the Sacred Heart team. It's actually good football to watch to see how do they do that. There's just a little blemish there with the handball. Then the pressure comes. 1-2 through traffic. Very well done there by George Wicks. Pops it out. Possession football. They need a bit of this, St Peter's, and we saw it off the half-back line in the second quarter. It's this kick. It's when it comes into the forward line, just comes undone. Sacred Heart charge out there. Player do that ball just bobbled out. Tackled again there is Jack Lees, and that's a bit better here by Tyson Roberts. But once again, you start to play reactive rather than proactive. So you're reacting to what the opposition are doing rather than proactive means you're making the play.
Stutz Roberts a bit over the top in the ruck, pushed Harrison Ram out the way. And Tony, I think you got it spot on. It's that millisecond of pause when you have the ball going forward. If you pause for a bare second, it gives Sacred Heart a chance to get their structure right. You need to go and go quickly.
Well, you tread water and the shark comes, and that's it. Good night, Irene. And it's over the back here. Look at them backing up here. I'm not sure that they've got a spare there. It's just a matter of playing bold football and saying, well, I can leave my man or will I stay on him? So just try and work out whether there's a spare back for St Peter's down this end. Quarterback, sweeper, whatever you like to call it. Spare man is probably the way I'd term it. But there it is. Kick comes in. It's what happens from here. Stutz Roberts getting a lot of possessions.
He's got Lurs in the middle open, but he's not courageous enough to take that kick.
Jeez, he's running around a bit, Lurs, there, isn't he? He's on again here. It's that 45 diagonal, though. Here's Lurs again.
Well, you're down by 6 goals. I mean, you've got to roll the dice at some stage. These kicks to get you absolutely nowhere and invite Sacred Heart's pressure and zone up the ground by 20 metres and pin you even further back.
They've come wide. Gee, that's very, very dangerous. And they had players wide here, but they weren't working hard enough here. Allowed the Sacred Heart players to mark them up. Now there's a player wide if he wants. Lockie Manu running free. Oh, dangerous football there. It's not going to win you too much if that's the way you're playing. That's Franco, ball in hand. He does go this time, and this is exactly what we're talking about. That one kick, the blemish. Harper Ryan gets on it. Sacred Heart will really penalise you here. Will just about went outside for the handball. Drops that ball in a bit short, but look at the space that's in front of this player now. Runs around on the right boot and just hit as he kicked. That looked like it was Tom Simpson, was it? Or maybe Hosking?
Well umpired there from that perspective. He was, as he said, he was hit as he kicked it. Looked like Ben Campuriali just had a millisecond, but so disappointing that last passage of play for St. Peter's. They had a man over the top if that kick hit. It was an easy kick as well, one they'd make it 100 times at training. But finally, they break it off the half-back line. No time to muck around with it now. Down by 5 goals. Took a few bounces, and that's the kind of spirit St. Peter's need, but the kick is overcooked. Once again, Jonty Ryman
3-on-1.
John T. Ryman is ready to take a body if he doesn't get some service in the next 5 minutes down there. Ned Atkinson just leaves it behind, but he gets up and supported by Harper Ryan, who rather escorts Lamp Brooks in the shiny red boots out. And they're just getting one piece of the puzzle right. Either it's good short footy, they can't hit that next target, or it goes over the head of their intended target. Sacred Heart bounce like a trampoline back the other way. Here's Franco, son of Josh from Port Adelaide legend. Lamp Brooks, he's come back to life in this third quarter. Gains about 40 metres. North Adelaide legend.
Gary medalist. There he is down there. You can see him on the right of the bench
on
of
the far right.
Cast of 1,000 down there. And
it's like a meeting of, it's like a council meeting down there. There's about 6 representatives.
And, well, they all know what they're doing, don't get me wrong, but sometimes you can just leave the coach and his 2 assistants down there and the rest just sit back and observe. But anyway.
A few too many cooks in the kitchen sometimes.
Yep, coming across. They don't look like they're interfering. That's a fair kick in, but not a really good 50 entry. That player hasn't got hold of that. And the umpires let that go. And look at the crowd behind. That's going to entice. And the umpire...
Going to come in here, be careful.
Very calm and just says, throw it in.
Just asking each other what they're having for dinner after this one.
Yep. Oh, hello.
Little boundary umpire gets a little nudge in there. Not intentional.
I don't know whether he gave one or received one, but it's anyone's ball here. Taking the ground, hasn't got it. Play on is the call, and they get it out. Sacred Heart just sharing it so well. The skills of hitting a player as opposed to missing.
Oh, the tidal wave is crashing here. They're out the back.
That's Tom Simpson. Ball in hand or into the forward line. 2-on-1. The one wins out, comes through.
Good body
2
work.
now. But where do you go from here? It's that rush kick. He had a look and then went nowhere. Copped a bit for his...
gives him one afterwards. Just got to be careful, young man, not to give it away.
Copped a bit, and, well, that's Eddie Pedler, who's already kicked one, and he'll go back on a slight angle.
It's the difference inside 50. Once you get it in there, Sacred Heart rarely let you get it out if they're within pressure and the ball's in dispute, whereas it's walked out of St. Peter's forward 50 by Sacred Heart. And this one, it's been arm wrestle for the first 11 minutes. This might drop a few St. Peter's heads here.
Eddie Pedler wanders in. Bit of aggression in him. Gee, leans back. He's kicked it though. Yes, he has. And I reckon that's his second as well.
Indeed.
So 3 to France, 2 to Pedler, 1 to Rooney, 1 to Ben Camperali. And they go out to 8 goals, 6, 54 on our Sportal scoreboard. 2 goals, 1, 13. So 41 points, Jack, and that's really blowing it out. It was 13 at quarter time, 28 at half time, and, gee, really blowing out here. 4-43. They've kicked 2 goals, 1. So they kicked 3-1, 3-4, and 2 goals, 1 for this quarter. Unfortunately, stuck on 2 goals, 1 are St. Peter's as we speak, and supporters there. I'm not sure, there's a couple of smiles, so they might be these Sacred Heart supporters, parents, carers.
You've got to risk losing the game by 80 points now to win it. It's as simple as that. Just got to get it on, get it forward at all costs, running onto it. Can they get a goal back here? Oh, the vice-captain, Franco, it went up there like one of those...
Just inside out. It was like a check side almost.
One of those
didn't quite hit the foot correct.
Discs at the shooting at the Olympics. It just kind of spun away on the wrong angle. He wanted it to come back on the inside angle. But that's better from St. Peter's. Just get it on at all costs. Risk giving up the next 4 or 5 goals to score 4 or 5 of your own, because the short options aren't going to do it for you. Can they get their hands back on the footy now? Running onto it, Ryan does well to keep it in. Now the Jets are on. Pushes the go button, accelerates down the wing, and I'm not sure if he measured that kick exactly where he wanted it, but it dropped favourably. Out to about 30 now. Oh, they're in again. Damn wall busted, Sacred Heart. Marching their way to Adelaide Oval. St. Peter's have got absolutely nothing. Hands on heads, hands on hips. When they go, they go. And they're stuck in quicksand chasing them. They're like a mosquito fleet, Sacred Heart. Skills, tick. Speed, tick. Accuracy, tick. Grand final ticket. Well, it's half punched. 46-point margin, 13 gone, third quarter.
I reckon that might have been Pedler again too. He's kicked his third, number 29, Eddie Pedler. And they go further forward. 3 goals, 1 for the quarter now as we're 13 and a half minutes in. And can it be quelled now? Gee, St Peter's just flung around, ragdolled a little bit, just popped it up in the air, but the player come off, just watched him then, came off the wing, Tom Dermody just sprinted in, got an extra number there. Look at them all in numbers now, running forward. They're out that far side, and why wouldn't you? Because that seems to be where they're scoring from. Is that Atkinson? Not sure. Just picked up off the ground here, and that's a high kick. Anyone's ball. Is it still in play? No, it's not. Calling for a touch over the line, and it will be a free kick to St Peter's now. Now or never for St Peter's. We keep saying it, but 9-6 plays 2-2 there. Comprehensively been done in the second and third quarter. The ball goes up. Well, that's how good Sacred Heart are going there. Two players competing for the one ball from the one team. Just a pump forward by St Peter's. Can they load up here? Gee, he's off. Is Zach Michaels. Gets it over. Another player in trouble. So that becomes a pressured kick. Pops it up in the air and a good grab. Looks like Lucas Camperali out there on the left boot it is, and he goes across goal now. So he's just saying, well, you blokes out this side of the ground need to run a bit. I'm going to pop it out here and get everyone involved. That's going to be close to the boundary. Stays in just 2 on to 3. Can they massage it out? They get it forward. Player stood still on the far end of the pack and just watched. Kick comes forward on his knees. Is that a grab? Not quite. Pedler again. This time he's taken the ground and that wouldn't tickle. Oh, bursting through. Jack Lees, if you don't mind, has a bounce. Can't bounce it. Picks it up. Kicks it. Oh, and he raises the fist and says, get around me, boys. And get around him they do, because that's a contender for our goal of the match, if ever I've seen it. Jack Lees. Let's get a replay of that one.
Contender. Lock it up. That is the goal of the match. Look at him here. He gets it on about 85 out.
Here
he just cuts the line straight through. Says, you want this? No, I'm having it. Takes a couple of cheeky bounces within the space of 2 metres. And didn't he love his own work as well? Oh, he cut the Darfish replay, but he was up like they'd won the grand final.
He's lucky that bounced back. Then it bounced and then it sort of bounced twice in front of him.
Absolutely no need to bounce that ball.
Please pop up.
Bit of cheekiness.
And we're going to pop that one down for a Sacred Heart goal of the game.
52 points. Let the Sacred Heart party begin here. We've still got a quarter and 9 minutes left, but it is all Sacred Heart. The boys from the beach, they're putting on a show and they're getting each other's way. That's how desperate they are for the footy, and a bit of me time. Ground level, Franz is in there again. Somehow it came out. Ryan dragged down, and he put Franz on his back, dear George Wicks, as we see a bit of a rub down on the bench of Sacred Heart. So 16.5 gone. Still got 8.5 minutes to play. This one could get very ugly indeed. Sprinting out, that kicks, has it gone 15? Didn't matter, it was dropped. Oh, he shrugged him off like he had oil, coated in oil. Oh, bashed in the head. That's a clear free kick in a borderline report.
Joel Parker, that was, The poor player there for St Peter's was standing still and just got crashed into by Parker. He didn't stop at the ball. He probably went a metre past it. But
short kick, turned over. Maybe he's still seeing stars. Campiarelli, it's bending back. Just hasn't quite put the full boot into that one, Lucas Campiarelli. Maybe took the wrong club out of there. Maybe just protecting himself slightly.
Not happy with himself there. So if you're a perfectionist, you'd like to finish. So St Peter's now, it becomes just a hack kick in, big 50-50. Is that a mark over the top? It's play on from the umpire, because I agree, Lamp Brooks was in front and probably held most of it and then passed it into the hands probably of Camperali there, who, just looking, he's taller of the two. Could have gone in the ruck. It's come back again.
St Peter's are exhausted.
Is that McKay by the looks of it? Or yeah, I reckon it was. Gee, round the corner here, left, right. Gee, plenty of time to straighten up and offline again. Doing it with ease, a Sacred Heart. We say that from up here, but that player squashed into it was Harry Franz, who's kicked the 3.
Confidence levels.
Eddie Pedler.
Soaring now. Through the roof. They're having a party out here at Theby, and
we're all invited. 18 minutes in.
Everyone except the St Peter's players, family and friends this evening. A valiant season, 3 wins and 1 loss for St Peter's, but clearly a couple of classes above this Sacred Heart. Well drilled, well coached by John Simons. St Peter's, if they're any shot, need about 4 goals in the space of 6 minutes. They've kicked 2 through 2.5 quarters. The boundary line wins out ahead of Stutz Roberts. And the boundary umpire will go to work. And I tell you what, St. Peter's have about 6 heads, 6 in their coaching team there. They're going to have to come up with something quickly. Maybe add a few people to that coaching bench.
So this is a big throw. This could go over the back. Just about does. Stutz Roberts just gets stuck in his hands there. And you see the winger out the back there from Sacred Heart. That's just him walking in the back of frame now. He doesn't need to come into this.
Finally win a free kick in the ruck. But you can see how St. Peter's have been run off their feet and they're just exhausted around the contest, which means there's no space for them to lead into.
Well, it did start at a frenetic pace too, Jack, this game. We said that the first probably 15, 20 minutes was just up and back, and it's just winding back a bit now.
And there was a moment about 6 minutes ago when Campriali got it on the outer side. No need to switch it really, but did it just to pull St. Peter's across, make them chase a bit more and just spend the extra energy on that switch.
Player in trouble here is Jim Kelly. Ball in hand, starting to see a few more ball ups. Just looking at positioning. Not a lot on the inside or the boundary side of this pack if it goes that way. So it goes inside. Sacred Heart, they're playing bold football. Just that awareness. You felt a body on you, felt some hands on you and then got off. There's 3 players after this. Raffle it if you like. Raffle it they do. That's Pedler again, trying to sizzle it through. Cuts a bit of grass on the way through and unfortunately offline. Could be a bit like Polkinghorne. Kicked 6 goals, 5, he told me. I thought it was 4, but he said 5. So
he'd know.
So 11 scoring shots, and now Pedler just starting to wind up with a few scoring shots and looking dangerous.
Tad selfish there, perhaps. Had a teammate running in tow, but if you're up by, 54 points, you're probably entitled, and you kicked 3 goals yourself, probably entitled to take the shot on for goal.
And I think he was on the inside. That would have been the better selection rather than give to the player on the outside, although they were running in support. But don't worry, they'll wind up again here.
Fair point.
Through Parker. Inside, or up and down it goes. Oh, player dragged out of that from St. Peter's. Umpire lets it go. Trying to hang off that was Stockman to pick up the ball out the back, but gee, they're just too quick. Ned Atkinson it was.
Hands free.
Apologies to Brody, and gets it in. Or apologies to Ned, I should say.
They're so good at keeping the hands free, even when the tackle comes.
Oh, gee, that hung in the air a long time. Had to stand and wait, but they were strong. The other bit there, Jack, strong. This will be a Camperale, I can tell just which one. So it could be...
it's like Ben.
Ben, with the headband on, it is. So let's see what Ben can do on his right boot. Lucas on his left.
Nice routine for Ben Camperale too. He's one more task on his list, and that's to win the grand final with this team next week.
Gee, it's a beautiful kick off the boot. Distance-wise, just offline though. So the Camperale brothers, point by point, and out the other side goes St. Peter's. Now, can they get a chain going? They've got one possession. Oh, just the stuttering feet, that worries me. Comes inside, and that's the reason why, because it's just undone. Indecision, not good. Sacred Heart, their decision making, very good. Great skills. That looked like candy then. And you can see Harry Franz pointing to the front of the square. He wanted it to the front. They're hungry for it. And when players are on, they're on. And that's very hard to beat a player when they're on like that. Franz wanted that to the front of the square. Will he get another opportunity? We're 22 minutes into the quarter. And I say it again, St. Peter's, they're going to wind up. One possession. Let's see. They need about 5 to get to the other end. Too far again. So it's undone. Sacred Heart will hunt this like seagulls to a chip. 1-2. Player out the back. They don't need it. They come forward. They flick it out wide. St. Peter's now on the ground. Hands and knees fighting very hard for that ball. Umpire says ball up. Let's see whether they can break away from this. A lot of players at the back of this pack here, Jack. For St. Peter's, you can see the numbers. And Sacred Heart just manning up. Out the back it goes. A lot of clubs now do that. The 45 degrees out the back to get it to go forward. And that player's just brought down like a young bull at a rodeo. So having to paddle that ball forward, St. Peter's there. Someone bend down and pick it up. Well done, Tom Hill. Had a good game, I'd suggest. Out that far side.
Lamp Brooks is the kicker. He's had a pretty good game.
Well, they're out now.
Now for the first time in a long time. Lurs, the ball doesn't sit. It's not your night. Not the night for St. Peter's. They can still make it their moment here. Perhaps Hastings has a skillful kick. Trust the captain to hit a target. And here's James Stockman. Give those fans behind the goals. Something to finally cheer about if he can bang this through from about 35. A minute and a half away from three-quarter time. It's been Sacred Heart's night. Their ticket to the Adelaide Oval SAAS Grand Final. All but punched, barring a St. Peter's miracle in this fourth quarter.
James Stockman just that diagonal lead away from the ball, and good vision to see him. So let's see what Stockman can do, finishing off the right footer.
He kicked from about 30, right behind it here on the SAAS TV call. He puts his boot into it. There's a little bit of life left in this St. Peter's team just for the time being. It's a long, long way back, but the first step on that path taken by Stockman cuts the lead back to 50. It'll be three-quarter time within the next 35 seconds. Dartfish replay. They deserved at least a goal or two for all their efforts, and that's a beautiful leg from James Stockman.
So the goal scorers Pickett, Stockman and Heel.
1 a quarter. They've been consistent at least.
That's it. 1 goal, 1 for this quarter. That's what they kicked in the last quarter as well. Oh, big high leap, and Stutz Roberts it was, gets it out, and they're going forward here. St. Peter's, can they get 2 in a row? Good one-on-one battle up forward. See the Sacred Heart player left his opponent there, the backman, to come in and help, and just beats everyone as we go to three-quarter time. 10 goals, 10-70 to Sacred Heart, and 3 goals to 20. So a 50-point lead. It was 13, it was 28. It is now 50 points to Sacred Heart. At three-quarter time, we will take a short break. Welcome back to Thebarton Oval, and you can see the migrating wildebeest around there. Have a look at them, and we wondered about that. It's a single file by the Sacred Heart team. It's like sheep, one leads, and there's about 30 follow. That could be the Sacred Heart 2 team, for all we know, but they've walked all the way down one end, and then they've come around the boundary, gone through the gate to walk around. They can't quite get themselves over that fence there, so if one does it, they're all going to do it.
I think we're both a bit
funny to watch,
detached
Jack.
from that generation, Tony, but maybe that's just the thing they do these days. I don't know. But meanwhile, down the other end of the ground, the St. Peter's boys just strolled their way down, all like
a little bit of wrestling going
wandering
on down there.
wandering sheep herd and cows.
Yeah,
but or if you're a teacher at Sacred Heart, you've done your job well, haven't you? You've educated these guys to, whenever they're in big groups, to go one by one, like they're being mustered by a sheepdog. Anyway, some fantastic insight with our filming footy crew at ground level. Most likely the last huddle of the year for St. Peter's as they trail by 50 points at three-quarter time. Sacred Heart with 1 foot and 4 toes in next week's grand final.
Oh, I like that. Better than the 3-toed sloth.
Well, if you have 4 toes on your feet, it might be 3 out of 4 toes if you're a member of the Simpsons family. But it's been all Sacred Heart. They've kicked 4 goals that quarter. First goal of the game was in favour of Franz, and then it was 1 goal apiece. And we thought, we've got a game on our hands here. But Pedler, Franz, 3 goals to 1 at quarter time. The Camporellis both got on the scoreboard in that second quarter. Rooney as well. Pickett with still our goal of the day, I reckon, for St. Peter's in that second quarter. And it was 6 goals to 2 at half-time and then 4 goals to 1 in that third quarter. Putting it almost, you'd say, beyond doubt. 10 goals to 3 here at three-quarter time with that 50-point lead.
So they are doing a very good job. I tell you what, they're scary to watch, Sacred Heart, when they get on the fly and they put pressure on you like the Cobra. They strangle. They just put pressure on. I talked about physical pressure. I talk about mental pressure now on the scoreboard, but I talk about that visual pressure. They pop up, you look up, and there's just a wall of them in front of you, and then away they go, and they run like a swarm. They run in 3s and 4s.
In waves.
Yeah, they're just so well drilled. It's a good brand of football, to be honest, to watch. They just push and push and push and will themselves to the ball. I only hope that the person who looks after the jumper numbers, because their blue jumpers and the yellow jumpers are both the same now. Very hard to see if that's the only thing that I can have a knock on them for, but have a look at that little number 6 there. Like you could put that on the front of the jumper, but no, they're doing a great job.
Some of the mums and friends in the crowd.
Heart.
Lots of mums, dads, other parents, guardians and friends in this evening. Sacred Heart looking their only blemish on their resume coming into this was a 54-point loss to Prince Alfred, and if it stays as it is, they'll get a chance to atone for that next week at Adelaide Oval. They've demolished Rostrevor by 96, St Michael's by 117, Westminster by 120. Just that one pesky school, Prince Alfred. Well, they lay in wait for next week's grand final. Have St. Peter's got anything left? Tony Neal.
Well, they come forward. It's up and down. There's Crumming there. And just strangled again. The Cobra of Sacred Heart just putting the clamps on. Interesting, no one back in the goal square here. So a quick kick could roll through. And it won't go that way because Sacred Heart come out. And I say it over and over. They just roll that ball forward and they all run, hoping that a player will get it out. And they do. And all of a sudden, it's down on the wing. And that's a courageous mark taken by the St. Peter's. I think that might be the ruckman there. Gets it across. Doesn't quite. That was Tyson Roberts, actually, with his socks up. They're down now. Goes back after, getting 2 possessions very quickly. Chips it in. That's a nice kick and nice vision under pressure. Looks like Stockman, bit of the Stevie J about him there in the stripes. Just looks similar. Is that a push? It is.
Went up too early.
And
it's a good mark on that near side wing by
the kick, sorry.
Lockie Monu, yeah.
The kick that was. But this is the Sacred Heart ruckman, of course, in Harrison Ram. Oh, big high fly there. They all go up. Player on the ground doesn't look too good. Might have got that in the shin, or if not, the thigh. And
or maybe a little bit higher,
ribs.
Perhaps.
George Wicks.
Maybe in the middle of the knee and the gut area there. Will pick himself up. Not the best place to be fractured.
Might be in the ribs there, I think.
Sucking those deep breaths as they go up in the ruck. Stutz Roberts has been pretty decent around the footy and in the ruck contest. He's broken even with Ram. Sacred Heart's Ruckman. Ball's just trickling towards the St. Peter's area. Stutz Roberts. That's Wicks at ground level, and he's wrapped up straight away over the top. Ben Camporeale just went in a little bit too fractiously. Wicks won the free kick, and all these little short kicks all night have been fraught with danger. Tom Hill.
Gee, inside.
Hands it off to Roberts. A kick inside to Jim Kelly. In their top 5 players, you'd say. And again, turned over. Sacred Heart win it back. This time there's pressure coming from Jake Hill. Effected the turnover, finds Stockman, who kicked that beautiful goal in the third quarter, their only goal in that quarter. What's the umpire going to say here? He says it was touched over, couldn't tell who knocked it out, or throw it in.
Plenty of space on that far side, Jack, with that kick coming in, but didn't centre it, elected to go down towards the scoreboard area, and it dribbles out of bounds over there, so they've got to set up again, back themselves in.
Rucks will go back at it, free kick again.
So Sacred Heart's way, is it? Yes, it is. So they load up.
Oh, it might be a recalled boundary throw-in. Everyone's getting a bit tight out there, Tony.
So 7 goals, 8 is the difference. And that is 50 points. 7 sixes are 42 plus 8. The old school days come back. Up it goes. Just a flick back there by the St. Peter's College player. Here's a bit of space here. Bursting through. That was Oliver Franco. And just bundled out of bounds there, right in front of the crowd, supporting the St. Peter's team there. Look at them hanging over the fence. It's a great sight, great photo, and Atkinson it is. Doing what a lot of them do, try and get that ball just into play and run through. Oh, just taking off quickly now, St. Peter's. That was through Manu, and punches through for St. Peter's, and they're currently winning the quarter by 1 point. Because that is the point. They'd be hoping that that's all that happens. But 10-10 plays 3-3. And let's see what Sacred Heart do. Now, you start practicing for next week, I think, Jack, as well. So you look at whether you need players in different positions or we stick to our structures and play to our strengths and bring yourself off the ground exhausted. Don't leave any petrol tickets because it goes up by 10% when you go to the finals with nerves and adrenaline, let alone fitness. So execution under fatigue. Mental, physical, verbal, whatever you like. Player goes up on the ground. Geez, three players swarmed on him then. They're out now. Just a flick across by Ned Bowman. But it's a tight angle for Harvey Crane. Here's an opportunity. Player couldn't take it. Up he goes. Gets it through.
Hill.
Number 12, I reckon. Was it?
15, Jake Hill.
15.
It's his first goal of the day.
Goal. Very quick goal.
4th of the day for St. Peter's, Jakey Hill. That's what we've been talking about for the past 2.5 quarters, just to pick it up and get it on the boot within a split second. He picked it up, spun, kicked it, goal. It's amazing what happens when you just don't think about it and you trust your instincts.
He spun back in. He had space when he fumbled it, and then he spun back into the pack and kicked it through. So well done to Jake Hill. I think he's battled quite well all day. Brings it back a little bit. I think it's bridged too far though.
43 points. The fans are still out in force, out in voice. It's been a great day, Blockbuster Day. Tell you what, a couple of goals in the next 2 or 3 minutes. If Sacred Heart have put the cue on the rack, and you never quite know in footy. Here's another clearance. They've got 3 or 4 this quarter. 1 goal to show for it. Did he throw it out? Umpire said play on, no prior. That would have made things very fascinating indeed. Half forward all of a sudden. It's like a 100-metre sprint on that purple track in Paris. Wrapped up. Lovely tackle coming from Tom Mackay. Umpire will throw it up. Ram again. Arriving late. His opposition ruckman and clearing it off half back. Moving it directly into that centre circle. It's a bit muddy and a bit worn out in there. Umpire had the whistle to the mouth. Ryan just danced around a couple. The chase is on. Who can get it? Stop and prop on a 5-cent piece first. Centering kick. He sees something he likes. Not sure what he liked. It's all blue and white stripes. Zach Michaels. Early body work was a little bit too much. Pushed Jim Kelly under the flight. Goal from this passage of play. You never quite know.
St. Peter's have had plenty of the play so far this quarter.
It's going to take quite some comeback, but it all starts somewhere. Trying to run through. Raiders couldn't get there. St. Peter's all of a sudden have just lifted a gear or two, but the margin is pretty comprehensive. 7 minutes gone, 43 points.
Probably the first time tonight there, Harvey Raiders handballed it out and then had to go and get his own ball. There wasn't the support and numbers there that we've seen all night, but I'm sure they'll pick that slack up very quickly again, Sacred Heart. They won't leave you out on your own. And, gee, that's an interesting ball that's right into that goal square. Here's an opportunity. Players slip sliding away and just force through for a point. And, well, are they going to do it by points? 1-2 for the quarter.
Yeah, Hunter Pickett thought he'd secured himself a goal there, but the defender came out of his back pocket to rush it through. So, right place, right time for the Hearts.
Come in again here,
St. Peter's. They're running on air here. Stockman, they've got rolled up at three-quarter time for one last big effort in the first 10 minutes. They've only found one goal. They've been inside 50 for the majority of this quarter, and that's going to be a throw going the way of Hearts. Just breaks the momentum slightly, and Kieran Scannell will take it up off half back. Looking for an option, finding Ben Campariali. Him and his brother Lucas, of course, headline attractions for this Sacred Heart First 18 team. Here's Franco. Oh, he's taken down, had the footy. Umpire will make it his and he'll ball it up. About 5 metres forward towards St. Peter's half of the ground. We've played 8.5 minutes. The lead sits at 42.
I reckon that was Raphael there trying to get through. They're up here, so the wingers on the far side are gone. They're into the pack, and that ball went into darkness and then came back down again. Oh, trying to spin out of trouble St. Peter's there, but they've handed it straight back over. A lot of players desperate for the ball. Just want to see a close-up of the goal umpire at that far end. It looked like someone I knew there for a while, but... well, we'll see what happens here. A lot of players around this ball. Up it goes. Oh, taking the ground. Head first.
Got very lucky there. The umpire blindsided. I think you called it perfectly, Tony. Head first into the turf.
Jim Kelly, yep. Oh, trying to glide his way through. Here's what Sacred Heart do. They just bobble that around 2 or 3 times. There it is. Flick it out. Get it to the player in front of the ball. Gee, back in the old days of training, you weren't allowed a handball forward. Now you are. Take it back again. Will Hawker. High kick out. They're not going forward, they're going sideways. Yes, they're maintaining possession. They need to get it on, but it needs to hit a target. It does. It hits a Sacred Heart target. Player handballs over. This is what they're good at. 1, 2, 3. Comes inside again. Atkinson, ball in hand. Little kick forward. Well, it's more than a little kick. It's a long kick. And a fist onto the ball there. Touch through. And that ball just floated maybe an extra 3 or 4 metres, Jack, than what everyone expected, including ourselves.
Hawker placed himself at the right spot. It was very close. Just flicked the closed fist on the way through. Otherwise, it would have been a little bit embarrassing there for Will Hawker. Vice captain marshals that back line really well. And bringing it back out. Chance to run and go. Ooh. Jet Hastings living up to his name. He's refueled the jet. It bounces over the back. Chance to run into an open forward 50. The ball just wouldn't sit. Stutz Roberts cursing himself under his breath, I'm sure.
Player for Sacred Heart went down on this side of the ground. Might have rolled an ankle, I think. So.
Hosking, meanwhile, gets it on Ryan. Oh, it's a bit of a turnover battle in this fourth quarter. Both teams kicking it away. And the mark inside back 50. I think it might be Beavan back there for St. Peter's. It's a bit of the fizz has come out of this one now. We've got about 14 minutes to play. Final quarter of Blockbuster Day. All games have been pretty decisive results. We'll bring you all the results at the end of this one. Sacred Heart, can they add a bit more cream to the cake? Here's Ryan Campariali, goes back in, diving, showing his intent. Captain of St. Peter's, Hastings is in there. No one can get a clean possession. Crane just has to lower himself into the ditch. Handball out of trouble, but oh gee, Ryman put his teammate back under immediate concern. And lucky for St. Peter's, it's finally gone out of bounds. They can breathe.
Yeah, Jet Reed just limped off. Pretty severe limp too. He's just on the bench getting some attention now, and you just don't need an injury now, Jack, heading into a grand final next week.
You'd think John Simons might just rest him for the rest of this game?
Yeah, well, he needs to get treatment. That's what I was alluding to, whether it's some ice or something, but pretty industrious player too, so you just don't want anyone getting injured now. As that ball goes up, just bobbling around there, St Peter's fighting hard there. Player slung to ground. That's a strong tackle. And you wouldn't believe it, Atkinson has picked up the free kick. He picked him up and threw him around horizontal.
That's a clear mistake. I've got to say that's a horrible umpiring decision. If you look up dangerous tackle in the dictionary, that's a picture of that one right there. That's terrible.
Comes in. Player does a somersault there. Lucky to, you wouldn't believe it. Bounds back up. Not real sure where the posts are. It's those 4 big sticks that are sticking up there, but he's can be excused for that. He did a full somersault as he dived for that. So just hoping that there's no injuries at this point in the game. So St Peter's now loading up. Player comes out wide and just, you can't take that one on your chest. You've got to extend the hands out. Made it hard, Sacred Heart. Look at them. 4 players come in to celebrate there on just an extension of the arm and getting that ball across the line. And we get another throw in. Umpire steps in a fair way, probably 8 or 10 metres. Leans forward, leans back. There it is. And throws it in short. So St Peter's able to pop it out. Bang. Penetrating kick.
Almost 25 there. Was pushed after the mark, but
Zach Michaels. So St Peter's wheel around on the left foot. Quick movement now. Gets it to Tom Lures. Doesn't go back very far. Puts it a long time in the air. That gives the opposition a chance. What's the umpire adjudicated? Play on. As 3 or 4 players around this ball, Sacred Heart, they now try and extract that forward out of the pack. The umpire says, give it here. And nice and vigorous in there. And the umpire says, just step back a bit there, son. I'm going to throw it up, and that's where I'm going to go back. And back he comes. A lot of players around the ball. That flick out again. This time St Peter's 1 step, goes bang. Anyone's ball. Down. Is he held? No, he's not. Quick handball out. This way, that way, around the corner. Is it a check side? Is that Jake Hill? Let's just have a look there. I reckon it was.
Hill's got 2 for the quarter now. Too little, too late, unfortunately. But at least they're coming home with a wet sail, and they're winning this quarter on the Dartfish replay. You thought for a split second they just are mucking around with it a little bit too much. This handball here, I thought, kick it. But he turns back around, hands it off to Hill. Well called by yourself, Tony. And Hill, at least he's one of the players, so when he gets it, he pops it on the boot, and for his troubles, he's got 2 fourth quarter goals.
Well, they've kicked 2-2 for the quarter, and Sacred Heart have kicked 1 point as we speak.
As our broadcast sponsors, brought to you by Filming Footy, Archie's Footwear, they're elite, just get some. Dartfish, Sportal, and Sports Interactive. We're all leading up to the end of this one, of course, but next week, the SAAS Grand Final, Tony. I can't wait for that.
Well, it's all happening at Adelaide Oval too. What a thrill, not only for us, but for the players, for the supporters to be able to say you played on Adelaide Oval as that ball comes out now. Going forward again through Franco. So they're going to finish the season, hopefully winning a quarter in this game. And some great memories down here at Thebarton Oval for all players. And big crowd either end, and the grandstand as well as the terraces here. Old Theby Oval's got a few people around it as we speak, and I don't know that I've seen that many coaches as I've seen on St Peter's bench tonight as that ball comes forward.
Hasn't done much good, is it?
Correct. Oh, well, they come out of the middle now. It's like a middle set up again. Player in front, nice set of jukes, couldn't take it. Look at Sacred Heart, back around the corner, bang. And guess what? It's kicked the kick again. Can they set up this time?
Ryman's been really good. He's been really strong and aggressive.
Just a lazy kick, though, to the pocket again. They go out that side again. Is that where they want to set up from? I'm not sure, but just fatigue starting to set in on a few players, and that just off 1 step and just a bang forward to get it out of the area.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure if that's gone in St Peter's favour. It has. I thought it was in the back. The umpire pointed the wrong way initially. I wasn't too sure what was happening there, but free kick's gone the right way. Player was on the ground. The umpire's done the old windmill, and he's floating the arms around, but the ball was landed in the right player's hands.
So Jim Kelly it is. Ball in hand. What's he going to kick from, Jack? Probably 40 out.
Man on the mark, roughly about 40. Kicks it from about 45. For the third, bangs it into that post. That's going to be shaking into the night. Shake, rattle and roll. And St. Peter's are going to be shake, rattle and rolling out of the competition, unfortunately. Sacred Heart moving on to the grand final next week. Tell us a little bit about that one, and you'll see it, of course, here on SAAS TV, Tony.
Yes, great grand final it's building to be. If Sacred Heart, can they get themselves up again as that left-footed kick, beautiful kick across the ground. Player had time to slip on the ground, get back up off the ground, give it to the player gliding by, and it's going inside the half-forward line here. Oh, great grab there by the Sacred Heart player. Plays on immediately, gets it inside to a crowd of players, up and down around the corner, and he's pretty happy with himself, and that looked like Tom Dermody for his first, and Tom Dermody has kicked his first, and the first for Sacred Heart in this last quarter. 1 goal, 1 place, 2 goals, 3, and Dermody kicked a few goals on Saturday night. That was a great mark on that far side by the light tower, and unselfishly put it into a safe spot, went over the back. Dermody just waiting by, leant back on that kick and curled it around. And look at that scoreboard, 11-11, 77, 5-5, 35. That is a 42-point lead to Sacred Heart. They've led by 13, 28, 50, and currently 42. A couple of minutes, Jack, and I'll be heading down, and we'll see where those pair of thongs go. As it's up, it's down. And they're out again here, St. Peter's. I reckon they've won most of the clearances this quarter. That's just a long bomb into that area, but that's okay because the numbers are there. Couldn't get it around to anyone. Is that Hall again? 1 point on the board, but plenty of time there to spin, get himself out of trouble. That was it Jake Hill, I reckon it was. And there is, it's a sad sight for Jet Reid. I hope he comes good before next week.
Would have been a hat-trick for Hill in this fourth quarter if he slotted that one through. Not to be. Still time. Punch it towards this near side boundary right in front of our camera position on Filming Footy. It's been a fantastic production from all the crew at ground level, in the producer's box and here in the commentary box at Thebarton Oval. All 3 games. Live and free. Filming Footy here on SAAS TV on YouTube. Brought to you by all our sponsors.
Gee, play on there quickly.
Archie Stong's Filming Footy, but they're not waiting for me to read the sponsors out. St. Peter's, they want a couple of goals for the road here. Ned Bowman just puts the boot into that. Bowman goes boom!
Nice goal by Ned Bowman. Get excited, they say. And Jackie Moore, peel yourself off the ceiling, mate. That was sensational. Welcome to schoolboy football, mate.
That might go down as a Filming Footy goal of the day. He just pinned the ears back. He said, you know what, to his teammates, you're not getting it done, so I might as well take a few steps and just stick it in from 50. Dartfish replay, there it is. Ned Bowman. Ned Kelly-like. He got the gun out of the revolver, got the leg out of the laces and just went bang. From about 52, and the umpire's blowing the whistle. It's pretty calm on the bench. A couple of injuries in the closing stages. Ice being applied there and a blood rule. That'll be the night done with 20 minutes ticking over. Close to a conclusion here on Blockbuster Day on SAAS TV. Grand final next Tuesday night, Tony?
I think it's Wednesday or Thursday, mate.
Wednesday or Thursday, so check out SAAS on Facebook and, of course, SAAS TV here on YouTube. That link will go up in the next few days. And join us at Adelaide Oval next week. It's going to be Prince Alfred taking on Sacred Heart in the grand final. Last time they met, Prince Alfred won by 54 points. But still 4.5 minutes to play in this final term. Sacred Heart. Can Franz add to his 3 goals? Or Pedler? He's also got 3. Drifting back. Couldn't take the mark. Stockman and Beavan, they fight amongst it. That kick, I don't know what to say about that because it's not measured well at all. Hands. Handball missing from Michaels. Sacred Heart inside 50 again, just running through an open forward 30. Sacred Heart, we'll see you next week at Adelaide Oval. They're bringing some form into this one, into next week. And that's a beautiful goal on the Dartfish replay. Just picked it up, summed it up, got the handball off, ran it into an open goal, and been Atkinson there on the replays. Numbers are very small indeed. But that takes their tally to 12-11-83. St. Peter's 6-6-42, 41 points on the Dartfish and Sportal scoreboard. Back in the middle, wrapped up again. Petered out slightly. St. Peter's with a couple of goals in this quarter, make it 3. And the late flourish once again. You can tell their fitness, Sacred Heart. Raphael in front of Dermody. Plugged in on that boundary. Kept it in, Raphael. To the hot spot. They all go up, but coming away with it. Franco turns in a couple of directions. Had his kick smothered. He's in trouble now. Lucky for him, it bounced straight back into his grasp. Over the top, reaching. Stockman dropped the mark, then wrestled his way to the front. Ned Bowman, a bit indecisive. Right across to Hunter Strong, who takes it. So 2.5 minutes to play. Very successful afternoon and evening here at Thebarton Oval. Here's Fergus Lamb-Brooks, who's been arguably best on for St. Peter's. It's been a shared affair for Sacred Heart. Tom Hill. Jonty Ryman. Marks and kicks a bit of a floating tumble punt. James Stockman made it look good. Picked it up at 2 paces and delivers a bullet onto the chest for perhaps a late goal coming the way of Hunter Pickett, should he kick this. Directly in front for Hunter. It's been a great day. Thanks to our sponsors, SAAS TV, of course. Archie Thong's Best on Ground coming up for you shortly at ground level. Interview with Tony Neal. Now, Best on Ground. We'll keep you waiting for that. Another minute and a half. Here's Pickett. It could be the last goal of the St. Peter's season. A ripple of applause for Hunter Pickett. He's been pretty good. 2 on the night for the Hunter. A few high fives. And the margin now sits at pretty much a solid reflection of the game. St. Peter's good early. Just beaten off the half-back line and a few too many mistakes. Sacred Heart have run in 4 or 5 pretty easy goals on the turnover. And back to a 35-point gap. Pretty fair in the end. Thanks to Archie's, of course. Best on Ground. Dartfish, our mark of the day sponsor. Sporto on the scoreboard. That scoreboard 12-11-83. St. Peter's 6-6-42. 41 points. 29 seconds left of the SAAS season, as we look forward to the Adelaide Oval Grand Final next week. Umpire throws it up, finds a free in the ruck contest. Been pretty even in there all evening. This one going the way of Brodie Britones. Out of side, and Sacred Heart take the win. And they book their ticket into next week's Grand Final. It was a tricky first quarter. St. Peter's came out full of run and gun and plenty of attacking play, but once Sacred Heart settled into their system and structure, it was comprehensive and way too much for St. Peter's to overcome. 4-goal third quarter and a 3-goal second quarter. In all fairness, it was over at 3-quarter time for Sacred Heart. 12-11-83. St. Peter's 7-6-48. 35-point win. St. Peter's season comes to an end with 3 wins and 2 losses in their past 5. And Sacred Heart go in 4 wins and 1 loss into next week's Grand Final. That 1 loss, though, was to their opponents next week, Prince Alfred. And will it be the City Boys or the Bayside group who would take the SAAS crown? Have to wait about 7 or 8 days to find out. Thank you one and all, though, wherever you may have watched this game from, or the 2 which preceded on Blockbuster Round, to tune in here on Filming Footy. SAAS TV. Lots of sports covered here on SAAS. on the YouTube channel. You can scroll through, watch replays, and click the live button as well for upcoming streams. From footy to soccer to basketball, it's all covered. And a pretty good crowd in here for the last game at Thebarton Oval. Very much likely this was the last day of competitive footy action here at Theby before it's redeveloped for the Adelaide Crows AFL headquarters. Will turn a fantastic heritage ground into a modern day marvel. Groups from both Sacred Heart and St. Peter's have attended well in their school uniforms, representing their school with pride. I'm sure if you're watching and you're a teacher or a parent associated with either of these schools, you'd be very proud how both teams went about their football, played it in a fair way, with lots of spirit, and made sure that the result was reflective of skill and determination. As they're drifting off the ground, you can see, of course, the face and the voice of local footy here in South Australia. Tony Neal has grabbed out Hutchie's most valuable player. And that player with 2 goals in the first quarter and the opening goal of the third is at ground level. It's Harry Franz, and he joins Tony Neal.
Folks, what a celebration it is for the Sacred Heart footy team and our best on ground, Harry Franz. And first of all, Harry, year 10, I believe.
Yeah, I am.
Oh, fantastic. I tell you what, there's a lot of voices back here, mate. 3 goals, but what's it like playing with this mob? You're a very well structured team, and just stick to the game plan.
Yeah, got a few role models with the older boys, so it's good to look up to them. Good trainings and everything, so it helped me out a bit, so yeah.
And how did you find this game? Because, as I said, you have to be well structured. A lot of pressure came from St. Peter's early, and you stood up, took your marks, kicked your goals yourself. But for the team as well, that pressure just kept turning the ball over and over and over, and eventually get the win.
Yeah, I think it was just figuring out what we're strong at, and pressure on the ball was one of it, and yeah, we executed well in that, so.
Fantastic. And you're out of the league club at the moment?
Yeah, Glenelg.
Good choice, mate. And getting excited because next week the big game at Adelaide Oval, the grand final, so the boys are all excited. So how's it feel about that one?
Yeah, good opportunity, so hopefully we can get the job done.
All right, and just the rest of you blokes, a quiet night tonight, no celebrations and getting ready, all set for school tomorrow. Did you enjoy yourselves? Well, there we are, folks. Fantastic. Harry, yourself, a fantastic winner. And we'll head back to the central commentary position.
Yeah, the boys getting around Harry Franz, under 16s rep for the Glenelg Footy Club, 10 matches this season. So it's the first 18 Blockbuster Round 2024 all wrapped up, and we take a look at our 3 fixtures and the results there. In the early game, it was Westminster. Didn't have enough for Rostrevor. 16-9-105 Westminster. The white and green 50 in our second game. The twilight fixture, St. Michael's were too good for... Well, that result should be the other way around there, unfortunately. It was Prince Alfred 14-13-97. St. Michael's 9-4-58. Apologies for that. And the game we just saw, Sacred Heart 12-11-83. St. Peter's 7-6-48. So Prince Alfred and Sacred Heart march through to next week's grand final. And Tony Neal is almost back with us in the commentary booth. And those Sacred Heart boys, the camaraderie and the connection in that group, really getting behind the best on ground, Harry Franz. You can see the talent there, but you can also see the support they give their teammates. And they were pretty overjoyed. But as you said, not a big party night. Back at school tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly right. So well done to the young boys, and very well spoken, that young man. And he's a year 10, and as we saw, best players today for the first game for Rostrevor, Ned McCarthy, the captain out there, played a fantastic game for them. Archie's songs, of course, in the second game, Prince Alfred, Jay Polkinghorn with the 6 goals and the 5 points. But fantastic game by Jay Polkinghorn. And, of course, Harry Franz, number 27, year 10 with his 3 goals. And we talked about the structure, and they are very well structured, Sacred Heart. But, well, sign of a good player too is playing well in big games. And let's see what young Harry can do. I saw him Saturday night. I didn't realise he was year 10 because he played a very good game Saturday night as well. Straightens him up, and a very good future ahead of him as well. So a big day of football, Jack.
Yeah, it's been fantastic. 3 really high-quality games. The results, the margins, not too close, but the level of footy has been fantastic. And I think we can safely say the 2 best teams of the year in SAAS footy have made it through to the grand final.
All right, well, hope everyone's enjoyed the day and evening down here. Our broadcast sponsors: Filming Footy, Archie's, Dartfish, SAAS TV, Sportal, Sports Interactive. Thank you, Jack. Always a pleasure to commentate with yourself.
Thank you for having me.
Knowledgeable. Fantastic. Thanks to our broadcast sponsors. Huge thanks to our match day clubs and officials, the schools that were participating as well. Everyone conducted themselves in a professional manner. It was outstanding. We did have the crowds at each end, but it was fun and games, nothing untoward. To the supporters, thank you. To the people watching at home, thank you very much for tuning in. Hope you've enjoyed a huge blockbuster day of football. Thank you to our camera and production crew, and importantly the viewers. They're the most important ones for us. Thank you on behalf of myself, Tony Neal and Jack Moore. Enjoy the rest of your evening, and remember to tune in next, I reckon it's Wednesday, for the grand final of the SAAS Schools football, and we hope you've enjoyed the telecast. Enjoy the rest of your evening, and it's good night for now.